that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Ten always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door, that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both gonna reach it, and you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Mom!
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. Open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really useful. It's for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad to say, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada, and with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe start. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my expert.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. All right? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture,
Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries though, Jeffrey gets a quick cast and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year of carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. The desert environment in Las Vegas can take a toll on McCarran's runways and taxiways, but thanks to the constant attention of our airfield maintenance team, these areas remain safe and operational. Here's a look at the team at work.
McCarran's airfield covers more than 2,500 acres and includes the runways, taxiways, and other exterior areas within the airport's fence line. An airport's airfield must be maintained and improved, just like roads and freeways. McCarran has a team of more than 25 workers responsible for the upkeep of this essential area. Runway markings and other airfield features must meet strict guidelines put in place by the FAA. Regular inspections ensure the airport is in compliance. Maintaining the safety and security of an airfield is a big job with many different tasks, from painting stripes and signs to repairing cracks or defects in asphalt and concrete, as well as patrolling the perimeter.
We're also responsible for all the fence line you see out here. So basically from where the aircraft are parked at in the gates all the way out to the fence. So total it's about 32 miles of runways and taxiways and about 10 miles of fence line.
With parts of the airfield always in use during projects, the Department of Aviation works closely with the Federal Aviation Administration to reduce potential impact on air traffic. Meetings are held regularly with members of the airfield maintenance team, the FAA, and other stakeholders to discuss current and future projects. The gatherings allow everyone to discuss logistics and plan for alternative arrangements during maintenance projects.
It's information sharing. Communications is critical as far as safety is concerned, and just everybody that's involved out on the airfield, we want to know there's no surprises.
Airfield maintenance workers use a variety of equipment like specialized surface grading vehicles, line painting machinery, and water trucks for dust control. They also have to work around a busy airport schedule, which means sometimes the work has to be done overnight. During the day, the harsh desert sun fades painted surfaces, so upkeep of the markings on the ramp, taxiways, and runways never ends. Rubber from aircraft tires builds up and can obscure white and yellow lines if left unattended. Workers use a high-pressure water and vacuum system to remove nearly 6,000 pounds of rubber each year.
The heavy equipment operators, you'll see them operating the rollers behind me, the graders. We have a big rig that we use to put paint down. We go through about 7,000 gallons of paint a year.
Dedicated upkeep of the airfield's facilities helps keep airport operations running smoothly and ultimately benefits our passengers.
And at the end of the day, we got the satisfaction of knowing that we had a direct contribution to the safety of those passengers.
As one of the busiest airports in the nation, McCarran has thousands of passengers arriving and departing each day. And our airfield maintenance department works tirelessly to ensure the airlines and our customers get where they need to go.
International visitors are vital to Southern Nevada's tourism-based economy. As we head toward the summer travel season, let's take a look at some exciting developments in international air service.
Las Vegas is considered by many to be the most exciting city on the planet, so it's no surprise it's a must-visit destination for people from all over the world.
International passenger volume at McCarran increased by 5.6% from 2017 to 2018. That included nonstop visitors from as far as China and Brazil and as near as Canada and Mexico.
We really do enjoy the international visitor coming to Las Vegas directly from their home country because they do tend to stay longer, they do spend a little more, and we love to show the United States by the gateway of Las Vegas.
KLM will offer 3 non-stop flights a week from Amsterdam, while Israel's El Al will launch weekly service from Tel Aviv. These additions will not only give locals more travel destinations, but also open up the entertainment capital of the world to even more international visitors.
Having these new city pairs added to all the ones we already have is really exciting for us. We love to be the front door of Las Vegas.
Not only are foreign flag carriers boosting McCarran's international reach, some domestic airlines are expanding their service across borders as well. Frontier Airlines recently became the first domestic carrier in years to offer nonstop flights outside of the United States. It began service to Los Cabos and Cancun in December of 2018. North of the border, newcomers Swoop and Flair have come on board, helping to once again make Canada the top country of origin for international travelers to Las Vegas. McCarran International Airport has upgraded many of its amenities to cater to the needs of our international passengers.
We really want our international passenger to know how much we value them. So we look into their culture, we look into what they need and require. When we welcomed our first China direct flight and made sure that we had hot water. So we converted our water fountains to a hot water station, and that was something that we knew was very important to them. Just so they know that, yes, you're important to us, we want you to be comfortable, and most of all, we want you to come back.
As more visitors make Southern Nevada their top destination, McCarran will embrace its role in this community, a gateway bringing the world to Las Vegas and Las Vegas to the world.
While you might know Las Vegas, how much do you know about its airport? Here are some fun facts and unique features travelers can enjoy at McCarran.
Most notable destinations have great sights and sounds, but those things are typically experienced once a traveler is outside the airport. But here at McCarran International Airport, some things make an impression the moment a passenger steps off the plane. For Las Vegas locals and returning travelers, the sound of slot machines is the background melody of a visit to the airport. Slots have been a fixture since the early days of aviation in Clark County, and now McCarran is home to nearly 1,400 machines. It's also one of only 2 airports in the nation to offer gaming. The gateway to Las Vegas encompasses a large area in the middle of town. But did you know McCarran boasts more than 8 miles of runway and 24 miles of taxiways? At more than 14,000 feet in length, runway 8 left, 26 right is the second longest commercial runway in North America. And while the terminal buildings are spacious, they are thankfully not as long as the runways. Terminal 3, home to the E-gates, is nearly half a mile long, measuring 2,300 feet. Thanks to smart design, passengers shouldn't have to walk the entire length to reach their gate. The structure is divided by a security checkpoint in the center, with domestic airlines on one end and international on the other. The structure connecting the A and B concourses was built in 1963 and is still considered a feat of civil engineering today. The clamshell structure is unique in that it covers more than 2 acres under a roof without any internal supports. Even though the interior has been renovated many times over the years, the dome-like exterior remains an iconic feature among other buildings on the airport's property.
Ready and action!
Lights, camera, McCarran. The airport has served as the backdrop for many television shows and major motion pictures.
You okay, John? Yeah. Stay behind me.
Scenes from the 1988 movie Midnight Run were filmed in Terminal 1 ticketing.
Go ahead, I got a plane to catch. Actually, try this one. It's been paying out.
And who can forget Brad Pitt walking through the D concourse in 2007's Ocean's 13. Look out for more fun facts about McCarran in future episodes of Flight Path.
Like most airports, McCarran has its own dedicated fire station located on the airfield. Firefighters assigned there must be ready to respond in the event of an aircraft emergency. Here's a look at recent live fire drill used to help the crew hone their skills.
Centrally located on the airfield, Station 13 is home to McCarran's Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Unit.
Firefighters are ready to roll 24/7 with rigs outfitted with specialized equipment, like a piercing nozzle that can penetrate a fuselage. They test their equipment daily and are constantly training to respond to an aircraft emergency while navigating the unique challenges presented by the airport environment. At a recent training exercise, the team conducted live fire drills at the airport. Drills like these are required by the FAA as part of the airport's certification process.
This is a mobile training prop. It lets them use the tools and equipment that they're going to use in a real-life world scenario.
The prop, complete with stairs, a pilot cabin, and passenger seating area, gives firefighters valuable practice at mitigating a fire in the unique environment of an airplane.
Our simulator back there will even flash the fire again after they've extinguished it, because that is real world. So it gives them that practical application. So if it happens in the real world, they have the experience to draw from.
The flames and smoke are controlled from a station and are fueled by propane gas. The simulation can be restarted multiple times. This allows each firefighter to go through the same training.
All right, at the same time, you might get some of the pan fires over here going before you can make entry. You just got to keep hitting it all before you go inside.
The education is guided by instructors who specialize in the field of fighting aviation-specific fires.
Then in addition to that, we brought our battalion chief who's responsible for the airport. He's working with McCarran Airport Ops. They're getting a little training in unified command where they're going to be making decisions together on how to successfully mitigate an incident.
In a recent real-world incident, McCarran's firefighting team proved its excellence. When an aircraft experienced an engine fire on the runway in 2015, crews responded swiftly and extinguished the flames. The aircraft was salvaged, fully restored, and is still in use today. Most importantly, all passengers and crew were safely evacuated.
Kind of sounds like the rotation's going to be set up by your Red Dog 40 captain.
In addition to the hands-on training, there are also classroom components. Here, firefighters learn about multiple types of aircraft and the entry process for each. Being prepared is key. That's why emergency personnel train year-round.
It's all part of a joint effort between the Department of Aviation and the Clark County Fire Department to make sure one of the busiest airports in the country can handle any emergency situation.
To enrich the travel experience for our customers, McCarran boasts a variety of sculptures, photographs, paintings, and artwork creatively displayed throughout the terminals. Let's take a closer look at a mural created by local artist Robert Beckman.
Poised on a majestic rock ledge, animals that define southern Nevada overlook the natural landscape of the desert, and here at McCarran International Airport, they are the overseers of thousands of passengers who pass underneath this mural. Bighorn Sheep was painted by local artist Robert Beckman. The mural, located in the D gates, captures a moment of encounter that few individuals will enjoy with Nevada's official state animal. Beckman looked at hundreds of photographs of bighorn sheep as references for his highly detailed, ultra-realistic painting.
So the bighorn sheep, of course, you know, I've been seeing them since I first moved here, you know, in various places. Interesting that the three sheep that are involved there aren't really three sheep, they're really two sheep. The little guy on the far left and the adult male are the same animal, they're just photographed at different times.
Beckman defines his intricate style of painting by how it makes the onlooker feel. He wants to, as he puts it, expand the heart consciousness of the viewer and, most importantly, make them more observant of the world around them. His use of lights and shadows gives the piece a sense of realism.
If you're going to do something like that right, you've got to have the light falling on the animals work with the light falling on your landscape.
Beckman spent months painting the mural. He was mindful of where it would be placed and the angle at which the viewer would see the composition, from below and oftentimes from the moving walkway.
Moving along that moving platform, basically as you get closer you're looking more and more up at it. So I wanted to make sure that the shots that I had acknowledged that. You know, you didn't want a photograph that I was working from where I'm seeing the animal head on because that doesn't work because when you're up on top of it, you're looking up at it. So I had to not only find photographs that had the right lighting, I had to find photographs that worked with the landscape that I looked up at.
Beckman's a self-described public intellectual and environmentalist whose wish is that this work inspires others to be more mindful of the beauty in nature and how precious natural resources are to the animals that make up the habitat. The use of rustic browns, yellows, and deep reds in the mural reflect the majestic desert landscape surrounding Las Vegas.
Well, I want to believe that it connects with them in some way. Airports are interesting places. I mean, I'm a people watcher too. Also, I enjoyed looking at the fabric of whatever architecture I'm in. I guess I want to believe that any of my art, you know, people could begin to get stretched, you know, or expanded in their consciousness, their observational skills, their heart awareness about being in the world. I'm happy that happened.
Bighorn Sheep's underlying message is to show our visitors that Las Vegas offers more than just world-class entertainment, gaming, and dining. It invites them to learn about the wonderful landscapes filled with hardy plants, weathered rock formations, and stunning wildlife unique to the Mojave Desert.
Traveling to a foreign country where you don't know the language can be challenging. To help our guests have the best possible experience, McCarran has designated ambassadors working in customs who will welcome international passengers to the United States and to Las Vegas.
When travelers arrive at McCarran International Airport from abroad, they'll know they're in Las Vegas thanks to the colorful artwork, iconic photographs, and messages featuring local celebrities.
Bienvenidos a Las Vegas!
In the Customs and Border Protection Port of Entry, friendly employees are on hand as flights arrive, ready to offer a warm welcome that matches this destination's signature hospitality.
Welcome to Las Vegas, gentlemen.
Many of these customer service-oriented employees speak languages other than English, helping bridge the communication gap for guests.
They really provide a customized level of service for our international guests. We have a lot of multilingual ambassadors. They assist our CBP partners in ensuring that each guest that comes in is ready when they get to the processing booth, and that just helps expedite the process for all of our guests.
How you doing? Just one?
Yeah. Custom ambassadors help weary travelers find the correct line, fill out paperwork.
Hello, do you need any help?
And even show them how to use the automated passport machines.
Now he wants the passport the same way we did hers.
Thank you.
No problem. Step to the yellow line, he'll call you when he's ready.
We are the first connection that they see after they come off an airplane. So it's important that they're well received and they're greeted very kindly.
Welcome to Vegas.
And it makes them feel very well accepted.
Many ambassadors are bilingual with several languages represented among the members of the team. This helps put guests at ease and keeps people moving smoothly through the area.
My mother language is Mandarin and also Cantonese, so I can tell what kind of language they speak so I can feel the proper way to help out.
I enjoy working with the public and introducing the people to the United States.
So we actually represent Las Vegas in that way. It's very important to show them, just in case if we are the first or last person they see, it's important to show them that we are happy to see them, that they're welcome here and they're welcome back at any time.
The airport's primary objective will always be to help visitors get to and from Southern Nevada by air as safely and efficiently as possible while providing a customer experience on par with the vibrant community it serves. And that's why McCarran's Customs Ambassadors are at your service.
McCarran received top honors in the 2018 J.D. Power North American Airport Satisfaction Study, the result of the collaborative efforts of the Department of Aviation and all of its airport partners. Here's a look at an airport-wide celebration of this prestigious award.
Las Vegas has a lot of advantages to offer people who fly in and out of this airport. Primary among them is the superb location of the airport, making it so easy to get into and get out of. And that sets the airport up for success. So it's easy to get to the airport, but once you get to the airport here, there are a lot of things that go right. We were talking earlier with the TSA. They do a great job here getting people through efficiently and professionally. The janitorial staff and the custodial staff does a fantastic job of keeping the place clean. And they've made some really great improvements in the food, beverage, and retail. You've moved up 3 spots, as I recall. And that's what separates a good airport from a great airport, is the food, beverage, and retail program. And once again, congratulations. We hope to see you again real soon.
When I look around, this is the reason that we won. Here is the McCarran family, so the applause go to you. We thank you, we represent all of you, and although there's only 6 categories, we all know that it takes every part of the operation to achieve that type of ranking for those 6. So I really appreciate everyone's dedication to this airport. Our mission is being the front door to Las Vegas. That's not an easy one or a simple one. It's a worldwide known one with our destination. And we welcome people and escort people back onto the aircraft in the #1 style. So I really do appreciate it. I have to have some of my partners up here because, again, it's not any one of us, it's all of us. And with all of us being able to rank with 49 million people coming through here, that is something. Right now, it is a phenomenal feat that we all achieved. And from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you and thank all of you.
Weather conditions like wind and heat can have an impact on aviation activity, so airports rely on their local meteorologists for planning and coordination. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at how the National Weather Service and the airport keep an eye on the sky.
Centrally located in the valley, McCarran International Airport serves as the official meteorological observation point for the National Weather Service in Las Vegas.
Weather records from the Las Vegas airfield go back more than 70 years. A lot has changed since then, but there remains a constant need for weather information at the airport.
Weather and the aviation community work very closely hand in hand. There's a constant need for weather information at any given airfield, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's our schedules here. We have people here at this office all the time monitoring the weather.
More than 122 forecast offices located across the country provide weather information to the general public, emergency management organizations, and the aviation community. Here in Las Vegas, McCarran's airfield is home to an array of climate sensors that send information to the local National Weather Service office located just south of the airport. Additional data is gathered using sensors at the office, where employees launch weather balloons twice a day.
3, 2, 1.
Meteorologists work closely with the team in the Federal Aviation Administration Tower to coordinate the launches.
We do weather balloon launches twice a day, every day. They're done all across the country. Ours are done at 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. And they're done for that reason specifically because they give us a morning sample of the atmosphere and an afternoon sample. And those weather balloons actually travel over 10 miles into the sky and provide us with a vertical sample of the atmosphere at any given time. It gives us back information related to temperature and moisture profiles. Also tells us a lot of really invaluable information about wind and wind speed. And that can be really useful in determining the forecast through the day, and that also gets ingested into our weather models.
Working in shifts, the staff of more than 20 provides forecasts to McCarran 4 times a day. During severe weather, those updates become more frequent. But even the regularly sunny skies of Las Vegas can change and produce some uncommon weather events.
We have some pretty significant weather here from time to time. In fact, earlier this winter we had snow for the first time in over 10 years, so that's pretty unusual. And also during the summertime, we'll get in on occasional monsoon season thunderstorms, and that is always really interesting. They can bring microbursts and lightning and really picturesque cloud opportunities. So there's lots of different weather to be seen here in the desert.
Winds and high temperatures are among the most common weather challenges to aviation in Las Vegas. In the heat of the summer, the atmosphere is less dense. That means heavy aircraft need more room to take off. Wind speed and wind direction can also have an impact. McCarran has several takeoff and landing configurations. If meteorologists see the wind is going to change, they'll alert the FAA tower so controllers can choose the appropriate configuration.
Weather forecasts are crucial to maintaining a safe and efficient travel experience. Making adjustments throughout the day, McCarran, the FAA, and the National Weather Service work in a coordinated effort to minimize the impact of weather on airport operations.
Travelers are always looking for ways to shorten the time between the curb and gate. For those who just can't wait to be on their way, there are programs available that can streamline the security screening process and even help you skip part of the line.
Frequent flyers typically know all the best tricks for an easy airport experience, but for less experienced travelers, knowing all the options is key. Two distinct services, TSA PreCheck and Clear, help eliminate some of the stresses at the airport. Introduced in 2011, TSA PreCheck can help travelers speed through security.
We want to make sure that when people come here, they have the best experience possible in the airport as well as any other place that they go. So this is a contribution, we believe, to having that experience really be improved.
More than 200 airports and 65 airlines participate. With a 5-year, $85 membership, PreCheck customers don't have to take off their light jackets, belts, or shoes, and they can leave their laptops and liquids in their carry-ons. To sign up, submit an application online at tsa.gov and schedule an appointment at a local enrollment center. At McCarran, the office is conveniently located in the public shopping area in Terminal 1 on Level 2. There, applicants submit to fingerprinting and a background check. Once you're approved and have paid the fee, simply add your known traveler number, or KTN, to your ticket when you book and start enjoying the benefits of TSA PreCheck. McCarran offers designated PreCheck lanes at the C, D, and E gate security checkpoints, and work is underway to expand the AB checkpoint to make way for a dedicated PreCheck area there as well. Travelers who sign up and pay for Clear skip the standard ID verification process at airport checkpoints and go directly to security to queue up for screening. A private service not associated with the Transportation Security Administration or Department of Homeland Security, Clear uses biometrics, passengers' eyes and fingertips, as a form of ID. Clear transforms biometrics into an encrypted code that is unique to individual users. At the airport, Clear matches a traveler's fingerprints or irises to their unique code each time they check in. That's how it confirms identification and keeps customers moving. Clear ambassadors are on hand to assist at the kiosks and escort travelers to the front of the line. At McCarran, Clear pods are conveniently located near each security checkpoint. A full membership costs $179 per year. Customers can sign up on the spot or visit clearme.com for more information. Even travelers who have signed up for these services should be aware that TSA uses unpredictable security measures throughout the airport, and all travelers will be screened. No individual is guaranteed expedited screening. TSA PreCheck and Clear. Choose the one that works best for you, or combine the two for additional convenience and an easy airport experience.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with US Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intra-state airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by US Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the Poor Sailors Airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Good morning. We are going to go ahead and call to order the Board of County Commissioner meeting for Tuesday, July 16th, 2019.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We have the invocation from Chaplain Victoria Camp from Messages of Faith Ministry.
For those who wish to bow their head and join in prayer, I pray. Almighty God, I come before you this day and ask for blessings upon the Clark County Board of Commissioners and the citizens of this great state, and for all those here today. I pray for wisdom and humbled hearts for those in leadership, thoughts of others, and a betterment for all those they serve. Amen.
The first item on your agenda is public comment.
Okay, this is the first time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment, please come down, state your name for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment. And then for us, Commissioner Weekly, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you could start our SBI students.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today is a great day here in Clark County. Once again, you are having an opportunity to witness just one of Clark County's, I'm not going to say best kept secrets, I'm just going to say one of Clark County's treasured outreach programs that we offer here. This is the Summer Business Institute, where we have some of Clark County's finest whom have joined us this summer. And they are an amazing group of students. Let me begin by having the students who are here in the audience. For all of our SBI students who are in the audience, if you all please stand so that we can recognize you this morning. Nice, nice, nice. We want to thank our management team for allowing us an opportunity to have this amazing program. And I believe Sandy, would you come to the microphone and maybe give us you or John or somebody come and give us a little blurb about SBI, and then we'll have our distinguished students who are on the panel with the chair and the members of the commission introduce themselves this morning.
Certainly, thank you. Good morning. For the record, Sandy Gentette, Director of Human Resources. The Summer Business Institute is in its 23rd year with Clark County. We have 124 students this year, and we had over 500 applicants for the program, so a well sought after program. So the students have the opportunity to work it's an internship to work both in the public and private sector. They have a mentor assigned to them. They have the opportunity to attend workshops on life skills, civic engagement, financial literacy, and also, it's a paid internship, which is also something that is obviously really positive. So we're excited for all of the interns. It's a fabulous program, one of our favorite things that we do in human resources. And thank you for giving the students the opportunity to sit with you today.
Thank you and the Human Resources Department for heading up the program, and just thank you, Clark County, all of our departments for just being great mentors. And of course, you'll get an opportunity to meet some of our sponsors who will help us make the Summer Business Institute program a success. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to begin with, let's start down here on this end on my right, if you will, with Commissioner Naft. He'll introduce his guest here this morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Weekly. I'd like to introduce Yosef Khan from Coral Academy of Science in District A and allow him to say a few words.
Hi, my name is Yusuf Khan, and I'm really excited to be sitting with the county commissioner. I feel like this is a very great opportunity to be politically involved locally and kind of involve ourselves in the community. And I feel like the Summer Business Institute really makes you develop that skill. Like, we've been hosting events to promote the awareness of homeless youths in this city. Like, events like that make us involved in the community. And I believe that was the greatest gift I received from this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very excited to welcome Kaylin De La Garza from West Kern Tech Academy, located in District F. Let's hear.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kaylin, and as Commissioner Jones said, I attend West Kern Technical Academy, and my experience in the SBI program thus far has been very interesting, very educational, and I've been exposed to the healthcare field, which I plan to go into to study medicine. So this has been an incredible experience with so many different opportunities that I'm glad to have.
Good morning, and my intern is entering her junior year at Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy, Linda Weathers. I'm going to be coming very close with Linda because she wants to become an FBI agent. So the relationship starts today. She is vice president of her color guard, has participated in the Skills USA, the Black Student Union, and has been a recipient of the Student of the Month. And what's pretty cool is she worked to establish the first esports team in the Clark County School District at her school. And if anybody has been following, I'm sure the young people do, but that's becoming just international. We have esport conventions here in town, so it's quite an honor that she started the first CCSD program. So, introduce you to Linda Weathers.
Hello, my name is Linda Weathers, and I just want to say how grateful I am to be a part of a program that empowers youth to go out and make change in the world and let everyone know that the hope is not yet gone.
Nice. Commissioner Segerblum.
Good morning. I actually have two students here with me. The first one is Andrei Logulescu, who's actually from Romania, but he's currently goes to ATech, high school senior. He's going to be a chief information security officer, whatever that is, when he grows up. But we'll let him speak for himself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrei Logulescu, and I'd just like to thank SBI, the SBI program, for this tremendous opportunity. These past 4 or 5 weeks have been eye-opening. I've learned so much, and yeah, I'm looking forward to continuing this program, and thanks again for the opportunity.
And my other intern is Caitlin Fennell, and she actually works for me, so I've had a chance to observe her firsthand, and she definitely has a future. She hopes to go to the Air Force Academy, be an Air Force pilot, but I think having watched government up close, she may see her back here someday too. So, Caitlin.
The SBI program has really opened multiple opportunities that I wouldn't have imagined possible at my age or in my lifetime. Meeting all these great people and working side by side with Commissioner Segerblum has been a tremendous honor and a great opportunity in general.
I want to introduce Brian Young, a senior at Silverado High School, who plans to be a physical therapist. And like Commissioner Brown, I need to get to know him because I can tell as things fall apart, I'm going to need somebody who knows what he's doing. He works right now at the Regional Transportation Commission. He's Vice President of Kappa Leadership League, Scholar Athlete Award winner for football, baseball, and basketball. He volunteers every other Saturday at 3 Square. He's most proud of the things that he does for his community, church, and state. He also serves as the Western States District President of the Knights of Peter Claver, a national Catholic fraternal order. And if you listen to the things that he does, you can tell that his focus really is where it needs to be. The reality is that the young people who have this kind of an experience at this age are so much better prepared to step into the shoes that others will leave behind and really begin to lead from the get-go. So Brian, tell us whatever it is you have for us today.
Well, I want to thank the SBI program for giving me this opportunity. It's been a great journey so far, just to be around people like-minded as myself who want to succeed and, you know, do better in their lives. And thank you. That was such a great introduction.
Morning, everyone. I'm so very honored to have this young lady that, as I read her bio here, I see that she and I have so much in common. When I look at the fact that her career goals is that she wants to be a social worker. And man, day 2 of my, yeah, give her a big round of applause. Yeah. That was the Department of Social Services, everybody. But I'm so very grateful for all the social workers in the world. But one of the things I love about this young lady is the fact that, you know, she's been accepted by over 32 colleges and universities across the country. And she will now be the first person in her family to attend college, something I can truly relate to. So I'm really, really proud of her. She's a recent graduate of Democracy Prep Agassiz campus, and I'm very honored that you had an opportunity to attend that school. It's a school that Commissioner Brown and I, we're very grateful to join in with Andre Agassi to build that school in my district. And so to see the fruits of our labor and to see our taxpayer dollars come to fruition, here's the result of it. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet Ms. Christine Session.
Good morning. I'd just like to thank the SBI program for giving me this wonderful opportunity to make a lot of great friends, to also be able to reach a lot of people. And also, I'd like to thank SBI for teaching me that not everything is about fun and games. Sometimes you have to be serious, and it's gonna go a long way for me.
There you go.
Okay, I would like to introduce Ariana Buffalo. Did I get close? I'm kind of close. I want to, she's been great already. We started out a little bit chaotic this morning, so she quickly came in, got flexible, said, okay, tell me what to do, where to be. So that's a good trait in my book. Anybody that can be flexible like that so early on and not even know where you're at. So she is a senior at Las Vegas Academy. She is going to be a medical doctor, and during the SBI program, she's working with one of our private sector folks, and that's at Desert Valley Pediatrics. But what impressed me the most about her is she's already given 480 hours of community service. And when you can get back to your community early on without being told to, and just doing it because you love your community, and that makes me feel really good. And I'm hoping that you're going to go to school, stay here, be a medical doctor in our field, in our state, because most of us will need one before long. The pace we're going. But if you could go ahead and introduce yourself and talk about your future plans. And one of the great things with the SBI, a lot of students actually get jobs as they're going on to college, so we keep them right here in the community. So thanks for being flexible first thing this morning, and tell us a little bit about you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. My name is Arias Fafiu. She was close. This is my second year with SBI, and I just want to thank both SBI and the board for giving me this opportunity. I love SBI and I love the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, I'd like to thank our county manager and her team, as well as the Human Resources Department, so very much for just allowing us an opportunity to have SBI here in Clark County, celebrating 23 years. When I came in as a county commissioner, they said, oh, by the way, you need to oversee SBI. And I thought, wow, okay, great. But this team here have been just absolutely wonderful, helping to attract so many wonderful and amazing students. Last week, some of the students, they hosted their community civic engagement event over at the Hollywood Recreation Community Center. And on this is July 20th. July 20th will be the second one, entitled 4 Walls, hashtag 4 Walls for All. And it's going to be on July 20th at the William Pearson Community Center. It's in support of the homeless youth of Clark County. It's going to be from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's located at 1625 West Cary Avenue, right in the heart of Clark County District D, of course. Informational booths, donation drives, gift card raffle prizes, a car wash with donations, and snacks and fun. And so, which group is hosting this event here? Are you here? Stand up if this is your group. There you go. In the words of Larry Brown, there are millions of viewers out there looking at you right now. So good luck to you guys, and we'll be out there to support you, all right? Thank you very much. And we'll be back to say thank you momentarily to our sponsors who helped make SBI a true success.
So,
Thank you,
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Weekly, we
Yes.
have one more with
One
our
more.
legal department,
Oh.
so we saved the best for last.
Oh, there she is. Okay, sorry about that.
Sitting beside me is Amy Zakarian. She's a member, a high school senior at Canyon Springs High School. And the good news for everybody, she wants to be an attorney. And particularly, she wants to work in the public defender's office where she now is serving her internship. Amy's accomplished quite a bit. She's a member of the speech and debate team. She's also a member of the Key Club and the National Honor Society. And most impressive of all, she maintains a perfect attendance and a 4.7 GPA at Canyon Springs.
Nice.
Thank you, County Council, Mr. Chris. Again, hello, everyone. My name is Amy, and I want to thank SBI and the board for giving me and my peers this, one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Echoing my peers' words, the Summer Business Institute program is a opportunity where we're surrounded by our community leaders, and we're given the chance to really see direct change and be the direct change for our community and grow into the leaders of the people that we shadow and follow. So thank you again.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item.
Item number 2 is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on June 4th, 2019.
I have a motion by Commissioner Brown to approve the minutes of the June 4th, 2019. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. You have something touching your keyboard, I bet. The computer? Got it. Motion passes.
Item number 3 is the approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items and deletion of any items. Commissioners, with the inclusion of 2 items in your addendum, we now have 77 items on your agenda. And also, staff is requesting that item number 65 under your business agenda be deleted from the agenda. And those are all the changes that I have to the agenda at this point.
The changes, I move approval of the agenda.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved for approval of the agenda with the deletion of item 65. Any other items? Anybody from the public? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
We can now move to section 2 of your agenda, which is your consent agenda. Please note that items numbers 4 through 59 comprise of your consent agenda. I do not have any items at this point to be deleted, nor do I have items to be taken separately from the consent agenda.
Okay, do I have anyone on the board that wants to take Commissioner Naft?
No, I don't.
Oh,
If not, I'd move
ready
for approval.
a motion? Okay, anybody want to take anything off the consent agenda? Anybody from the public like to take anything off the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Naft for a motion.
Move for approval.
Commissioner Naft has moved for approval of items 4 through 59. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Commissioners, we can now move to section 3 of your agenda, which are your Commissioners' County Manager recognition. Item number 60 is to recognize the National Association of Counties for the 84th Annual Conference and Exposition and recognize Clark County on winning 4 2019 NACO Achievement Awards.
We're not moving.
Welcome to the final day of the National Association of Counties 84th Annual Conference and Exposition here in Clark County, Nevada. I'm Hugh Clark. Members started the day with a discussion on criminal justice fines and fees.
When you bring people in because they haven't paid their fines, that means that in Dallas County, taxpayers are paying $70 per day per inmate.
And getting accurate counts in the 2020 census. Assessing the federal policy outlook for top issues facing counties. Thank you to Roy Spence for sharing the important and inspiring work of the Purpose Institute, and to Jeanette Betancourt, Senior Vice President for U.S. Social Impact at Sesame Street Workshop. They shared resources counties can use to nurture our young residents. We also send out a special thank you to Cookie Monster for joining us today. Members also held our annual business meeting and election. Congratulations to our new president, Douglas County, Nebraska Commissioner Mary Ann Borgeson, new first vice president, Boone County, Kentucky Judge Gary Moore, and new second vice president, DeKalb County Commissioner Larry Johnson. Thank you to immediate past president, San Diego County, California Supervisor Greg Cox for his leadership and commitment to connecting the unconnected. Thank you to Clark County for hosting us this year. It has been a productive and enlightening annual conference, and we look forward to keeping the momentum going. We'll see you next year in beautiful Orange County, Florida.
Good morning. And so this is an item that Commissioner Weekly and I brought forward. For those of you that live in Clark County, we're constantly working to improve policies and work across the country with our colleagues in our federal delegations so that we can bring good policy back home to Clark County for the benefit of our community. So as you know, and we've talked about it for a couple years, Commissioner Weekly and I, that we hosted this year for the first time in 25 years. We tell them Clark County is the home of Las Vegas, but in Clark County we have much to be proud of. And so today you got to see a little bit of some things that we don't talk about outside of the state, but our SBI program is really gold star on how we keep our youth engaged and how we find our workers for our future. So today what we'd like NACO to help us do, we have some departments that receive some achievement awards. And a lot of times, as most of you all know, we don't tell our story enough. So this year has been our year to really tell the Clark County story. So in front of you, you see the banners that say Clark County Cares, and that's really because we have so many employees who put everything into making everything better for everybody else. So and to that fact, we had over 100 county employees, including department heads, who stood with directional signs, who gave information, who served on panels to really talk about what an amazing organization that we are. So we want to recognize those departments who got awards. So with NACO's help, I'm going to call you down one at a time. And so just so NACO knows, because you all call me Popcorn with affection, of course, because I'm always thinking of new ideas to mix it up. But I hope that we can have as many as LA County had submissions this year. They had well over 50, so we got a task this year for us. So let's talk about some of our crown jewels here in our community. So the Harbor Juvenile Assessment Center, as you know, it's a relatively new program for us, but it's been a very successful program. The Harbor is an important community resource for troubled youth and their families in Clark County. The Harbor is designed to prevent children and teens from entering the juvenile justice system by helping families cope with problem behavior such as truancy or delinquency long before it escalates into more serious trouble involving our court system and the police. Since October of 2016, the Harbor has served more than 7,000 local youth and family. To date, counseling, mentoring, tutoring, and substance abuse, only 4% of the clients have had to escalate. And so that is a huge accomplishment as a county, as in the community. So, Mr. Jack Martin, I don't know why you're trying to hide. I've never seen you be shy. So if you could come up and accept this. You guys can get a picture with them. I'm going to stand this way.
Serious this morning. Will you break it up a little bit? I know.
I'm tired. Well, if you don't know, we tried to play a video. President Cox welcomed over 3,000 elected officials from around the country, and he was Elvis, and we loved it, but he sent me an expired link on purpose, I think, so I could not play it.
His wife vetoed it.
So if Jack, you could talk a little bit about the Harbor.
Well, I think first and foremost, thank you very much to the commissioners and my boss, Mr. Wells, and Miss King, who have made the harbor possible, and also to our 14 collaborative partners who have made it possible. And just so we know, we're up to 10,000 youth, and our recidivism is down to 3%. So we're super excited, the partnerships with the school district and all of our local partners. I mean, to be able to change kids' lives long before they end up in the juvenile justice system, I mean, what a blessing. I mean, we here in Clark County are working very hard to put ourselves out of work in the juvenile justice system, and we know we can do that if we get to kids earlier, wrap them in meaningful resources, and really support them through their journey through adolescence. So it's really a blessing, and I'm very thankful for the awards. What a plus on, I get paid to work with kids, and now I get paid to get awards. I mean, for the work of all these great teammates. I mean, what a blessing. So thank you very much.
Straight ahead, straight ahead. Thank you. Okay, the next one is Pathway from Poverty, and this is something super special to me because I had some questions, I had some concerns, I wanted to make a neighborhood a little bit different, and I had about 2 friends that were willing to go out in the neighborhood with me and make a difference. So if I can invite Captain La Rochelle and Brandon Chawtraw down to accept it. If not, Brandon, you could do it for all of us. In the northeast portions of Las Vegas Valley is an unincorporated Clark County area. There are several census tracts that are plagued with crime, poverty, and lack of opportunity. So the Pathway was something that we worked together to put some technology in the neighborhood to address food insecurity, to address the low-skilled workforce that we had over there. And it really took us boots on the ground, making a big difference with everybody and getting the community involved. So today we have 185 businesses that now participate in this 3-mile program. We have 3,000 students children under the age of 10. Our transient rate went from 93% to down to 55%. So we have seen a huge difference, but it couldn't have been done without the collaboration of Metro, nonprofits, the community itself, and the 185 businesses that participate. And let's not forget Nellis Air Force Base, who gives us 300 volunteers every single month to get out into the neighborhood. And for Nellis, the colonel at one point had a push-up contest with the kids, and he did 150, and the kids said, more, and he said, no. So, but it's made a big difference on having that male role model in the community as well as the female. So, Brandon, I can't thank you enough for my midnight phone calls, my 4 a.m. phone calls, and my late night cleanups and everything else that we did. So thank you and congratulations.
I'd just like to thank the county commission. It was a wonderful experience. We're not done. There's a lot of work to do yet. But this program was a true testament to how government, community, citizens, students at all levels can come together to achieve a common goal. I couldn't be more proud, and I can't wait to see this program expand throughout the city because honestly, I live here in county. My kids are here, and we deserve the very best. And as far as I'm concerned, and as long as I'm here, you're going to get it. So I appreciate it, and thank you, Commission.
Okay, our next award is Safe at Home. And if I could have our social services folks come down. Tim Birch, Paula Hammock, Joe Morano, Judy Tudor, Norma Dorn, Tiffany Carr, and Brenda Barnes, to name a few. Historically, families in Clark County that have come in contact with Child Welfare Agency have very limited intervention options available to them. Concerns of child safety were identified and then diminished caregiver capacity, meaning that a child is unsafe at home and the circumstances could not be immediately mitigated. The Child Welfare Agency has identified out-of-home care as the most commonly used viable option. So when children had to be removed from their homes due to unsafe conditions in Clark County, the average length of stay was 19.3 months. In July of 2015, Clark County implemented a safety management services to reduce historical model out-of-home stays for children. The program is called Safe at Home and focuses on family assessment, safety intervention services to prevent removal. So our goal in Clark County is to reunify the families and to get them back on track as one. And it really took some outside of the box thinking. How could we get to those families and keep them going? Because what we know is anytime that we disrupt a family and we put them in services, they spend more time going to the services than actually being able to be the parent at home. So couldn't thank you all enough for thinking outside the box, keeping the families together, because that's most important and that's our priority, but giving them the wraparound services that they need for the long haul.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, NACO, for the recognition. I wanted to make sure that I have these powerful women standing right here. Just take a half a step forward for staff, because this is the face of innovation in Clark County. These are the folks who put in the federal submission, did the work, trained dozens of community partners, and saw that 2,200 children have received services. 2,016 of those got to stay at home with their parents, never coming in to the deep end system of child welfare. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thanks. I'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, and our last one is our Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. You know, we all remember the tragic event that got us going on the right track to set up a center so that we could have families, they would know where to go. So not only families of the people that were involved in the situation, but the families of many of our workers, from public works to fire, police, emergency services, so that they could go back and get some much needed counseling, to get some resources so that they too could be productive within our community for the long term. So VegasStrongRC.org is done media in all languages, Spanish, English, outreach, posters, flyers, PSAs for radio, TV, social media. You know, we had to reach across the country to try and find folks that may have been involved in that event. Our efforts have touched over 8,000 people served by this center. The submission of 5,545 victims of crimes applications by year one, and 41,605 visits to the center's website in 2018. So that center still works today because we never forget, and we have to ensure that people have the opportunity to come back, have their support system in place so that we're there with them for the long haul. So Mr. Schiller, if you want to come up and invite whomever you feel that was a big part of it, but it's really changed our community on how we provide those wraparound services for any type of event that does have a huge impact on our community. So whether you're and it's never too late to get involved, it's never too late to sign up on the Resiliency Center because we're still providing services today. So thank you. Kevin, I think you were on the job about 3 weeks when all of this came down, and you got everything going and got us on the right track.
Yeah, on behalf of the Resiliency Center, but really on behalf of the staff, the commission, everybody in this county, the nonprofit organizations, Legal Aid of Southern Nevada. This horrific event obviously banded us together as a community, but the challenge, and I think I would emphasize this, unlike other mass casualty events and other issues, we had a unique population in attendance. So we had a unique challenge in terms of how we provided services and how we provided outreach. Literally, the collective is how that got done. I want to recognize Stacy Welling, who probably spent every hour at my desk at least once a day, if not 3 times a day, as we did this media outreach, and recognize her and her efforts in this, along with everybody in the county. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, just to finish all of this off, hopefully you've had a great time in Clark County, and hopefully we've shown you some new opportunities, some things that we do. We really wanted to recognize the investments that NACO is in our community, the partnership that we have, and we really appreciate you for recognizing personally our folks, because those awards mean a lot, but the work that they do out there is worth its weight in gold. And so if it can ever be repeated, that's great. So we have a couple proclamations for you all. So we'll start with our past president, Greg Cox. He has been super fun, and which I like. Anybody that knows, I like fun with a lot of hard work. But he has really got most of us very engaged, and I look forward to the new. One of your big issues were connecting the unconnected. And for many of you know, in Clark County, we have had that very discussion ourselves, because although we have, we're a big city with a lot of things going on, we have a lot of pockets throughout our districts that don't have access to internet. And because of your leadership, we brought it back home, and we are now putting fiber in every single road that we repave, so that communities that have not had the access now have the access. So thank you for your leadership on that. So we do learn from NACO. Secondly is our new president coming in, Mrs. Borgeson. I got told a lot last night that I look a lot like her. I got a lot of congratulations, so I want to pass them on to you. And I said, no, my board would kill me if I signed up. But you're going to focus on aging this time, and we think that is amazing, because as our populations are changing, we really want to ensure that our seniors are becoming a homeless component. We want to make sure that they're taken care of. So I'm going to give you all a couple minutes to talk, but nothing would be... So, of course, we got to send you off with one more unique item from Clark County. So we have a key to our Las Vegas Strip, which is the home of Clark County, for both of you. And we wanted to make sure that you got that. Lastly, I want to thank Matt, because an organization is as great as the leader at the top, and I can say that's because our county manager is amazing all by herself, and she works tirelessly to accommodate things. So you have a little harder job, because you got to try to accommodate 3,000 elected officials on a regular basis, and people like me that call you at 4 a.m. So we wanted to recognize what you bring to NACO as well. So thank you for coming. Come back sooner. Not too soon, but sooner. But we really do appreciate the partnership that we have with you for the short term, the long term, and what you bring to our country. So I'm going to turn it over, and I'll start with... Yes, I'll hold your stuff.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to say how impressed I am with all of the young people that are here today and to keep up the good work. And this, again, is a program that we can take back to NACO, and hopefully other counties will replicate. But I also want to thank Clark County, the chair and vice chair, and all of the commissioners for the work that they did, the staff, the work that they did on our convention. You know, we brought in 3,000 individuals to Clark County, and you guys rolled out the red carpet and made us feel just like family. So we thank you for the work that you did and the tremendous conference that you put on. NACO really appreciates it. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm the outgoing president, so I'm like yesterday's cold mashed potatoes. But it has been a real honor and pleasure to be here in Clark County, to look at the innovation that goes on in this community with your leadership here at the County Commission. You know, we had a chance to have a fantastic annual conference here in Clark County, and it was really because of the hospitality extended by this board, Commissioner Weekly and the chair, and all the members of the commission. I know you had over 100 of your county staff people that were helping everybody to direct them to the right locations to go to. It couldn't have been better. But I think most of all, I think just having the opportunity to come to Clark County, we should do it more than once every 25 years, I think. But in any event, it has just been a real delight. And there must be somebody looking over me, because I'm delighted to hear that you couldn't get the link to the horrible Elvis impersonation that I did. I imagine you get a lot of those in Clark County over the years, and this has got to be, you know, I've set a very low bar, I think, what I'm saying. But I think maybe the message in that video, the close of it, was most important of all, because of your hospitality. I just want to say, Viva Clark County.
Well, thank you. I also want to extend an appreciation from the staff perspective of the National Association of Counties, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, Commissioner Weekly, the entire board. From a staff perspective, I want to thank Yolanda, along with Alex, Katie, Kevin, all of the staff at Clark County. We spent a lot of time in the convention in the hotel learning and workshops, but what was most important was the opportunity to get out in the community and to see firsthand through some of our mobile workshops how Clark County is really helping individuals, helping our residents. And so that was the most important. We learned a lot, again, in these workshops, but to get out and to see the community beyond the strip, and as Commissioner Kirkpatrick kept saying, we're going to go beyond the neon. And we really saw beyond the strip, and it was so powerful and very much appreciated. So thank you again.
Okay, I do want to recognize Brian. I don't know why you're not up here with us, but he has been fabulous. And, you know, we're going to do something really special for our own employees at a different meeting. But Katie, Justin, Alex couldn't say thank you enough for all that you did. But so my staff and I appreciate all of the commissioners doing a little, making sure that they were part of there, whether you attended events, whether you helped us get workshops together. So we also created a little shadow box for each one of you. So that my own commissioners can remember NACO, and for you, and for Commissioner Naft. So, fellows, I wanted to make sure that you knew that I appreciated all that you did to help the conference go. And so there's your memory. So with that, thank you so much, and safe travels home, and come back soon.
Commissioners, we have a recognition that is not on the agenda that we will provide. This is a Commissioner Weekly recognition for the Tennis Association.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board of County Commissioners, and thank you, Madam Manager. I'd like to call down Ryan Wolfington from Zion, who's here to talk about World Team Tennis. And as they come down, please direct your attention to the screen. Come on around, Ryan.
It's fast. It's exciting, and it's been pushing the boundaries of the game of tennis.
Bring the action.
Every summer, World Team Tennis takes center stage in one of the most popular and fan-friendly sports on the planet. Since World Team Tennis's debut, virtually every major champion of the Open era has competed in the league.
Rock and roll.
This high-paced, 5-set format was created to make for an exciting game where every point counts
1 point at a time.
right up to the end of the match.
That's an awesome serve, buddy. Come on.
And fans can't get enough.
Congratulations to the Washington Castles.
And WTT has been at the forefront of rules and innovation in tennis that are now standard in every major Grand Slam. Hawkeye, serve clock, and sideline coaching.
You owe me an apology. I have never cheated in my life.
We're already there. World Team Tennis is leading the way in sport innovation for the future. Last season, in addition to matches on ESPN and the Tennis Channel, for the first time, WTT made almost every match this past season available to fans from around the world on the WTT.TV network. And fans engage. WTT social media channels reach a network of 14 million fans who love cheering on WTT players and teams. And we're growing. With enhancements to the already fan-centric atmosphere, with an increase of interactive entertainment experiences, premium hospitality settings, and one of the sport's most compelling brand partnership offerings. And WTT is doubling down on our commitment to community engagement and social responsibility, which also provides an important platform extension for our corporate partners. Serve up your brand to our fans and be part of the excitement. WTT, we're transforming tennis.
So exciting, and I can tell you all, it started for me well over 15 years ago as a city councilman. I received some phone calls of complaints about tennis courts in one of my parks, and went out to assess the situation, and lo and behold, we were very fortunate to get the support to be able to go in and renovate these tennis courts. And as a result of that, got a chance to start meeting people in the neighborhood who were interested in tennis, and ran into this guy right here who is the executive director of United States Tennis Association here in Nevada. And he just thought, hey, Weekly, you ought to come out and just start watching. And as a result of watching, they invited me out on the court. And man, I got the bug ever since then and started playing tennis. And this young man right here, I remember he was an elementary school kid. And this kid is smart as a whip. Have you graduated yet? You're about to, right? Yeah, he's got a couple years, an honor roll student and great tennis player. And just to be able to provide tennis to kids in the community was just a dream come true for me, and that's where we started our neighborhood tennis academy. And Ryan Wolfington here, who has just been so amazing in ensuring that all kids have an opportunity to this exposure, when he reached out to me a couple years ago in reference to World Team Tennis, thought, man, sign me up, I love it. And we're excited to announce World Team Tennis is coming to Las Vegas. As a matter of fact, big tournament on next week. This weekend, as a matter of fact, and I'll let Ryan tell you all about it.
Well, I went to the commissioner and to Larry Brown as well, and I said, I have a vision to make Vegas the mecca for tennis in America. We had 0 national tournaments. I said, I want to get junior adult national tournaments. Our goal was 8, now we have 15. Over 20,000 people come just for junior and adult tournaments.
I need you to eat the microphone.
Is that better?
Yeah.
I don't think it's on.
It helps with the rock.
Testing.
So now we have 15 national tournaments. Over 20,000 people come for that. And then the big goal is, can we get a professional event? So we got the 2 World Team Tennis events on the Strip, which sold out. And now we have a professional tennis team, the Vegas Rollers. So it's a huge advantage for our community on many levels. 2 people in our community are professional athletes: Asia Muhammad, who came out of the Team Agassi program that the commissioner helped out with, and Evan Song. And then more than that, our Marty Hennessy Inspiring Children Foundation children are helping run the sports franchise. So Zion is actually, you want to tell them what you've done?
Yeah. I've done graphic design, so the tickets and the flyers are all my, I'm sorry, are all my idea. I've. They want to hear you. Oh, okay. Talking to so tickets, flyers. I've done ticket sales, so making phone calls to events and charities and groups. Yeah.
Cool. And I'll make a prediction: this young man will get a scholarship to college, because at Lorenzi Park, the park that he helped get renovated, this year alone, children got into Harvard, Stanford, Dartmouth, Brown, UCLA, Nevada, Reno, and Westmont. So just using tennis, academics, and project-driven learning like this. So thank you very much, Commissioner. Oh, tickets. So we're giving all county programs free tickets. I reached out to a couple there for this weekend, but you can go on WTT.com to get tickets. They're as cheap as $19. Any community program, we have 1,000 tickets to give away. And county employees, all county employees get free tickets, thanks to the commissioners who are on the advisory board, Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Weekly. But any program, we're happy to extend that opportunity. The United States Tennis Association has 1,000 tickets per match to give away to the community. So if you want to do that, come up to me after this.
So join us at the Orleans. You get a ticket. You get a ticket. You get a ticket. I'm related to Oprah, everybody. Everybody is coming to see tickets. You have more now? Oh, and he's the mascot. What are you, a tennis ball? Okay, well, he's going to be, not only did he make the flyers and the tickets, but he's going to be a tennis ball mascot. Y'all give it up for World Team Tennis this week here in Las Vegas. Chris will take a picture and he'll send it to you. Chris is world class. He'll zip that to you really quick. Thank you. All right, good luck. Thank you, Londa.
You're welcome. Item number 61 is to accept donations from various agencies and private companies in the amount of $39,700 in support of the 2019 Clark County Summer Business Institute program and present proclamations for their generous donations.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you once again to the Summer Business Institute program. Let me just say, one of the reasons SBI program has been successful for so many years is because it enjoys the support of not only Clark County, but other local governmental entities, nonprofit organizations, and the Las Vegas business community. These organizations provide meaningful summer employment opportunities, assigned experienced supervisors, and mentors to the interns, and provide significant financial support for the program's budget. Today, we'd like to publicly recognize those organizations that provided substantial financial support to the SBI program through donations of cash, the paying of intern salaries, free use of facilities, or the purchase of program materials. With the following representatives of these organizations and agencies, please come forward as I call your name. Bank of Nevada, Dan Geraldo. Where you at, Dan? This is our Jerry Maguire of SBI. Come on down. Yeah. Bank of America, everybody. Okay. Dan, thank you very much. And Sandy or Kavita or John or one of y'all, Becky, I'm not sure. Do I say how much they gave us? It's okay? $30,000, everybody. $30,000. Going down, Dan. Yeah. Yeah, that's a baller. That's a baller bank right there. Okay, Nevada's Children and Family Development Center. Representative Joe Wiley. Joe, come on down here. Come on down, Joe. Joe, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We appreciate all your dollars that you've donated to us. Thank you very much. Joe is a great advocate in the community as well, and we appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir. Go on down and say hello to those celebrities on the end down there. Southwest Gas Corporation, everybody. Representative Sharon Brady McCoy. Is she here? Hello, Miss McCoy. How are you? Southwest Gas has always been a big supporter of SBI. We appreciate y'all so very, very much. And Southwest Gas has also employed 2 interns this summer. So not only a check, but y'all also provide. I'm sorry? We say? Yeah, and you pay them. Thank you. Thank you very much. There you go. Thank you for being here. Corallo Engineers, we have Kelly Callahan. Hey, Kelly, come on down. Corallo engineers have not only written a check, but they also have an SBI student intern employed with them this summer. So they wrote a check and they're paying a salary. That's awesome. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you. Thanks, Kelly. Thanks for being here. Thank you. And they've always been a big supporter of ours. Okay, here's a guy right here. They were very supportive of us during NACO, and I know Commissioner Kirkpatrick, she had him out there karaokeing the other night, but they're even here with us today. We're happy. How about that? Nevada Energy, everybody. Edgar Patino. Edgar, come on down. Edgar, can you still sing that Journey song, Don't Stop Believing? Between you and the Madam Chair, I don't know. All right. Anson, Representative Karina. Karina, you here? She here with? Oh, come on down, Karina Herdina. Cindy Alarmshaw, is Cindy here? Come on down, Cindy. They provided instructors and curriculum for financial literacy training for the program, and we appreciate that. That goes a long way as well. Hello. How you doing? Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Come on down and say hello to everybody. Our next representative, everybody, she's here from the Clark County Department of Aviation. She's off of a long-awaited vacation. I followed her life. I followed her whole vacation on social media. But she's here with us today representing the airport, funding a salary of 5 interns this year. Y'all please give it up for Tina Frias, who's here with us. Hello, Tina. We'd like to invite Jerry Stevie. They're also funding a salary for an intern here this summer, Clark County Business and Fire Prevention. Jerry Stevie, come on down, buddy. Okay. All right, all right. From the Clark County Recorder's Office, they're funding a salary this summer for our interns, and we have Maurice Reed, Shirley Millette, and Courtney Hill with the Clark County Recorder's Office. Come on down, you guys. Thank you so very much. Looks like Shirley and Courtney are going to come on down, and we have Maurice on the camera. Okay, love how y'all diversify that in your office. Thank you. We have College of Southern Nevada, Mariana Kewen. Hey, Mariana, come on down. They provide free use. Thank you for that. Our students get an opportunity. Each Friday, they have to go to a workshop, and we want to thank College of Southern Nevada for providing the facilities for us on their campus. Hey, honey, how are you? All right. Okay, go on down there and say hello to all those other famous people. Morton and McCarthy joint venture, Raider Stadium. Flora, are you here? Where's Flora? Flora Fortson. Hey, Flora, come on down. Morton and McCarthy joint venture, they're providing salary for 5 of our interns this summer, and we appreciate that, man. We appreciate Raider Stadium folks getting involved. Morton and McCarthy, thank you very much for helping to make that happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Did you bring some of those buttons down here with you? Okay, all right. You sent some? All right, send some back to everybody. All right, that's pretty cool. We want to be the first on those things, Flora. Don't forget about us. All right, My Path. Is My Path here with us today? My Path? Representative for My Path? You're accepting for them. Okay, all right, thank you. Well, tell them thank you, providing training, curriculum, and computer applications for financial literacy. We appreciate it. Nevada Partners, are you here? Okay, hello. Come on down. Nevada Partners is here. They co-sponsored a 4-day workshop readiness training. We appreciate you all so very much. To all of our candidates, they provided a great workshop, and just to be able to open their doors over at Nevada Partners, they've been a wonderful partner for us for a number of years. Thank you very much. We appreciate you very much. How you doing? All right. And lastly, I'm almost there. Water Reclamation. Where's Water Rec? Water Rec has always been a big, big, big supporter. Brenda Pappas and Jean Sariano. Water Reclamation goes big every year. They have 5 SBI students that they employ over at Water Rec, and we appreciate it. And last but not least, Workforce Connections. Stephen Corbett and who is this? Althea? How do you say last name? Yes, she's here. How you doing? Come on down, you guys. And we love Water Reclamation. Workforce Connections and their partner organizations provided funding for up to 30 of our summer business intern students for 2019. Thank you so very much, and thank you. I think come on up here because I want you to. You're going to help me learn your last name. How do I say it? Muzarewa. Did I say it right? Yes. Well, there you are. There you go. I did it. Hey, Stephen. How you doing, buddy? Good. Welcome. You guys, please do me a favor and give a big round of applause. SBI students, get on your feet. SBI students, you all should have just really been just making a whole lot of noise so that they can write bigger checks next year, right? Are any other, Commissioner Brown wants to know, any SBI parents here with you? No, they're at work, Commissioner Brown. Oh, we have one. All one of you. Thank you. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Pop. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. Miss Sandy, Becky, John, Kavita, anything else we have? You guys have anything else? More checks? Okay, we didn't see them on here, but the Public Education Foundation. Sandy, you want to give us a little background on that because that's important? Anybody?
Actually, I was just going to read a correction into the record.
Okay.
Okay, so we just this morning received an additional $500 donation from the Nevada Children's and Family Development Center. So the new amount for the donations this morning will be $40,200. So I want to enter that into the record when you vote to accept the donations.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we got it. And is this Public Education Foundation? Yes? Oh, well, come on down then. Hello. How are you? Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Did we get everyone? Because I don't want anyone to take their checks back. We're good. All right. You all, thank you so very much for helping to make our 23rd year a success. We could not do this without you. We appreciate you so very much on behalf of all of our students. Thank each and every one of you, your agencies and your corporations for being a blessing to us here in Clark County. Y'all, please, Summer Business Institute 2019 sponsors.
Commissioners, this item will require a vote to accept the donations of $40,200.
Do we have to stand back up?
Yes, but I need a vote for you all to accept the money.
So I would entertain a motion to accept the donation of $40,200 made by Commissioner Weekly. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
All right, next we have one last item is item number 62, which is to recognize the Clark County Firefighters Union Local 1908 for their contributions to the Susan G. Komen Foundation.
Okay, if I could invite down our local firefighter 1908. And Miss Flanagan, I believe you're probably here somewhere as well. Yes? So this really is yet another opportunity to showcase what our local public safety folks do on their spare time. So the Firefighter Association, which is part of Local 1908, they went out and collected dollars for the Susan V. Komen Foundation for Cancer. So I wanted to give them an opportunity to actually talk about what they do and why this organization was who they wanted to donate to.
Hi, I'm Michael Sachs for Clark County Fire Department. Every year we do multiple different T-shirt sales. This year we donated almost $10,000 to the USO, $12,000 some odd dollars to Susan G. Komen. We also did a Vegas Strong shirt, Golden Knight shirt, and all of those proceeds go directly to those charities. All of the time is volunteered through our group. Engineer Mark Lapino over there on the end and firefighter Dale Van Horn are two integral parts of this whole process. They volunteer their time. We sell shirts on the strip. We sell shirts through our fire stations, and it's a really great program that we are able to give back to different organizations. So thank you.
I'm Steve Thompson. I'm the president of the Firefighters Union. We have been doing fundraisers for multiple charities throughout my career. This is one of the several that we support. We are partners with Susan Komen. We have supported them as long as I remember. We do it like Captain Sachs said, through fundraising T-shirts on the strip and through the stations. Our chief allows us to wear them on duty occasionally, so you'll see us responding on calls with the different fundraiser T-shirts in an effort to drum up some support from the public in that effort. We're just grateful that we had the opportunity to share some of this with the charities that we have, and we appreciate you guys' support as well.
Good morning. Thank you to all of the commissioners, and thank you to Clark County Firefighters Local Union 1908. This is just so very grateful. I am president of the board of directors for Susan G. Komen. My name's Tanya Flanagan, for those of you who don't know me. But just want to say thank you so much to our firefighters for doing this for us. We appreciate this partnership. It helps us make a huge difference to the lives of women and some men who are diagnosed with breast cancer right here in Nevada. So just thank you. This partnership has grown over the years, and we are ever so grateful for your efforts and thinking of us. So thank you.
My name is Chelsea Bramble, and I am blessed to serve as the executive director for Susan G. Komen. And it's been great to see this partnership flourish. But more than anything, it's such a great example of community. We're a local nonprofit that thrives on the generosity and the passion of the community members and those like the local firefighters. So thank you so much. It's amazing what you guys do each year to support Susan G. Komen, but more importantly, members of those right here in Clark County. So thank you.
And I just want to say thank you one more time. This kind of goes to our theme today, Beyond the Neon. Look at all the things that we do, and we really are a small community, and we're one big family, so we look out for each other. So we appreciate you looking out for one of our family members. So thank you very much, and we appreciate you.
Commissioners, that concludes the county commissioner, county manager recognition items. That concludes all of your items. Okay, we can now move to section 5 of your agenda, with your introduction of ordinances. Item number 63 is to introduce an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 14.40 and 14.46 of the Clark County Code regarding prohibited parking in residential areas and allowing for towing of vehicles parked in violation of code provisions after notice, providing for additional enforcement authority for such violations, and providing for other matters properly related thereto, and set a public hearing. Staff recommends that a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, August 6, 2019 at 10 a.m.
Commissioner Weekly?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair. I'll get the microphone in a second here. I'll move that the adoption for the ordinance as if an emergency exists.
Commissioner Weekly moves to introduce the ordinance. I'll ask the clerk to read the ordinance. That's what we have on our cheat sheet.
This isn't the ordinance. This is just to introduce an ordinance for the parking and then set a public hearing.
Okay, so I'll set the public hearing for August 6, 2019 at 10 a.m.
She bullies me every meeting.
We can now move to Section 6 of your agenda, which are your business items. Item 64 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, to receive updates on the activities of the various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Does anybody have any emerging issues? Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to brag for a moment. Our Chief Financial Officer informed me that we've raised over $1 million more than we anticipated in the marijuana money. So instead of raising $10 million, we've raised actually $11 million. And I also discovered that the state is giving us $1 million that we weren't counting. So we're actually getting the $12 million that we asked for. So we need to start thinking about what we're going to do with the money above the $12 million. But that'll be down the road.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else have any emergent issues? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may have seen over the last few days there is yet another report showing that Las Vegas, like many other communities, is continuing to feel the effects of global climate change. The report predicted that Southern Nevada could experience a 10-fold increase in the number of days over a 105-degree heat index over the next 20 years. I think this is truly an existential threat to our community, and one that we need to spend more time on. I was invited to attend the Climate Reality Leadership Corps training in Minneapolis. That's Al Gore's organization, in early August, and I look forward to coming back to the board in August to have further discussion on that issue and coordinating with our other partners in the community.
Thank you. Anybody else have emerging issues? Seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Ms. King.
Item number 65 has been deleted. Item number 66 is to appoint 2 qualified individuals to serve the remaining terms of vacant seats on the Clark County Shooting Complex Advisory Committee for a term ending June 30th, 2020 from the list of applicants noted on your agenda item.
Okay, does anybody have any ideas? Is Daniel Hernandez here? Did I see you? Staff does have a recommendation, right? We sent something over.
I'll make a motion to follow staff recommendation.
We have to read them into the record. So if you could tell me the names.
Good evening. Good evening, Daniel Hernandez.
Morning.
Parks and
morning.
Recreation Director. Good
we're
morning.
on morning,
Sorry.
pal. I don't know where you are, but we're on morning.
I'm tired. The recommendations after consultation with the office is Adrian Logan and Danny Talbot.
Okay, Commissioner Jones has made a motion to appoint Adrian Logan and Danny Talbot. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 67 is to reappoint Kristen Keller and Michelle Tobler to serve as administrative hearing officers for the Department of Family Services for the 3-year term from August 1st, 2019 through July 31st of 2022.
Madam Chair, we appreciate their service, and I move their appointment.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson has moved for the reappointment of Christine Keller and Michelle Tobler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Item number 68 is to receive a presentation on the fiscal impacts of Southern Nevada tourism industry from Applied Analysis.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask that this item be placed on the agenda here today. One of the things that I like to do, commissioners, if you all don't mind, is the item that we have called emergent issues. How that came about was there were some concerns that I had. It wasn't so much concerns, but each of us serve on various boards, regional boards. And many times we don't get an opportunity to get an update from those particular boards that each of us individually sit on. And as a result of being on the Las Vegas Conventions and Visitors Authority Board, this was a presentation that was presented to us that as I sat there and I listened to the presentation, I thought, wow, this is some great information that I think would be so beneficial to not only the Board of County Commissioners, but to our constituents who, when we talk about room tax, when we talk about visitor volume, when we talk about the economic impacts that we're experiencing here in 2019 and the upcoming fiscal year, I thought this would be something very appropriate for us to have here today. And so with the permission of the manager and Madam Chair, I asked that Mr. Aguero be here today to present this to us, and this was my emergent issue for the day. Thank you.
Perfect, Commissioner. Commissioner Gibson, did you have something, or should we go right to the presentation?
Were you going to say something? No. Okay. No, he's okay.
Good morning, Mr. Aguero. I think we're going to see you a couple times this week, so
yes,
glad to have you here.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I appreciate the invitation to be here by Commissioner Weekly. As he indicated, for the past few years, we've been looking at the economic impacts of Southern Nevada's tourism industry and preparing a series of briefing documents relative to that. This is one of those. This one is specific to the fiscal impacts, and by fiscal impacts, we mean the revenues that are generated as a result of our tourism industry and the millions and millions of people who choose to get on a plane or get in a car and come and visit our community each and every year. With that, I've divided my presentation into 5 component parts. I'll be relatively brief. There's more information that has been provided to each of you. I'll just touch on a few of the highlights, dealing with the major sources of revenue that we have here in Southern Nevada. Starting with that, of course, is the sales and use tax, which is among our largest sources of revenue here in the state. If we look at Southern Nevada's visitor spending, how much money is spent by every visitor who comes to Southern Nevada, when we add all of that together, again, we're talking about more than 42 million visitors, each spending somewhere between $700 and $800 per person per trip. This is what that breakdown looks like. And it totals about $34.5 billion. Now, in Southern Nevada, or in Nevada as a whole, not all of these expenditures are subject to retail sales and use tax. In the state of Nevada, the only things that are subject to retail sales and use tax are goods sold at retail. And so that falls into these 2 major categories. One is food and beverage sales. The second is shopping sales. And the state of Nevada designed its tax system very intentionally. Things like food for home consumption are not subject to retail sales and use tax, while things like food out of the home is subject to retail sales and use tax. So we can export a fairly healthy share of our tax system to out-of-state consumers. It's wonderful to have those visitors. It works out very well for us here in Southern Nevada. So if we take the amount that is spent on food and beverage and we take the amount that's on shopping, we add those together, we multiply that times the tax rate that we have here, and that generates about $762.5 million every year in retail sales and use tax. And retail sales and use tax goes to fund almost everything that we have in the state. It funds our schools, it funds local governments, it funds police protection and fire protection and all of those things. In addition to major taxes like the sales tax.
Excuse me, can I just ask a question? Sure. So what is the total that we get? What percentage of our sales tax revenue is coming from tourism?
About 22%, Commissioner Sagerboom. If we look at it statewide, it's about 16 to 17%. If we look at it just here in Clark County, it's somewhere between 22 and 24%, depending on what set of assumptions that we make. So you can think about it as about, somewhere between 20 and 25% of our retail sales and use tax is paid by non-resident consumers. If we think, let me just take one step back. Our tourism industry, of course, pays every tax that every other industry pays in Southern Nevada or Nevada as a whole, and it also has a series of industry-specific taxes. Those include gaming taxes and transient lodging taxes, which are commonly referred to as room taxes, as well as live entertainment taxes that are generated here in Southern Nevada. For a very long time, gaming taxes were the largest source of revenue that we had from our tourism industry. That's not the case anymore. Now, room taxes or transient lodging taxes are now the single largest source of revenue that we get in terms of industry-specific taxation. Those industry-specific taxes that are sourced solely to this industry generate another $1.5 billion every year that goes to support, much of it goes to support state services, but also a lot of local services as well, as we'll talk through. Today, depending on what set of statistics that you look at, Southern Nevada accounts for somewhere between 74 and 76% of the state's population. However, it generates 84% of all of its gaming taxes, 91% of all of its transient lodging taxes, and about 97% of all live entertainment taxes. Many of these, of course, are deposited in the state's general fund and distributed to all governments throughout the state of Nevada, or go for services all over the state of Nevada. In addition to that, sometimes we focus heavily, particularly in the context of the LVCVA, we discuss a lot of the room tax and the room tax's origins, what it's used for, those type of things. This pie chart shows about $800 million every year that's generated in room tax and how it is distributed. It goes to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. That's that blue chart that you see on the blue portion of the pie in the top right-hand portion. But it also goes to promote tourism statewide. It goes to the Clark County School District. It goes to the Nevada Distributive School Account, where the state funds that ultimately go to funding education, to the Stadium Authority, to NDOT, and then to a number of other uses, including local governments, parks, transportation services, and the like. If we look at it, we kind of summarize this. Tourism, which was how the room tax sort of started for the promotion of tourism, now only receives about 37% of the total. About another 35% goes to education, and then everything else makes up the remaining 28% of that tax. Again, in 1957, and really the first data that we have are 1959, when 100% of the room tax went to funding tourism and tourism-related activities, now only about a third of that tax goes to that. It's become essentially a tax that goes to fund a great number of things throughout the state of Nevada, and most notably here in Southern Nevada. So we take these taxes, we take sales tax, we take gaming taxes, we take the room tax, and we take live entertainment tax, and we add them all together, and those add up to $2.3 billion every year in terms of visitor contributions to state and local tax revenues here in the state of Nevada. We also broke it down in terms of just looking at the convention travel. Convention represents about 15% of all the visitors that we have to Southern Nevada, which means that we have more convention and meeting visitors than most markets throughout the United States have visitors in total. It is relatively robust for us overall. And just that segment of the market, where those visitors actually spend more than their leisure counterparts, contribute about $420 million every year in state and local revenues for us here in Southern Nevada. In addition to that, we also have general taxes. As I indicated, these are taxes that are paid by all businesses, not only the businesses here in Southern Nevada, the tourism businesses here in Southern Nevada. We have modified business tax. This is the payroll tax. We've got the commerce tax, a general business tax. It's applied to all businesses with $4 million or more in gross revenue. And then we have taxes like alcohol and tobacco taxes. If we look at how much of those are sourced to visitors that are here and to that type of activity, those businesses that support those, it's relatively significant overall. As a matter of fact, about 16% of people that put a head in a bed any night in Southern Nevada are not residents of Southern Nevada more than anywhere else in the United States in terms of our size, right? Those general taxes are another $170 million every year. In addition to that, property taxes, which are not, you could think about these in terms of visitor taxes, but most certainly in terms of the industry's contribution to those taxes, are also relatively significant. Hotel properties represent about 1.4% of all developed acreage in Clark County. They represent 11.7% of all tax revenues that are generated. If we just look at it on a per acre basis, a hotel or hotel casino generates about 8 times the amount of revenue overall in terms of an average acre. The second highest is residential, and you can see the difference between those two overall. Again, an average acre is just under $1 million a year in terms of taxable value. An average hotel casino acre is $7.3 million in generating that.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure, yes.
If you go back to the last slide.
Of course.
If we didn't have property tax caps on residential what would the 8 times higher than average be?
I don't know the answer. I'm sorry. With your permission, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioner Jones. I don't know the answer to that. I could pull it for you, and we could send it over to you so you'd know. I mean, if we look at the total amount that we are abating, it's going to be approaching $1 billion every year we're abating. If we look at it on a per parcel basis or a distribution basis, there's no doubt that our tourism industry continues to benefit significantly and in some ways disproportionately from that total as a result of the way that it's structured. In terms of being able to give you the exact numbers in terms of how that multiplier would be different, no one's ever asked me that question, so I don't have the answer. But it would be higher.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chairwoman, I'll continue if that's okay. In terms of the major taxpayers, right, 7 of the 10 largest property taxpayers in Southern Nevada are tourism-related industries, hotel and casino operators. Not surprisingly, MGM Resorts International and Caesars Entertainment are 1 and 2 in the top there, very high overall. And as we go through this, sometimes it's hard when you see these numbers like $2.3 billion and this total amount of property taxes. But to put it into context in terms of what it means for every man, woman, and child that lives here, how much are all of these visitors coming to Southern Nevada, spending their money, generating taxes, how much are they offsetting the tax burden that we would otherwise have as residents of this community? This is our per capita tax revenue in the state of Nevada. And we fall kind of in the middle of the pack. Oftentimes, people believe that Southern Nevada is a very low tax environment. And in terms of our individual tax burdens, it is relatively low. But in terms of how much revenue we actually generate, we're sort of in the middle of the pack overall in terms of dollars generated per capita. If we take out the tourism dollars, if we take out tourism tax revenues, we fall from the middle of the pack to almost the far left-hand side of our chart, almost the lowest overall. And that shouldn't come as a big surprise as we essentially shift a substantial amount of our tax burden to those visitors who come here. Southern Nevada, Nevada as a whole, is one of 7 states without an individual income tax across the United States. And this is important because if you compare what our tax structure looks like in the state of Nevada versus what the tax structure looks like for a typical state around the United States, you can see how different these two charts are. Right? If you look at things like that sort of fuchsia color, I think on the left-hand side, right? That is individual income tax. You'll notice that it doesn't even exist here in Southern Nevada. You can see the very dark color there. That's corporate income tax. It doesn't exist in the state of Nevada. You can see that our property taxes, to Commissioner Jones's point, have been restructured to actually now be lower than the national average, while things like gross receipts taxes and sales taxes are higher than the national average overall. If we break that down and we look at that differential, if we take our tourism, the amount that is generated by the visitors that we welcome every year, and the taxes that they pay, it means that it saves residents about $1,029 every single year. And if we look at that in terms of every adult, it's about $1,350 every year. And if we look at it in terms of every household, it's $2,850 roughly every single year is offset by those 42 million visitors coming to Southern Nevada and spending money on just about everything that they do. With that, Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you or the board may have.
Does anybody else have any questions? I'm going to look forward to Thursday when we talk about SB 543 and compare some of these numbers, because I'd like to see statewide if room tax goes into the DSA. I can't remember if it does. Somehow I feel like it doesn't.
No, there's 2 portions of the room tax. One portion of the room tax, you'll recall the 3% not to exceed 13 IP1 dollars is deposited into the distributive school account and is essentially an offset to the state's general fund. Under SB 543, the restructuring of that would no longer, those revenues will remain with education. It will no longer work as a general fund offset to education funding.
So I guess what I'm asking, and I don't want to belabor this, but it was great information. I'm wondering if every authority does it the same way, because I don't remember the statute. I remember them having to come back so that they could do things. So right? The big argument's always been we keep dividing up the pie, but at the same time, other communities are really investing in tourism. And if we keep giving away every dollar that we make within room tax, we could end up not being the top destination. But I'm wondering if the other communities around the state, the other county convention authorities, the other 16, if they put money into the DSA.
Madam Chair, that's a difficult question, but I'll try and answer it the best way that I can.
You could get to me later if you want.
I think I can answer it for you. Every locality does their room tax a little bit differently. Every locality also puts money into the distributive school account for the funding of education. However, nobody does it at the level that Clark County does it. And so to be clear on this particular issue, when IP1 was passed, the 3% not to exceed 13, the 3% not to exceed 13 was implemented that way because the only place that had a 13% tax was Clark County, or would be at that level would be Clark County.
Had less than 13%.
Sorry, less than 13% would be Clark County. And as a result, what is a substantial amount of money was generated by Clark County, was deposited into the distributive school account, and would have been distributed to all localities. To the first half of your question, the return on investment in terms of our room tax and the way that it is used for the promotion of tourism, for the development of transportation infrastructure, all the things that it is used for in terms of making Southern Nevada a wonderful place to come and visit, the return on the investment on that has been substantial. So I think that's both parts of the question.
No, and I mean, when everybody's always looking for dollars, that's one of the first places they go. And I just remind people that we have to reinvest in what keeps us going, right? What keeps that strip vibrant. Commissioner Weekly?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing Jeremy to come to make the presentation. And I hope that you all found the information he brought to us here today pretty useful. Moving forward, and then this kind of falls right in line with what just happened this past week, Madam Chair, with National NACO hosting its conference here in Southern Nevada. This goes to show whether it's the 3,000 county commissioners from around the country and their spouses and friends and guests. Those numbers aren't even accounted for as
I
of
spent
yet.
more money on this trip this week than I have in a while myself.
Absolutely.
So I'm just saying, I gave back too.
It'd be interesting to see what those numbers are as it relates to the economic impact and what we were able to contribute to this economy here. But we've seen shows from 500 people all the way up to thousands who come from whether it be conferences or shows. And so it's a real huge economic impact that I think is so important for all of us as we go out and talk to our constituents and those that are watching understand how we operate here in Southern Nevada, and I appreciate that. And lastly, Madam Chair and Madam Manager, I'd just like to maybe ask, in the future as we use and utilize emergent issues, it's great to talk about just some of the things we're doing in our districts, cleanups and back-to-school drives and all kinds of things like that. But to get back to its original intent, I really would. I think moving forward for future commissioners and even those who are new on the board here, for us to get periodic updates of what's happening, whether it be from the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, whether it be from RTC, whether it be from the Water Reclamation District Board or Fiscal Affairs for Metro. We sit on different boards and we don't have an idea of what goes on those boards, but many times we're asked to make an informed decision or vote on something that's related to that particular entity. And so this was important to me. There's a lot of things happening in Southern Nevada from a LVCVA's perspective that it's never brought to this board here. And we hear things that I'm sitting there in those meetings going, wow, we didn't even know that from a county's perspective. And so just to be able to share that information with my colleagues, I think that's important.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, Jeremy.
I'll work with County Manager King, and we will figure out maybe each one of you can give us some ideas of some different things to bring. So thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate, and that's a PowerPoint I'm keeping. See you Thursday. Be ready. Okay, County Manager.
Next, we have item number 69, which is to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance amending various provisions of Chapter 3.64 of the Title III of the Clark County Code relating to the Asian American Community Commission, providing for other matters related thereto, and take other action as appropriate. Commissioners, before we open the public hearing, for the record, I would like to read a correction on item number 69. Section 3.64.010 definitions. Unless the particular provision of the context otherwise requires the term commission, wherever used in this chapter means the Asian American Community Commission. Also in this section, we need to add the Pacific Islanders between American and community. And under section 3.64.020, letter A has changed to include and Pacific Islanders. And section 3.64.040, letter A, and the revised letter E have also changed. And those are all the corrections that I have to read into the record.
Okay, Commissioner Sager-Blum, did we change the amount of folks?
Yes, Madam Chair. What we've done is we've just added a little clause that says that there'll be 15 members, but those 15 members can select a smaller number to serve as executive committee.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else have any comments or questions? Okay. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Anybody wishing to speak on this item?
And I apologize, there's one of the changes we made, which would be to allow honorary chairs and honorary members to be part of the committee without voting powers, which is probably anticipated, but that's...
Do we need to put that in there? Or we just need to have that intent, Mr. Pickens?
I think as long as it's in the record, I don't think it needs to be there, but that was what the attorney recommended.
So I want to ask this though, for open meeting law, how this works, because I just did this with the OHV. And so so the open meeting law says if we make a committee, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pickens, make a committee, then it's subject through the whole process. But you can have issue managers so that they can do that. Otherwise, all of those subcommittee or honorary committee members then also have to fall under public open meeting discussions.
That's correct. The AG's office has for years.
I learned all about open meeting law. Trust me when I tell you.
Right. The AG's office for years has told us that subcommittees are under the open meeting law and are required to post agendas and comply with the open meeting law. Just this past session, though, they have adopted a statute that now makes it very clear that any subcommittee of this board is required to comply with the open meeting laws.
But even I guess I'm trying to clarify. So he's saying that there's 15, and then there's an executive board of 9, which is honestly how the governor's workforce board works. But then he's saying that others can be honorary chairs of particular issues. My understanding is that has to be done in an open format to make issue managers and not necessarily chairs.
So individuals don't have to comply with the open meeting law, but yes, anybody that's a subcommittee or a branch off of that would have to comply with the open meeting law.
And I only say that, Commissioner Sager-Blum, because it's a matter of how you do it, of how much staff that you got to have to actually accomplish the things that you're doing. So at least what we've done in the OHV committee, Commissioner Gibson can attest to this, is we have issue managers and they go out and do all the work, and they still can't talk to everybody, but they go out and they get the information and then bring it back to the whole committee so that there's a couple of them maybe working on that. So just so people don't get the wrong impression that they could be a chair.
The AG's office calls those fact finders. As long as you're not deliberating towards a decision and you're just looking for facts for the group, then that would be okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be the point, that we would want to notice any meeting of any group of this, but and if we need to have staff, as long as it's within the budget, then that would be acceptable to me. But I would hope that that the main thing is we don't want to have meetings where they weren't posted.
Okay. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm opening the public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and then I just want to go back to, I'm concerned about staff trying to manage 15 different folks' subcommittees. That's what I just want to make sure that we don't do, because that will take a lot. Commissioner Gibson, you've worked with me on the OHB, and that's been a big contentious issue on expectation. So can you, I just want to make sure that Commissioner Sagerblum, that we're clear on what we're trying to get to.
Well, I do think it would be well for us to get a sense of where that support's going to come from, because it ultimately redounds to us. If a board that we create or a subcommittee we create is not in compliance, it reflects on us. So how might this commission be supported? And I don't know that we have to know the answer to that today, but through the manager's office, there needs to be a determination about how that would happen.
Okay.
I honestly just assumed it would come through the commissioner's office, Commissioner Sagerblum's office. And if there's additional staffing support that's needed, we can provide that through administrative services.
Okay.
I volunteer my staff, wherever they are.
I bet they love you right now. Okay, so I just, at least so we could at least at some point work with legal and talk about how those additional committees are set up. The fact finder's much better, because what I've at least experienced is they can go out and find all the information that is important to them, that they want the entire board. We've been able to get a lot more accomplished that way. So just when you have committee meeting after committee meeting, it gets hard to manage.
The thought would be we'd have interns that would actually go out and do all that legwork.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, we're going to take a vote on this. And if you want to make a motion, Commissioner Sagerblum.
I make a motion that we adopt the Asian American and Pacific Islanders Committee as articulated in the ordinance.
And start taking applications.
And yes, my understanding, the applications will be online, maybe starting tomorrow. So we're going to reach out, but anyone that's watching this or anyone knows anybody, please get the word out and have people submit. There's no prejudgments yet as far as who's going to be on this, but we want diversity at all levels.
Okay.
Just for clarification, the motion should be to adopt the ordinance with the recommended changes suggested by the county manager.
Okay. I make a motion to adopt the ordinance with recommended changes.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum has made the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes, and just a reminder, applications will be online tomorrow, and encourage folks to invite. And it's a great opportunity for some of you youngsters to get engaged in some of those issues and maybe participate. So,
Commissioners, next we have item number 70, which is to authorize the creation of 108 general fund and 81 non-general fund positions for the fiscal year 2020. Ms. Colvin has just a brief overview of the agenda.
Good morning, Commissioners. At the beginning of the year, staff requested the departments to provide requests for supplemental positions to meet the needs in their departments. We received approximately 400 positions for the general fund. We went through those positions, and what we've attached for you is a listing of 81 non-general fund positions and 108 general fund positions with descriptions. You'll find that the recommendations primarily will address public safety concerns, reduce workloads, and improve service delivery to our constituents.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, do I have any comments or questions? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have some questions with regards to the CCDC positions, and this gets a little bit back to Commissioner Weekly's comment about providing opportunities for the whole board to hear from some of the other committees. I don't know that we had a presentation from the Metro Fiscal Affairs folks to fully understand the recommendations that came on the non-general fund side, particularly with regards to detention. There's a recommendation that we approve 40 additional positions at a cost of $3.9 million. By my count, those 40 positions are more than 35 county departments combined. I certainly understand if those are the needs, then those are the needs. I don't know that the information provided has been sufficient to justify all of those positions. And it sort of comes at the same time when I and others have asked our information from Metro that relate to ICE detentions at Clark County Detention Center. I know I've made those entreaties to Deputy Chief Meyer. Unfortunately, and I don't blame him for this, the legal department at Metro hasn't been willing to provide information with regards to ICE detentions. Just to give you a sense here, when any other department we ask for information from them, I'll give you just an example from the real property management team, Lisa Kramer and her folks. They provide us a report with all sorts of information on a monthly basis. And so it is extremely frustrating, particularly when nearly 1/4 of the requests that are coming today come at the same time at which the detention center, Metro, Sheriff are unwilling to provide information with regards to something that I think that is of critical importance to our community here. I'm happy to hear from Deputy Chief Meyer. If you have more information today, that's great. I did meet with the sheriff last week along with our chair, and I would say that the questions weren't fully answered.
So I want to step back for a second. Commissioner Jones, I'm going to own this one. So when I came to the county commission a few years back, we had to make some changes because we were running into problems with capacity at our jails. And so many folks will remember that we undid our contracts with other entities. We said, Lincoln County, we're no longer going to use you. We're going to put in a diversion court. We're going to try house arrest. We did all these things. And this is what I walked into when I first started. And so we also promised the corrections officers 23 positions that year, and we gave them 0. So when it came down to it, we didn't have the dollars to do it. And then we said to Metro last year, listen, go put a plan together, figure out what you need for the long term. First and foremost, we need to make sure that we have coverage so that people are getting processed correctly. Secondly, please start cutting the overtime. So then if you remember, so we had very contentious conversation on what that was, and I believe this board adopted last year a 3-year plan of what we would give them. So before you all got here. Then we had a little bit of additional money, so we front-loaded a few more of those positions. And because there was a big conversation, and look, I got on the wrong side, Mr. Grammas. You remember I got on the wrong side of the very people that I worked the hardest to make sure public safety gets, because we tried to create a new class position. So if you remember in March, we had this discussion that bottom line is the corrections officers needed 82 positions to start making a dent, because with attrition, they continue to get farther and farther behind. Clark County did not keep up their responsibility of the plan that was initially put in place. Commissioner Brown, am I still on the right track? So I will own at least not giving you that plan, but I thought in March we had that discussion, so I will own that. But if you want them to answer the additional questions, so that's why I'm very comfortable with the 40 positions, because it's the least of what we owe them from the last 2 years that we told him to put a plan in place. So, Chief Hank, Chief Meyer.
Good morning, Madam Chair and County Commission members. Thank you for having us today. My name is Assistant Sheriff Charles Hank, and Commissioner Jones, thank you for your question. Sheriff Lombardo is certainly transparent and committed to that transparency of how we're spending and the responsibility we have within the jail. I cannot provide you with the details in the report you just displayed from the other entity, but we will certainly give you any information that you need and provide any details or questions that you have. With that, I like to say and make very clear, as Mr. Guerrero talked about what's going on in this community, right now we're about 12% down in violent crime and over 5% down in property crime, so overall almost 6%. And that's through not only the efforts of Metro alone, but our partner law enforcement agencies, as well as the community partnerships, as the Madam Chair talked about the things that they're doing over in Northeast and commitments that have been made, as well as what she's done to reach out to get other partners to come on board and to help us. Within the jail, the vision and the pillars of what we do are safety of staff, security of facility, and well-being of inmates. Those inmates that are in that facility they've offenders certainly, and many of them should be incarcerated, particularly for the violent offenses, but they're also members of our community. And so we have the North Valley Complex, which has not been staffed. It's still not completely staffed. We're running about 10% vacancy right now, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And so we've had, through the collaborations, and the Madam Chair talked about at the times where we were renting out beds, we have pulled people off of cots. At one time, we had members in our facility or inmates in our facility having to sleep on cots because of the capacity that we've had. I know I saw a few of the judges in the back. We have the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, where we're working with the District Attorney's Office, where we're working with the district judges, the Justice Court judges, public defenders, parole and probation, all entities to ensure that we're collaborating for the efficiency of our criminal justice system, and we're very grateful for their partnership and support for us. So we apologize that, as the Commissioner talked about, there's been some ongoing things, and certainly with the many changes in the membership, there may have been some lack of communicating where we are and how we're moving forward in this plan. But I assure you, on behalf of Sheriff Lombardo, we are more than willing to provide you with any information that you have. And I appreciate the county manager's support, holding us accountable, asking us questions, coordinating with us, letting us know that we have to wait, that we have to find another way. And so we will do what you need us to do. We'll provide you with any information and details that you need. So I don't want to shortchange you and try to make an attempt here to give you all the details today. But if there's anything that you need from us to provide you regarding what we're doing, we're willing to do that.
And I very much appreciate that. In fact, you, frankly, here today have gone farther than the sheriff did in his meeting last week in terms of the offer to provide information to us. I guess we're not going to go all the way down this path today, but look, as we speak, ICE agents are out raiding people's houses. ICE agents are holding people in cages at the direction of frankly, a president who has weaponized an organization, and Metro has decided to re-up with ICE in that regard, and I have issues with that. I've expressed those issues to the sheriff. I'll be supporting the additional positions here today, but the reality is I will be asking a lot more questions over the next year, and I can't support additional supplemental positions going forward if we don't get the answers that I think we're entitled to when it comes to cooperation with ICE.
Understood, and thank you for your support.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson.
In some respects, Commissioner Brown and I could probably provide more information than we have been providing. We serve on fiscal affairs. I will acknowledge that the last, 6 months, we've been focused on a very difficult task of corralling, resolving, and negotiating fully a series of labor contracts that have dominated our discussion in our executive meetings. And those are not things that we are really at liberty to discuss in any detail. But these questions, for instance, if I had known that you were asking those questions, or if Commissioner Brown had known, I'm sure we would have brought you answers. And to the comment that Commissioner Weekly made earlier in the meeting, this is probably a time when we ought to recommit ourselves to sharing the information that we know, or getting answers to questions we don't even know are out there, so that we can all be fully informed. So in many respects, it's probably on us some that we haven't known and then inquired, so that we can bring back that information. But we'll probe, and we'll be asking the questions. And we haven't had, in my experience for the last 6 months on the Fiscal Affairs Board, I haven't had a time when any question that was put to the sheriff or his executive staff, either in our meetings or just individually on the phone, has gone unanswered. We'll work harder to try and provide that kind of information to you.
Okay, thank you. So a couple of things. So we put together a 3-year plan last year. So could you make sure that Commissioner Jones gets that, and all the board members for that matter, on what we said over the course of 3 years that you would need with the attrition and everything else? And I believe that you guys have 3 academies going this year.
We just graduated 40 correction officers last week. We are scheduled to do another, I believe we have over 70 vacancies right now. 76, and we're putting forth another class in August with 55 additional correction officers.
So, and to Commissioner Jones's point, we met with the sheriff. We asked for some specific data, which we believe that you guys can add to the report that we currently get on the vacancy. So I share it with the rest of the board. The one that we get every day on where we are on vacancies, how many meds we got going, all of that information, which is, we keep track. So we're asking for just a couple more detailed pieces of it without violating anybody's rights, without violating that. So the sheriff does have that list. So he said he would get back to us this week, Commissioner Jones, or so. So we'll just follow up with you to make sure that we get that, and I believe you guys could probably add it to the report that we already get. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll jump in. Certainly, as my colleagues know, the last 6 months has been some distractions in my own life. So I'll take responsibility of not communicating information. I agree with Commissioner Weekly. The regional representatives on board should take advantage of that item 64 as far as emerging issues. So I'll take responsibility for that. But I do want to publicly, and Justin and I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, there's a history here that you need to go back at least to the recession as far as the numbers of officers and police officers and correction officers, when it became obvious that when we went from 2.0 officers down to 1.65, the crime rate rose significantly. And that's just a fact. The more cops we have on the street, the more corrections officers we have in the jails, has a direct impact on crime. And Metro and the sheriffs and the entire staff have done a phenomenal job over the last 5-6 years building that back up to the 2.0 and building up the staffing at the jail. And it's not this year that they're getting 40 positions. It's taken a snapshot of the last 5 years where we could have been giving 10 positions per year, and the plan that's now in effect. But that isn't how our budget works. We have priorities that shift dramatically year to year. And we have had this room filled with employees, union employees, with the debate being what's more important, the suicide hotline person, a firefighter, a police officer. We as a board meet these challenges each and every year, but it's never consistent, and it's very difficult to have 40 different departments have a 5-year plan on personnel. It's almost impossible. So I would caution taking a year independent from taking a look at a broader scope. And the other point that we talked about, Metro is not a department of the county. It is independent of the county. State statute has us paying a significant portion of Metro. But the sheriff is elected. He has a job to do. And I've always felt, both at the city and the county, that Metro, our police, and our fire are the highest priority we have. Public safety, on every survey that's ever been taken, is the #1 priority in our community to just about every one of our citizens. And that priority is reflected often in our budgets, because unlike other departments and other public services, that if we slow down or if they fall behind on personnel, it's not as endangering to public safety. On a fire situation, on a Metro situation, if we let the jail or if we let the officers, the personnel numbers start falling back, trying to be equitable to 40 departments, that's when we get in trouble. That's when the adverse impact is public safety. That's when we're putting lives in jeopardy. So there's a balance there. And I absolutely agree that if Commissioner Jones asks the sheriff or anybody from Metro for information, unless it's proprietary, the sheriff has an obligation to provide that. We are the funding source for Metro. And I just think that that relationship needs to grow a little bit more, needs to probably gain some trust, both from the commissioner's point and from the sheriff's point. And I know that will happen because I've dealt with 4 sheriffs over my tenure, and that relationship, it's a two-way street. And I've always felt very comfortable with the transparency, with the response times. So I'm very supportive of this, because I've seen what happens if that jail situation, if that overcrowded situation is not addressed. And it's not only for the health and well-being of the prisoners, but then you get into a legal situation where would cost us a lot more than some positions. So I will be supporting today.
Okay, anybody else? Commissioner Sangerblom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo what Commissioner Jones said as far as the inability to appreciate what we're being asked to approve. I believe that part of it's just because we came into the process late, and so frankly didn't really know the questions to ask earlier. But I just want to point out, I'm going to have an item later in the agenda to talk about potential subcommittees where we would look at each one of these budgets during the year, so we wouldn't be faced with this issue at the end of the year, being asked to do things that we don't really appreciate. But I do think the jail particularly is ours. That's not Metro, that is the county's responsibility, and we as commissioners have an obligation to ensure that that jail operates correctly, and that if they're operating with ICE agents, that we know exactly what they're doing, and if we don't appreciate that, then we step in and say, no, that's not appropriate. So I hope that as we talk later about my proposal for subcommittees to look at some of these issues, we could talk about these ideas going forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I need to respond to that. We're responsible for the funding of the jail. Metro is entirely responsible for the operations. And that seems like semantics, but it's important. I guess we could use funding as a leverage to demand certain things from an operational standpoint from the jail. But then I think we're crossing the line. The sheriff is elected. He and his executive staff run the jail through policies that not only are adopted statewide but nationally. If we have concerns with those policies, that's when the communication component comes in. We need to understand the why. But if we disagree with how an elected officer is running his jail, and the sense that we can use money to influence that policy decision, I think we need to strengthen the communication here, because I'd be very adverse to us getting into the operational decisions of the jail unless they were in violation of civil rights or constitutional issues. It's a fine line. But the clear distinction that we fund the jail 100%, unlike Metro, where the city and the county share expenses. But the operational aspect of the jail is 100% Metro.
Okay. Any other? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to circle back on Commissioner Brown's comments. I want to make it clear that I 100% support public safety, and I know that he knows that. But I am concerned that I've already been accused by the PPA last week, based on simply asking questions to you, Deputy Chief Meyer, that I don't support public safety. And that's offensive to me. And I want to make it clear that I 100% support Metro. I have done ride-alongs with Metro. I have come and toured the jail with you. I have toured with the district attorney's office to make sure I understand how the initial appearance court works and the burden that places on, obviously, CCDC. And so that is why I'll be supporting these positions here today. But I certainly hope that folks, simply because I ask questions, that I don't support public safety.
Okay. You should know I asked plenty myself, so we're going to work on our communication overall so that people can understand the why things are in place, or the how, or what is needed for the long term. So we look forward to that better partnership. As you know, it was me in March that was pushing hard to understand, but I do think that today's a new day, so let's not let any information not get addressed, and let's work on having some regular updates and briefings. And so, you know, I'm not a fan of doing things through email myself, because one time I put things in cap just because I was tired and didn't realize I had the caps on, and people are like, why are you mad at me? And I'm like, mad at you for what? And so it's easy to pick up the phone, and I would appreciate if you all could come over a little more often and just kind of keep everybody up to date on what's going on. We've made some huge improvements in the jail, and let's keep that direction.
Move approval.
Okay, I have a motion for approval on item number 70. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Manager King, before we go on, if we could take a 5-minute recess so I could let these SBI folks get back to what they're doing well. Hopefully you've had a good education today on a little bit of everything. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We're almost done. So we'll go to item number 72.
Actually, it's item number 71.
Okay.
You are
Okay.
trying to go fast.
It's cold in here. I don't know why. We need to turn the...
Item number 71 is to approve the allocation of $93,905,615 from the County Capital Projects Fund 4370 to fund countywide capital projects and authorize the transfer from the County Capital Projects Fund 4370 to the Information Technology Fund 4380 in the amount of $35,212,409.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on item 71. Do I have anybody wishing to speak on item 71? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Do I have any comments from staff? Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure you're really happy to hear me push my button right now.
It's all good.
With regards to, I just had one question with regards to in the manager information report, page 3 on countywide fencing. There is an agenda item for $578,000, and I'm just trying to understand what does that represent in terms of linear feet of fencing?
So maybe RPM.
Yeah, I think I would need RPM to be able to.
Lisa, you have that number off the top of your head?
So I'll just get to the point then. My point here is that I had asked for some information about some fencing for potential dog park, and the budget came in at $3 million for fencing. And so I'm just trying to understand sort of the relationship between replacing fencing countywide for $578,000 and some fencing in one park for $3 million.
I bet you have that answer.
I'm sure she does.
Hi, Lisa Creamer, Director of Real Property Management. And I can talk to you about the estimate that was submitted to you for the, I believe it was Red Ridge Dog Park facility. That wasn't just fencing. That was shade structures, watering stations, parking lots. So that had additional improvements in there as well. I can't speak to the specific number that was included in the capital allocation. I can get that information for you and we can go over that separately, but I'd be happy to sit down and review the scope with you on the Red Ridge Dog
Great.
Park.
I'm really interested in fencing, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So Lisa, can I ask, some of this countywide fencing is when we have to put up temporary fencing, when we have to, is that a more accurate statement of what this fencing could be used for?
It is. Some of it might involve fencing at, around pools or existing fences that need to be, swapped out, whether it's along ball fields or whatever if they're damaged. I don't have the specific list in front of me, but also if we have vacant parcels and we have to do vacant parcel cleanups, there's a lot of times where we ask our Parks and Rec Parks maintenance team to go out there and install some temporary fencing. We've done that on a few occasions to prevent people from accessing the vacant lands or homeless gaining access to those. So it just depends. I mean, we do have specific lists identified which support that $500,000, but generally we put some money in a bucket so that we can respond to specific requests that come in, whether it's through air quality or the health district to clean up vacant parcels.
Okay, Commissioner Weekly. Okay. And you'll get Commissioner Jones a list?
Yes, I can do that. Thank you.
And your estimate on your, I give you my dog park, trust me. But without they want benches, they want seats, they want covered shade structures. I have folks that want all kinds of stuff at their dog park.
Madam Chair, I'd move for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Jones has moved for approval on item number 51. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. I have 71. Motion passes.
That's item 71.
I got it. I changed it, Chris. There's so motion passes for item 71.
Next, we have item number 72, which is to receive a report on the Community Development Block Grant Capital and Improvement Plan for fiscal years 2015 through 2019 and direct staff as appropriate.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Mike Pollock, Director, Clark County Social Service. With me here this morning is Kristen Cooper, Manager in Community Resources Management. In keeping with the Beyond the Neon theme today, we're going to give you a quick, brief update on our Community Development Block Grant Program, which provides some of the only critical investment in some of our low-income neighbors and our low-income neighborhoods. Kristen, if you want to give them the walkthrough, and then we can answer questions.
Good morning, Kristen Cooper, Clark County Social Service Community Resources Management Unit. We have been receiving community development block grant funds since 1982, and we've received almost $235 million in those 37 years. The funds are specific to, they're an anti-poverty program created by Congress and it's managed through HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. One of the most important things to know about it is that we are not allowed to have on hand any more than 1.5 times our annual grant at any one time. So that's a very strict compliance that we have to maintain. In order to do that, we have created a capital improvement plan starting in 1999. Which was for 2000 to 2004. Essentially what we do is we ask for a pre-award waiver from HUD so that we can pre-commit our funds to projects, get them started, not have to worry about having the funding on hand waiting for it each year. So what that has enabled us to do is to do larger projects of more community significance over time. And we I can show you the next, and it also helps us maintain our 1.5 compliance because we're spending the money in advance and then we are paying ourselves back essentially over the 5 years. Next. Okay, so this is the 2000 to 2004 projects. The next slide is the 2005 to 2009 projects. You can see we do about anywhere between 12 and 16 projects in a year. This one is 2014, right, so the last one was 2010 to 14, and then here is our current project list, 2015 to 2019. All of those projects are completed except for the Mulaski Family Park, and that ran into some delays, and so we are going out to bid actually in the near future on that project. All the others are completed, and we are simply waiting for our next grant to pay ourselves back, sort of the final little bit. What we would like to do, and then here's some of the projects. So we got the Shannon West Homeless Youth Center, the Boulder Highway Collaborative Campus, which was a large campus at Boulder Highway and approximately Desert Inn. It's a great place where we have Lutheran Social Services, Boys and Girls Club, and Boulder Pines Apartments. So it was actually part of the NACO conference, one of the tours, and it was really enjoyed, I think, by the people who were able to attend. We also have the Nevada Partners Workforce Development Center expansion, and here's some of our parks that we've done. Alexander Villas Parks improvements with the basketball court and the splash pad, among other things. Cora Coleman Senior Center, we expanded the meeting room. We built the Spring Mountain Residential Youth Center for boys. And in fact, you improved the Spring Mountain Residential Youth Center for girls today. Thank you. The Von Tobel Splash Pad got done. The Winchester Cultural Center expansion. And the Sandy Valley Peace Park, those are pictures of the bicycle rodeo that they had out there for the grand opening. And then here's the Mulaski Family Park. The improvements haven't been made yet, so we wanted to show you a picture of what the park looks like. So what we are trying to do is we've added a couple of projects, or we'd like to add a couple of projects. One is the Spring Mountain Youth Residential Center for Girls, because we need shovel-ready projects for funding that we have that is in excess of what we had originally planned. So the original plan was for $24 million in projects, and we're going to be receiving about $28 million. Plus, we've had a little bit of cost savings on some of the projects. And then we've also managed, because these projects are so large and don't take quite as much staff to manage. We have a little bit of staff admin savings as well, which is exciting. So what we are estimating for 2020 to 2024 in CDBG capital improvement is for us 28.5 million. And that is, we are expecting, and this is based on this year's allocation, and then we're taking that and hoping that the next 5 years we'll be getting the same amount. There is a chance that it could go up or down. Lately it's been going up, but in the past it has gone down. So sometimes the 5-year plan becomes a 6-year plan. Or in the case that we have right now, sometimes the 5-year plan becomes really a 4-year plan because we have additional funds then at the end. And you can see the breakout. We also provide funding to Boulder City of 3% of the total, and to Mesquite for 3% of the total as our consortium partners.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Do I have any comments or questions? I have one question. So as we go out and we plan for the next group of projects, so I did get caught up in the Cora Coleman one where we're short on funding. And so we did have to wait, which, so I prefer that we estimate with less projects, assuring that it can get done, because nothing's more frustrating for our constituents to have to wait 6 years for something to get done. So is there any thought put into that with construction costs rising, the cost of steel? Is there any thought put into those projects, so that I'd rather come back, have shovel-ready projects where if we have additional money that we could put it towards that all at once as opposed to waiting over time?
We do, for the county-specific projects, we do use RPM, and they do really actually pretty great estimates. They're pretty close. The construction costs lately have just been, the rise in construction costs has been.
No, and I'm just asking, are we gonna, I would like us to consider that. I'd rather have a shovel-ready project on the shelf, but knowing that we're gonna get it, because it's not as easy as people think to commingle those funds. So I'd rather have less, but have other projects ready, so if the amount comes in extra, then we have something that it goes to, even if it's prioritizing it.
I think we can do that, no problem. Absolutely.
Commissioner, we do work with the capital planning process a little bit, and we try to make sure that some of the, if there's a project in the capital plan that we could fund out of this CDBG plan, that we can sort of move those around, but and we can pay more attention to that going forward.
Does anybody else have any comments or questions? I just got caught up into Cora Coleman when I first got here. It had been on the books for a while, and then it came in short, and then we had to wait for the next set of dollars. So I wouldn't want anybody else to be in that spot. So, Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I 100% agree, and I would encourage the commissioners who have just come on board to get to know this process a little bit better, because it is a bit frustrating. I know over the years I would go to staff and just say, well, what am I doing about this? And, oh, you just missed the deadline. You got to wait 5 years. And so it gets extremely frustrating. But to see Alexander Villas on the screen, when you look at from whence it's come from and see that we had children having to play on concrete and equipment that was probably 20 plus years old, to see where it is today, it's wonderful. And then an area like where Von Tobel is located at, this is a very transient neighborhood here, but there are still kids who go to school in this area here. To go in, a simple splash pad, folks, have made such a difference in the lives of a lot of those kids over there. And to give them something positive to do, especially in 105, to go out and play in some squirting fountains that's keeping them refreshed, and they're having a good time, and they're getting an opportunity to be kids. Remember, we took their swimming pool out, and we can laugh about it today, but it wasn't a laughing matter. We took away their pool, and they had nowhere to go. And so now we have plans on the books to go in and build them a new park in their area. And so it's really good to see. It's taken a long time. I've been sitting here for 12 years, and now I'm starting to see what we talked about 12 years ago. And so it's a very frustrating process, but I guess when you see the end results, it's a blessing to the people who've been waiting for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you. My understanding is there's also a committee that will be involved in this process, and I'd like to know as much about that as possible, and if I have appointments, how we can go about that. And also, it's possible if we pass this quarter cent sales tax, we would have $50 million to spend on these type of things, and so maybe we could coordinate that with CBD going forward.
So I do believe that we all have appointments coming up soon on these boards. It's imperative that you get people that are familiar with your districts, and so that'll be coming in a couple of agendas, I believe.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, we will be coming to you for the Community Development Advisory Committee. Jasmine Carr on my staff, she will be reaching out to you for appointments for that board. And then there are 19 town board and citizen advisory committee members who are also participating in that.
Okay. So we'll make sure, Commissioner Sagerblum, that can you send us a blurb so we can put it in our newsletters to start collecting names?
Absolutely.
And Commissioner, I would just offer also to Commissioner Sagerblum's point, the CDBG program itself is sometimes a little complicated. And so if you have any questions about what might be an eligible project, we can run it by staff, and typically we'll give you our first opinion, and then we'll take it to HUD just to be sure that we did the right opinion, because these are funds that are supposed to be targeted to low-income people in low-income neighborhoods. And sometimes we get some creative things on the margin, and we certainly want to take a look at them, and if it makes sense to the county, then we need to have a conversation with HUD to try to get what you want.
So he's saying nothing's off the table. Be creative and give him a chance. So
Can we buy that Showboat property?
with that, we will entertain a motion to approve item 72. Is that a motion, Commissioner Sagerblum?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Sagerblum has moved for approval of item number 72. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
Madam Chair, could I add something?
Yes.
We will be going out on July 29th with the application, so I just wanted the public to know that.
Okay, perfect. And you send us something, we'll get it out as well. So there's a motion on the floor, no further discussion. Please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next, we have item number 73, which is to discuss the creation of subcommittees within the Board of County Commissioners to review county department budgets.
Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be totally off the wall.
Is this one of the 99? So am I getting closer?
This is the one. This is the one.
Okay.
But this came to me kind of out of frustration, because when the budget came to me to be approved, I realized I didn't know anything about how we got to this point, and basically staff said, here's what is good, and you can't really question what they do, because I assume they're knowledgeable. But it seems to me that in a lot of ways we're like the Ways and Means or the Finance Committee in the state legislature, where we actually monitor the district attorney's budget, the jail, the judges, the public defender's office, the airport. There's a lot of budgets that we supervise, but we don't really get into to find out where's the money going, how's it being spent, is there things we can do differently. And so I would like to propose that we have I don't want if the whole board wants to be there, that's fine, but if not, you could have subcommittees of 3, so there's not an open meeting violation, and have people come in, and have the sheriff come in and explain what happens there, have the district attorney come in and explain what he does, and just learn more about these agencies that we supervise. So that's my proposal. I'm not sure how we would get from here to there, but I'd like to throw it out as a concept to be considered.
Kate, is there any discussion? So my initial thought is I would rather us, and I feel your pain, because I sat on Ways and Means for some time, and we knew how many pencils they got in each department. So what I'd rather see is us bring some of these departments just before us to tell us kind of what their initiatives are, what they're working towards. So as we get to the budget process next year, maybe we have a better idea when these positions come about? I mean, I think we could do it without creating a subcommittee and just bring, folks back. Chris, you have something?
So just to be clear, a subcommittee is 2 members or more. And so, like I said, in the last session, AB 70 clarified that subcommittees are working groups of at least 2 or more persons who are appointed by the public body. So if this body takes action to create a subcommittee, then it's going to be in compliance with the open meeting law. You're going to have to comply with the open meeting law.
But couldn't you talk to each other without, because you're not a quorum of the 7?
You have to be careful. This law came about because there was 2 school board members that got together and decided to look at different departments' budgets and went around and de facto did it on their own, but ended up coming back and reporting to the board. And as the board continued to accept the recommendations, the AGs found that that was a violation of the open meeting law. So you have to be careful with that.
So that's why I think that we could maybe bring some of them back before us to talk about their initiatives on.
And that might be an idea, just for each agenda, or schedule it out so we would have a time when part of our agenda here would be to have, like, for example, the sheriff come in and talk about the jail or things like that. But just
be careful what you wish for, because I tried that my first time and everybody told me about all the thousands of positions that they needed for their initiatives that they could do better. So just know that there's a good and bad to it. But I mean, I'm willing to work with you to put something on agendas so that we could look at the expectation, similar to what we've done with the homeless, right? I think we've set a good stance. We knew the employees that we needed. We've done that. We did that before. Commissioner Brown and I did that with RPM and building, kind of here's the issues, what would look best for your budget in the future, how could we streamline the process? So I'm happy to do that publicly as one board so that we're all hearing it at the same time, unless you guys have something different. Commissioner Naft?
No, I think that's right. I think we'd all be probably, if there were subcommittees, I think we'd probably all want to be on all of them. But to Commissioner Sagerbloom's point, I totally agree. I think this is a good forum for it, but would appreciate having a little bit more backup and information presented in this forum.
Okay, Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I would just, when we talked a little bit more about the legislature, I know there was discussion of maybe a commissioner would look at some category of bills and then they would coordinate on this. I think that can be applied here. If there are specific departments that are of interest to specific commissioners, we could look more in depth at those departments, and then when we meet together, we have a little bit more information about those specific departments and just do it that way.
With Chris, so is that a violation of the open meeting law or not?
No, just one person doesn't constitute a quorum, so you're okay.
And do we just, guys, do we have the ability to?
So I wouldn't go ahead and, if the board authorizes something, then you have to be careful with that, because that's getting close to an action by the board to create a committee. But I think what Commissioner Jones has suggested would be correct.
Right, so then they could bring it for an agenda item and we could go through, we could look at it that way. So if you just send them to me, I'll work with management to put them on the agenda. We don't want to put them all at once because then you delete.
But do I have the opportunity, for example, to talk to the chief judge and say, tell me more about how you budget your judges and all that stuff? We individually can call anybody? Okay.
I do it all the time.
We know you. I said we want to know if we can too.
Mm-hmm. Any commissioner has the ability to go to a department and ask questions about the operations and/or budget of the department. So it's not just one person.
In fact, I would encourage, folks to go and spend the day in those departments to see so that they can explain it. I did it my very first year. I went to every single department and spent a whole day trying to learn how the process worked, what the expectations were. I don't discourage that at all. Commissioner Gibson.
So my experience at the city was that it was very helpful, but it never worked real well for us anyway to do it in a council meeting. It was most effective when we would request a briefing and be briefed specifically by a department. on the requirements, the reasons, and the rationale underneath or overarching the decisions they were making that went into the budget. Sometimes those meetings need to be held with someone from finance or the manager's office. At other times, maybe it's just a matter of really understanding how all of it comes together. I've done that with some of the departments where I've been concerned or interested in how the budgets are being crafted. And I think that there's an opportunity here for us to do a whole lot more than we're doing and to become a whole lot better informed. But it probably works best if it's on us. If there are things that the manager knows we really need to know about, or finance knows we really need to know about, I think that we most often see that they're forthcoming about that, and we would encourage them to continue to bring that kind of stuff to us. But for my part, it's worked really well to contact the department and go over the aspects of the budget that are of concern. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, so Commissioner Sagerbloom, I don't think we need to take any action on this, and I will just work to make sure that we have regular departments on the agenda.
I concur.
Okay. All right, next item, please.
Item number 74 is to discuss the creation of a chronic nuisance and abatement team in conjunction with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Commissioner Sagerbloom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Captain Kelly Mayhill, working with the sheriff, sent a team from Metro to Dallas to look at how they deal with properties that are crime-ridden or abandoned and causing a problem in a neighborhood. And they came back with this idea, which I think is a great idea, which would be to create like a task force or a strike force, which would have a code enforcement officer, a fire marshal, a district attorney, and a police officer on it. And they would be basically, if we had a building in our neighborhood that was a problem, or if Metro saw an area where there was lots of crime reports, they could go in right then, cite the building, contact the owner, and say, look, if you don't fix this within a certain amount of time, we're going right to court. They would have a district attorney who was familiar with the process so that he or she could go right to court and to get out of this circle we're in where we find problems, but then we have to wait months or years to take any legal action. And so basically the landlord realizes there's really no consequence. So the thought would be to ask staff to work on this concept, come back and say, here's what we're looking at, here's what the cost would be. If there's a cost, then we could debate whether we want to do that or not. But I just think the idea, at least for my district, would be great.
Okay, any comments or questions? So I'll tell you what I've done since the meeting with Captain McMahill. Spoke with both the sheriff and the DA's office, and DA Wolfson is going to work with the sheriff to deputize a couple folks as they discuss Commissioner Sagerbloom having the ability to go and pursue those types of cases. Currently, Metro also has 2 openings in that department, so our civil department is going to work. I think DA Wolfson's going to speak with Marianne about maybe helping with that caseload if there's some adjustments that can be made. Secondly, I've spoke with Mr. Anderson about this issue because this is very similar to our CMART process that we have in place where we take all the agencies out. So he is committed to working to see if this is separate and above. I think the difference was in Dallas, they had building inspectors and fire prevention. I think currently our CMART team only has fire prevention that goes out with the agencies, so he is going to look into it for you to see if we can create a secondary component. And third, as y'all know, Commissioner Jones, myself, and Commissioner Gibson have worked pretty hard on trying to get this ordinance out to where we can find these properties that are creating the problem, right? It's the same people that are creating the problem all the time, and it's the slumlords, it's all of those folks. So we'll continue to figure out how we could address that sooner, and hopefully that ordinance gets back to us sooner rather than later, Chris. So Marianne's aware that it's got to be a priority to get it to us. It'll help solve part of the battle. So I know I was kind of grumpy in that meeting because I was a little caught off guard, but I did take everything that I heard and go back and try and start finding those positions or partnerships, relationships within our own department to put it together for you.
So is that a yes?
I'm working on it. Yep, it's a yes. I'm all over it. Commissioner Gibson.
So I get what is behind this. We've had squatter houses where there was like no owner who was responsible, and you had to. I've called. I called 4 different banks on one house while we were working on what might we do in the way of a chronic nuisance, only to learn that the mortgage has been sold 4 times. And when I finally got to the bank who held the mortgage, they all wanted somebody else to talk to me, until I said, okay, well, the options here are that we work together or we just send a bulldozer over there. And I had spent a lot of time with the DA's office, and I think we kind of came to the conclusion that maybe we could do something like that. So I decided to take the maybe out and told the banker that, you know, if really he was saying to me that it was going to take a while, then it would only take just a few minutes to call a bulldozer, get him over there. We just take that house out, and they could deal with a piece of vacant property, and if they could recover, great. And I think we got some response. It has been, you know, it's a hazardous thing to even wade into this area, but at the end of the day, we finally got some response, but it only worked because they don't want a blade over there taking out all the buildings. They've got to have collateral, even though it gets burnt up. We had this house where in the wintertime, they would just start a fire in the living room floor and keep warm. There was some guy who was primarily responsible for the use of the house. He had no interest in it, but he would only let his closest friends come inside and pitch their tents and all, and then he would invite others that weren't real close to him to occupy the backyard in the middle of a neighborhood that had, I think they were like half-acre lots, and very nice place, large homes. We have to have hammers, and we've got to do something. If it requires changing the law to really bring serious enforcement to this area, that ought to be a matter of last resort. Then it needs to be done, because they've really got us over a barrel if we don't do something.
So, you know, Commissioner Sager-Bloom, listen, maybe something we could look at, which I brought up in the past and it didn't go very far, is maybe after the second time, and I got an address I could give everybody today that we could go over and bring that bulldozer. Maybe after a second time, we require them to put up a bond for their dollars. But I couldn't get no traction last time, because what happens to us is we keep sending our abatement team in there, we keep doing it, and it just becomes, and I have one property in particular where the guy said, hey, I pay my property taxes, I live in Beverly Hills, I really don't care what you think, so clean it up. And that's where the frustration is, but maybe now there's an opportunity to, after the second one, make them establish a bond on their criminal nuisance property so that we can go in and clean it up, get paid for it, and do that many more. And I think that if people actually had to have not only the hammer of the $1,000 a day, but now have a bond because they proved to be a bad community partner, that maybe that's an option that the civil division can look into as well. Ohio does it. It works very well.
No, absolutely. But the key, I think, is to have people that are trained, and this is their specialty, so the lawyer can just jump right in court and get the bond, or if they say we're not going to post a bond, we don't just wait around for 6 months to do it. The message back from Dallas was these people, this is what they specialize in, and so they go right after it. And then the word got out that we're serious, and then landlords would listen to us.
Okay, so I'll continue to keep working on it and bring you back updates, okay?
Thank you, and I'll keep reminding you.
Okay, I'm on idea number 17 with you. I'm doing good. So, next item, please.
Next, we have one of the two addendum items. Items number 76 is to select nominees to present to the governor for appointment of the Board of the Indigent Defense Services from the following list of individuals: Jeffrey M. Wells and Drew Christensen, or take any other action deemed appropriate.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Weekly to appoint Jeffrey M. Wells and Drew Christensen. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes.
Next, we have item number 77, which is to conduct a public hearing to consider the fiscal effect on local government services of a proposed tourism improvement district related to an approximate 15-acre parcel of the city of Las Vegas under Chapter 271A of the Nevada Revised Statute, and authorize staff to submit comments from the hearing to the City of Las Vegas City Council. Madam Chair, we do have a presentation from the City of Las Vegas.
Okay. Welcome to Clark County.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Bill Arntz, Director of Economic and Urban Development for the City of Las Vegas. The City of Las Vegas received a request to create a tourism improvement district for the project known as Area 15. The TID statute, NRS 271A, requires the governing body of a municipality, which is in this instance the City of Las Vegas, to create a tourism improvement district by ordinance for the project. With me today is the project developer, Fisher Brothers, as well as their representative, Terry Murphy. So I've been asked to give a presentation on the nature of the project, what is being considered regarding the tourism improvement district, the amount of revenues that would be going to the project and other tax jurisdictions, and the fiscal effect, which is the reason that we're here today for this item. The TID statute enables the Clark County Board of Commissioners to review the tourism improvement district and what fiscal effect the project will have on the community. So what is the project? The project is very unique. I think it's gotten in recent months a lot of press with their anchor tenant, Meow Wolf, being experiential retail. It's in a part of the City of Las Vegas that had neighborhoods just south of Palace Station, and the project site is a 15-acre site in this area, and you see here a lot of the amenities that the developer is proposing to do along with their anchor tenant, Meow Wolf. We believe that this project location really speaks to the fact that it is a tourism project. It is in the tourism corridor, and the City of Las Vegas does not see nearly as much investment in tourism as the county does, given the vast majority of hotel rooms are actually in unincorporated Clark County. So one of the things that the City of Las Vegas looks to do is how do we create new projects and new investment in this area. You see here a map of the area. Longtime residents like myself may know this site as the former home of Scandia. I actually went to high school not very far from here, just west of here. And so this area really hasn't seen a lot of investment in the past few decades, and so we believe that this will be a catalytic investment to help spark other investment in the area. So what is the Tourism Improvement District? How do the finances work? So the Tourism Improvement District by statute sets apart what new revenues from sales tax revenue can be directed to the district to reinvest back into the project for eligible expenses. And so you see here a portion, not all, but a portion of each sales tax element for Clark County is actually captured by the district. In this chart, if you look at the column on the right, the TID rate, this shows the rate from each line item that the Tourism Improvement District would capture from new sales tax revenue. And this is outlined by statute in NRS. It's 75% of each of these items. So you see here a couple lines summating what this means for the project, and I'll show what it means also for the other jurisdictions in Clark County. But you see here the gross effective sales tax rate. So that's the gross that the TID would capture. There is an administration fee that is collected by Nevada Taxation, since they have to handle the collection or the receipt of the sales tax revenues from the retailers within the district that are eligible. And then the money is remitted that's eligible to be staying within the district back to the city, then can be invested directly into the project. You see the net rate or the benefit to the project of 3.13%. So there's some findings that a consultant by the name of Johnson Consulting came up with and concluded. The process is that there is a pre-approved list of vendors that state tourism selects through a competitive process, and then the city is required to use one of these pre-approved vendors. So the pre-approved vendor that was selected by the city is Johnson Consulting, a firm out of Chicago, and this is verbatim what is taken out of the study. My understanding is that this study is actually part of your backup. The title of the study is Area 15, Las Vegas, Nevada, Preponderance Study and Related Analysis, dated June 2019. So in this study, and this is verbatim from the study, there were two findings, one of which is listed here, and it's in the study on page 43, that the preponderance of sales tax revenues from on-site spending is expected to be generated by non-Nevada residents visiting Las Vegas, accounting for 57.2%, or $394,000 in a stabilized year, across all uses within Area 15. Over a 10-year period, cumulative net new tax revenues, this is those new tax revenues generated by those non-Nevada residents, derived from Area 15 will be approximately $4 million. Again, this is not my conclusion or the City of Las Vegas's conclusion. This is a conclusion from the author of the report. And second, as it relates to local government services, the fiscal impact of the project on the Southern Nevada education system is anticipated to be immaterial, and no specific concerns were raised by authorized representatives of the Metropolitan Police Department or the City of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department. Again, this is a conclusion of Johnson Consulting, the author of the report. They did interview various agencies within Clark County to understand what, if any, fiscal impact the project would have on new services that would need to be rendered. So what does this look like for all the jurisdictions, not only this project and what stays within the TID, but what revenues go to the other jurisdictions? So this is a chart also directly from the report. It's figure 34, taken from page 41 of the report. Won't go through all the numbers of the report. There are a lot of numbers on here, but I want to just point out two rows, which is kind of the bottom line impact. If you look at the top grouping of rows here, and you look at the sixth line down, you see max capture rate, sales tax rate for TID, and then you see there 3.13%. This is the portion that is captured by the Tourism Improvement District. So 3.13% of sales tax generated from retailers on site that are eligible, and there's an eligibility criteria listed in statute, would go to the district for expenses borne by the project. There's a list of eligible expenses. These include on-site and off-site expenses of the developer. If you see here, starting in year 2023, the consultant projected that by this year, the project could generate $688,000 annually in Tourism Improvement District revenue. Then you see here the bottom line, the max capture rate, sales tax rate for TID, all revenues including off-site spending. But you see here in this bottom section of the chart, there are specific tax rates within the Clark County sales tax rate, including the option tax as well as the local school support tax, that are not impacted in any way by the Tourism Improvement District. Stated another way, whether the Tourism Improvement District is ultimately approved or not approved, any sales tax revenue generated on site from the project, these specific line items, the local school support tax and the option tax, would not be impacted in any way. So what is the incentive that's been requested of the developer and being considered through this process? The proposed Tourism Improvement District would be a 20-year district. a 20-year life is authorized by statute. The proposed TID would be capped at the lesser of that net rate, the 3.13% of gross sales tax revenue, or $688,000 annually. This is something that actually was negotiated by the City of Las Vegas and the project developer. It's not mandated by statute. There's no requirement to institute a cap, but we thought it would be good public policy to institute a cap so that there's no possibility of any windfall that would result in an excess amount of revenues going to the developer. And the benefit of this is to the community and the public side is that there's a ceiling on the amount of revenues that would be going annually to the developer. But on the flip side of that, it is a ceiling. There's no floor. So if the project is not successful whatsoever, if they don't generate a lot of sales tax revenue, it is limited to 3.13% on a net basis of new sales tax revenue. So if the project does not hit the projections that the developer has for the project, they were projecting that as many as 1 million visitors or more would go to the project on an annual basis. If they don't do those kinds of numbers, if the revenue falls way lower, the developer receives less. The other thing that we did with this project is we're considering for the developer that we will do it as a pay-as-you-go or a pay-go basis. So we are intending to not issue any bonds to monetize this revenue stream. The bonds are also known for tourism improvement districts as STAR or sales tax anticipated revenue bonds. We did that for a couple of reasons. One is we think that the partner can receive this benefit, and with their other capital they can make the project work. But two, we did not want as a city to take the risk at issuing debt. We think that this benefit, doing it as a pay-as-you-go basis, works for the city and it will work for the project. It also will be only limited to this phase one, so that 15-acre site, so that the developer does own additional land around this piece of land. Any future development, whether it's retail or otherwise, there would be no benefit for those other projects. So where we're at in the process, we are actually at step 3 in this process. We held a city council meeting on June 19th, and that kicked off this process where we notified the county commission of what we're doing. We've advertised this month in publications of what we're doing for an August 7th city council meeting. And then after today's meeting here at the county commission and the August 7th city council meeting, if the city council at that public hearing decides that they would like to move forward, then the next step after that would be a hearing at Nevada Commission on Tourism, which is tentatively scheduled for September 24th. And then it would require to come back to the Las Vegas City Council to actually enact and adopt the district by ordinance through an ordinance process. And we're projecting that for October of this year. So that summarizes my report. I'm glad to answer any questions. I do have our own legal counsel advising the city here. If there are any technical questions, you may want to ask them of the legal nature. And then again, also our project sponsors here, if you have any questions about the project or the nature of the project. Thank you.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, perfect. This is a public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Commissioner Sagerblum.
So I'm not clear. Have you promised this developer that you would go forward with this?
Well, as you see, it's a multi-step process, and it requires board actions. The mandatory approvals are Nevada Commission on Tourism and also our Las Vegas City Council. So that's not my promise to make. We've received the request. We do think it's a great project and it will have a great impact on the community. But we've committed to the project developer and sponsor that we would consider this request and present it to our City Council for consideration. We, of course, want to be mindful of the commission, which is why we're here today, to take input from the commission, and our City Council would consider that at the August 7th hearing. So it's not a promise because it's a multi-step approval process, but we have agreed with the developer that we have reviewed their request. We think it's reasonable, so we're putting it before our board for consideration. They have proceeded at risk, as I think everyone knows, in moving the project forward, but they have, I believe, and they can speak for themselves, but I believe they've relied on the fact that we are in good faith presenting this to our board for consideration.
Just follow up, just because it sounds like there's, at this point, there's no financial incentive. I mean, they've already built, I drive by that building every day, and so that building has been built with or without this tax.
Well, I think it's a considerable incentive. $688,000 a year is a considerable incentive, and so.
But I'm saying they built the building anyway. So at this point, whether you give it to them or not, they're kind of stuck, right?
Well, we started this process some time ago. It's a long process to actually engage the consultant and do the preponderance study. So again, they proceeded at risk. I believe that they relied on the city in good faith moving forward. What would happen to the project if the incentive's not approved? I would direct that question to the developer.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this follows up on Commissioner Segerblum's question. What is the normal timeline for creating a tourism improvement district? I'm new here and obviously new to this whole process.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Commissioner Jones. Commissioner, the timeline depends on scheduling all these public meetings and hearings, publishing
but it's in terms
notices.
of when the developer gets involved, that's what I'm asking. I mean,
generally speaking, minimum a 9 to 12 month process. We received this request early in 2018, so it's taken us longer in this process. I think part of it is there was a lot of back and forth discussion on what incentive is needed, what's reasonable, what approach the city would recommend to its board. So we have instituted, I believe, 2 reasonable safeguards of putting a ceiling in and telling the developer that we would not issue bonds. There was a lot of discussion around that. And then also trying to understand the nature of the project. Our consultant, when they're analyzing how much sales tax this is going to generate, we don't have another Area 15 in our community. It's very unique. We do not have another Meow Wolf in our community. It's very unique. So I think the consultant took much longer than we have seen in the past. So it's typically a minimum 9 to 12 month process. It's been more of an 18 to 24 month process for this project.
So they came to you before they started the construction process? It wasn't
Correct.
that they're coming after the fact and doing this?
Correct. Through you, Madam Chair, to Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Jones, they came to us in the first quarter of calendar 2018.
And my other question is, and this is one of the few areas where my district and the city actually overlap. So is it normal in creating a tourism improvement district that the district be only one property owner?
Commissioner Jones, that's correct. Typically, it's done for a specific project, so you don't define an area of multiple parcels, multiple property owners. It's typically done for one project. We haven't done a lot historically in Nevada. There have been some up in the north and some in the south, but it's typically done for one project.
So so first, please, I want you to know that I love our new working relationship with the city. I think that our board is trying to collaborate and do more things together. But philosophically, I hate this, right? I'm opposed to it. I was opposed to it in the legislature. I think it's a bunch of crap, to be honest. You know, at the end of the day, we couldn't even get, so this started with the Cabela's project up north. Then it started with the Sparks Marina project up north. Both could never prove the tourism piece. We could never get the legislature to agree to take the zip codes into effect, so we knew truly if there were tourists. So it's kind of like best guess, yeah, I think 1 million people are going to come see it, or whatever. What it turned out to be up north, 0 tourists, right? Kansas City went broke trying to do this thing. And I'm being nice, I promise, Bill, because I just philosophically want to make people understand, because it frustrates me that we're taking dollars out of our community. So then the next project that came about was the very parking garage, right? And so now the parking garage, all of the sales tax revenue from that nice mall over there is being used for a parking garage that I'm going to have to pay to park in for the city's benefit, right? So philosophically, I just don't understand how I could ever suck this up. I believe it's in an opportunity zone. So although you can't double dip in the state of Nevada, so you can't get redevelopment dollars and TID, you can get opportunity zone tax benefits with the federal government plus my local dollars, right? So frustrating for me why we got to do this. I'm more frustrated that an out-of-state consultant did this. I'm more frustrated with the statement that there hasn't been any development in that area. Palace Station had a very nice, recent, big influx of dollars. The freeway system was a big influx of dollars to better that area as a whole. And at the same time, as we heard our budget earlier, we'd like to do 500 employees, right? But we have to keep those dollars stayed, those dollars generated. And at the end of the day, I get it. You don't really need our permission because the lieutenant governor is truly the one that signs off on it, right? So that's the truth of the matter. You don't really need our position. It's just another layer in the step. So I'm just trying to understand. I can't even figure out what the project is. I can't understand why we must have another pocket of no tax generation to the community. We just heard from the LVCVA today how little that we actually get to keep in our community because it all goes back, and now we're taking yet more dollars out. So I just don't understand. I honestly don't understand why. Why do we put these on the plate for people to come into our state to say they're going to do it? And what are your clawbacks? I mean, granted, you guys did some unique stuff, capped it, all that good stuff. Maybe go back to that page before. But why? Why do we have to do this? Please, try me. Try me today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that you've been very consistent on your position with this policy, and I certainly appreciate it. And I think certainly there could be a lot of policy improvements to this incentive tool. I think our perspective at the City of Las Vegas is whatever incentives are out there for economic development, we try to use them as they're designed and intended for areas that need it and for areas that have not seen a lot of investment. You're absolutely correct. There are some other benefits to this area that are very new. The Opportunity Zone is one of them. It actually happened, the zones were picked after we started this process. But that is a potential benefit. The way we look at it, very simple, is but for the city's involvement, would this project get done, and would this project get done at this level and at this quality? And ultimately, we have to rely on our partner. We do look at the overall project costs and what we feel is reasonable, and it is a lot of money, but there's a big investment that our partner's making. Is this the best way to do it? I understand your concerns from a policy perspective. You've been 100% consistent. I think as a constituent, no one can ask more than from an elected official than to be consistent. And if this isn't the best tool moving forward for future projects, I definitely welcome the conversation with you and the commission and our board at the City of Las Vegas to chart a different path forward. But this is one of the tools that we can use for tourism projects. We think it's the right kind of project to use this incentive for. And we think that but for this incentive, the project would not be done at this level and at this quality. It is somewhat of an anomaly on the nature of the project, what it is, what it isn't. We do have the project sponsor here if you'd like to hear directly what it is, but we believe this is the type of project that the incentive was originally designed for.
So I am going to ask the consultant to come up because apparently I'm not hip enough to know what Meow 15 is. That's not in my vocabulary at any given time, so I have no idea what it's supposed to do or what it's supposed to generate, and you know how the expectation is for the tourists. But I just, listen, Bill, please take back the message that at some point our economy is doing well today, right? These tools were put in place when our economy were not doing well. We have a lot of social service as a community that we got to put together. I know you've sat here today. Beyond the neon, We're a community, and every dollar counts. Whether it's the homeless dollars that we're going to work together on, whether it's the education component that we're supposed to work together on, fair share, right? Everybody, we don't need to give away things anymore in our community. We're in a good spot, and it's okay to say no. Many people do it. We don't have redevelopment. Commissioner Sager-Bloom would love me to put that back in place. People are coming, right? So I would like to hear what Meow 15 is. I'm a solid no, so you won't get, it's not personal, philosophical, nothing's changed in 10 years how I feel about it. I just think that we're in a spot where you're coming. As Commissioner Sager-Bloom said, you've already built the building. You're in an opportunity zone, for heaven's sakes. That's worth a lot right there. You're going to get more than $688,000. So why do you need that? You know, be a community partner, invest it back. But please tell me what Meow 15 is. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you.
And then, by the way, I'm being nice, Bill. The boys told me to be nice today. I'm being nice.
Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate
Bill,
it.
I want to thank you. That was a wonderful answer to our kinder and gentler chairwoman. But I do agree that we need to hear from the developer.
Okay. Commissioner Gibson, did you want to say anything before?
One of the questions that I think is really suggested by the comments that the chair has made is what does this cost us? So if there is a diversion of sales tax dollars that goes to the developer, then how much of that might have been earned or have been received by Clark County to apply to its uses? And I asked the question the other day, so I suspect you have looked at that. Can you tell us what that is? And I know we have to use the assumptions that are in the project application that we've seen, but even just using those assumptions, what do you imagine?
Commissioner Jessica Colvin for the record. So if the max tax revenue was generated under this model, which would be $688,000, you could say approximately 55% of that would be routed to the county, so about $378,000 on an annual basis.
Okay.
I know it's a small piece, but when you take the formula and the collection is done regionally, and you take out the state portion, it's not just us. Boulder City is going to get a little less. Henderson's going to get a little less. So it just is a snowball. But please come tell us what your project is.
Well, can I get a clarification on that, though, first? When we're talking about the max amount that would be from sales tax, I guess for me the comparison is the sales tax that might be realized over that period of time versus the sales tax that might be realized if the project hadn't been built at all. So what was the projected sales tax that would have been realized by this parcel if Area 15 hadn't been built?
Madam Chair, through you to Commissioner Jones, today there is no sales tax being generated on the property, so the simple question to answer is zero.
Zero.
Now, that gets into the question of, but for this incentive, would the project move forward, or would it move forward at this scale or magnitude? And so I appreciate that question. That is always a consideration.
That's a softball, because 0% of zero is zero. I get it. But at the same time, the warehouse has already been built. The infrastructures have already been done. Okay, I got it. I'm trying to be nice. Commissioner Gibson, you want to add something?
Well, a comment. When I was at the city, one of the things that we were constantly doing was trying to take advantage of whatever alternatives there were in state law that permitted us to help bring development to areas that might not otherwise have had it. Now, what I think I've heard here today, although I don't know when we learned about this, I learned about it yesterday, but you've been working on this for a long time, and I mean what the application you have in front of us, not just this project, but you've been working on this tourism improvement district for a long time. I don't know why we haven't learned about it beforehand, but that's fine. We didn't. But it would be interesting to know to what extent the commitment by the city to pursue the tourism investment district was an incentive to go forward. And I understand that looking backward, we can put any kind of an explanation around that we choose. I am struck with the notion that without any development over there, there is no revenue. And with some development, there's an opportunity for a lot of things. The assessed valuation of the city is influenced by development. The opportunity for employment is enhanced by development. There are all kinds of good reasons why cities, as a matter of policy, would say, well, it's available to us under the state law, then why not pursue it? So I don't fault anybody for doing that, and I understand it. And the reality is the cities really don't have any choice. They don't get to pick the ones that the state legislature, with or without our chair's vote back in those days, would have adopted. They are adopted and they're available. And there are tools that are established in order to provide an opportunity for development, which brings, as I said, assessed valuation and additional revenues from a variety of sources, including property tax and sales tax. So I get that. Our concern today is that we are squeezed already. But yeah, the comment that was made a moment ago about a 55% of nothing doesn't get us anything. So I think kind of tying some of these loose ends up for us really matters. It is important. I mean, this would have been a much better thing for us, or at least for me. I don't know about my colleagues, but for me it would have been a much better consideration. I would have been able to look at it a little differently had I known a long time ago and had answers to the questions that I've just asked, that this was coming and that it was an aspect of incentive to do the development that is being, apparently I don't know how far along they are. I guess we'll learn that in a minute, but it would have been nice to have known this a long time ago.
Thank you. And Bill, is it a fair statement to say it's about $7 million over 20 years? And my thing is, if it's just 5 years, that's a little bit easier to deal with, but this is 20 years, and we're assuming that a property would have never been developed for 20 years. So it's the county's portion would be approximately $7 million over 20 years.
Madam Chair, I defer to the county staff. That sounds order of magnitude roughly correct based on the percentage I heard.
Okay, please shed some light on Meow 15. Area 15.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Terry Murphy. I represent the project developer, Philip Brown, with Fisher Brothers. And if, with your permission, I'll give just a very brief history and overview and try to answer some questions and then have Philip here to answer anything more specific. Fisher Brothers has owned the property for more than 15 years, so it has sat vacant for that amount of time. Initially, when they purchased it, it was in a partnership and they had major development plans. It was unfortunately just prior to the recession, and those plans never came to fruition. The city, as they are wont to do, came to us on a regular basis and asked us what we were going to build and when, and wanted something done. And the developer took a risk in creating something that's never been done before that we're aware of in the world. So Area 15 is something that has not been done. We're calling it an immersive bazaar. Everybody knows that retail is on a serious decline, and we're hoping that this concept can be replicated not only here but in other places as well. Meow Wolf is an art collective. They have been here during Life is Beautiful. It's hard for me to describe too. If I was maybe about 30 years younger, I'd have a better chance. I'll let Philip do some of that. But one of the items that we have neglected to touch on, I think, is the live entertainment tax that we will collect. Obviously, Commissioner Gibson brought up the increase in property tax revenue. So there will be those things. A lot of what we're going to be doing on the property is working with the artistic community, which we know those types of tenants don't have, they're going to need help from the developer to come in. We're going to be working on maker spaces. We also are in a very difficult location. It's hard to get to. And there are issues there that we're going to have to deal with. We have a lot of homeless in the area. So some of these funds are going to be used to help incentivize those tenants and to help with the issues that we have in the neighborhood. Long term, we hope that if we're successful, the building is going up. All of that is being done. Whether we're going to be successful or not is really, it's a risk because it's a new kind of entertainment facility. So with that,
So Ms. Murphy, I have a question.
Any questions?
I have a question for you. And Bill, you especially. So what happens? What happens? So I know, right? I've looked at who owns what land over there, and Fisher Brothers bought up a lot of those homes that are over there years ago. So what happens, though, if it is super successful? In my mind, and I'm thinking just small, we then displace a whole bunch of folks over there. Yeah, because you own the property. And so what is that? Is the city looking at that? Because that's kind of what happened in downtown, right? We displaced a whole bunch of people, we boarded them up, and in the last 2 weeks, 90% of them are catching on fire because squatters are living in there. People got nowhere to go. So are we looking at that for the second phase? Have you had that real big, long, visionary discussion? Because if we displace another 5,000 people because it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, then we'll never get a handle on our homeless issue. We'll never get a handle on our squatter issue. We'll never get a handle on our crime issue, our chronic crime. And Fisher Brothers, in all fairness, they were buying up those homes on Milo Way. They were buying up those homes on Merritt Lane, and they owned several of them when the partnership started, right? So.
Correct. So the long-term master plan for Area 15, if you will, includes only our industrial property. We are not currently looking at the residential property. We do own a number of the homes back there. They were purchased on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. We serve as the landlord. We believe that we've kept that property up, and we toot our own horn.
I'm just saying the Wyandotte Apartments, and I know because I lived 2741 Mile Away when I was a kid, right? So I know the neighborhood. I have a lot of friends that still live over there generationally later. I'm just saying and you put it on the record, so if you bring it back in 5 years and need another TID for another component, I'm going to say, but you said that you had talked about that, but we really got to start having that discussion. As a community, that's where I go back to, we're going to collaborate and work together because we can't keep allowing business to come in, get the incentives, expand, and displace folks in housing. So
we're very cognizant of that. We recently met with newly elected City Councilman Brian Knudsen, and that very issue came up, and we discussed it. We discussed the current planning process that we have and involving the city in that process. And it does not.
Well, maybe you should involve the county because we all want to work together. It overlaps. Commissioner Jones.
And just to be clear, Madam Chair, I have already been in communication with Councilman Knudsen and with Terry, who was offered to help on this particular issue and bring the business community along on homelessness. So that has happened.
We appreciate your position, Madam Chair. Thank you. Any further questions?
Do you have anything else to offer about your project, sir?
I don't. We appreciate the Commission's time today for hearing us and our plans. We're really excited about the opening of this. Hopefully it'll be not only a great draw for tourists, but also for locals. And we also have a marketing center. Any members of the Commissioner who would like to come out, get a better flavor for what Area 15 is, we'd be happy to show that.
So how will you track the tours to ensure that you meet your quota with the city?
I don't know about any hard statutory requirements. I think
Where we began is Meow Wolf in Santa Fe has 340,000 visitors annually that come from outside the community, and so that's the draw. That is something that we will begin to take a look at if it's something the county desires.
Okay, any other further comments? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being so consistent. NACO has taken its toll, obviously. This is the county's opportunity to comment publicly by statute. We don't have the ability to say this is stop the project. We can certainly offer an opinion, but so we're offering comments.
So that's right. Under NS 271, you have the opportunity to submit to the governing body any comments regarding the fiscal impact of the project. And then it's up to them whether they may consider them in making the written findings, but they shall consider them if they come to an agreement with the developer.
Well, I certainly, Bill, I appreciate you coming over. Lawrence and I have been here for a long time, and it's often confusing to us that the city-county relations have always been like a slinky or biorhythms. It's never been to the point where together we could accomplish so much. There always seems to be this tension. The good news today is I think you heard some opposition to, philosophical opposition to a TID and the money leaving. That brought, in my mind, what Jeremy gave in his presentation earlier, that gaming, transient, and live entertainment generates 88% of what goes to the state, 1.7 billion. And if that 88% that we generate in Clark County, if we even got a fair share of that, the $7 million over 20 years would be irrelevant. So I think we have a bigger opportunity to try to get fair share down in Clark County. The project itself, and I've been following it, you've had a couple nice clips on the news. I think it's exciting, although Scandia was pretty exciting in its time. The putt-putt golf and all that good stuff. But it's important, I think it's important that we support this because it's important to the city. It's important to the city as they diversify their entertainment beyond Fremont Street. They do not have the opportunity that we have in the county. I mean, the Strip is our marketing, and the Beltway and all the things that happen here. We don't really have to supply or provide the incentives as the city does, because a lot of the city opportunity lies in the more mature areas. And this is an example of where they're getting outside the box, trying something that hasn't been done. And as much as I respect, and I certainly respect your knowledge and your angst with the whole TID and redevelopment agencies and how it restricts the money being shared appropriately. In this case, I'm excited about it. I think it's a great opportunity for the city to grow beyond Fremont Street, to grow beyond the Symphony Park. It kind of expands that entertainment value and opportunity. And what's good for the city obviously is good for us. I hope today we can continue, because as Lawrence and I leave with this confusing relationship between city and county, and our rookies are in here, and with Mr. Gibson and our chair, there's so much more we could accomplish if the city and the county cooperated, communicated, collaborated more. The history over the last decade, I'm not sure the why, but this is an example of where either we increase the communication in the front end for the support, or better educate us as far as the city's plans. I think it's important. I think over the next decade, we'll have some challenges that together we can face, but divided or in conflict, be it homelessness, housing, all that, there's so much more we could accomplish together. So I respect the philosophical opposition, but certainly support the project.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo Commissioner Brown's points here. I think that the city certainly could have and should have involved the county much earlier on. I think that we could all do more on our side to go spend time with the city council folks. Councilman Knudsen invited me to go be on the city television yesterday with him and spend time over there. And he was over here yesterday, and I think that we need to focus on those types of partnerships. I am taking a leap of faith. This is a project that's in my district, and I would hope that we would support the project going forward and take the leap of faith in hopes of a better relationship with the city of Las Vegas.
Okay. So I'm a no, but I'm going to say that I hope, whether it's in statute or not, that you track, honestly, that you track the tourists, right? I know that our marijuana facilities do it all day long, and it just seems that the general public is owed that much, is to track it somehow, and whether or not the city council agrees with that or not. But I'd entertain a motion to give some type of direction. I won't be giving the motion, so. We don't need to vote?
You have an item before you that authorizes you to have staff submit comments with regard to the fiscal impact of the project. So it's up to whether you want staff to do that.
Okay,
Madam
if you
Chair,
want, Commissioner Weekly.
I think we've given our opinions. I think we've said just how we feel. And, Mr. Arndt, thank you very much. I know it's, pretty challenging. There are some mixed reviews up here, but to Commissioner Brown's point, as a city councilman, we remember the days when we sat over there. We remember when you came in as an employee, and to see you have grown to where you are today. Congratulations to you. But we went through the same thing with Clark County when we were over there, and I just remember when we took the role of trying to expand and broaden our reach as well. And it's pretty challenging. And I think, Madam Chair, just the same initiative you took with getting the school board together with us this week. It's the same initiative we need to take with the city of Las Vegas. We felt the same way then. We don't need the county's permission to do anything. But it doesn't make sense at the end of the day. I heard someone say a long time ago, if lions and lambs can come together on a common ground, then why can't we as civilized people? And it's up to all of us as elected officials to do right by our taxpayers. And the chair, our manager, went over and met with the mayor and the city manager. That started there. Commissioner Jones, you're hanging out with Councilman Knudsen. A number of us work with other elected officials over there, other council people over there. I got a chance to hang out with Creer. We went to see Hammer. Hey, Hammer time, baby. It was, yeah, but you got to do what you got to do, just to say, hey, so what's going on? We don't agree on everything. We're not agreeing on everything, but just sometimes to just sit and hear what the vision is. What is it that you're trying to do? I don't understand the 100 plan that's projected for West Las Vegas, but we're trying to learn it. We're trying to understand what the city of Las Vegas is doing. We're collaborating on another little memorial park in the area there. So at the end of the day, I understand where our chair is coming from. She's seen some things from a legislative standpoint. So I think that's kind of where some of that is coming from as well, because she has some past knowledge of how similar projects like this have come aboard and it didn't work. But here's an opportunity now, Madam Chair, for us to just bring folks to the table and let's talk about it. I think for future commissioners and future city council folks, it's a great opportunity to do that. And how you all will market that, you have two voices on the LVCVA. And trust me, neither of them are quiet. Ask the chairman. And so I think that you all have another opportunity to market and share some of your thoughts through that avenue as well. So I don't think, Madam Chair, we have to make a vote on anything. Are we just saying we recommend legal counsel that the city takes our thoughts and our words here today back to their body?
You're correct. You don't have to take action on this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Sagerblum.
Thank you. Just since everybody else is making their comments, I'll just comment that I do like the project, and I like the fact that you're not trying to bond into it, so you're not going to get the problem that Sparks got into. There's a cap on it, so, I mean, basically, we're going to help the city, but what's wrong with that?
All right, thank you, and look forward to your give back to our community, because we're family beyond the neon, and the collaboration with the city. So, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Commissioners, that concludes your agenda for today.
Okay, this is the second time set aside for public comment. Anybody wishing to speak on public comment? So I do have several cards, so if you want to just come forward. Good afternoon, Mr. Grammas.
Madam Chair, Commission, I'm here to address a couple topics. I'm Steve Grammas. I'm the president of the Police Protective Association, 9330 West Lake Mead. One of the topics I wanted to address was related to something that we're doing at the PPA. So school is coming back into session. There's a lot of school drives, backpack drives, and stuff like that for the kids. What we're organizing up at our office is going to be something for the teachers. I've been in contact with some of the teachers and some of the things that they need, reams of paper, jump drives, discs, things like that. That's what we're going to be collecting, and our hope is that probably the week before school starts, that we can have an open invite to all teachers in the CCSD. We are targeting CCSD only, not the charter schools and that, because their funding is their own. But we want to open an invite and just whatever influence you all have to maybe spread the word that will be going up at our office. We'd appreciate it. The second topic is related to the 40 positions at CCDC. I speak in support of it. I speak from the standpoint of supporting our officers. I heard Commissioner Jones's concerns regarding issues with the department and getting some information and documentation. In my position, that's not my concern. My concern is the safety of my officers. They run short, they work tons of hours of overtime. You yourself, ma'am, know very well what we're up against. You led a charge to try and do something different down there, and we opposed it. But we understand why you guys do what you do. You have a bigger responsibility than just the police department and our agency, and we appreciate that. But of course, it is our natural job to defend our position and our folks. But they need the help there. You know, we have modules with max custody people where we have one person watching several people, and you're going to hear from some of our officers that worked graveyard last night, got off at 6 a.m. this morning, have stayed awake this whole hearing to talk about some of their concerns that are consistent with some of the concerns they voiced in civil service. But I did want to speak in support of the 40 officers. If we could be 80, that'd be great. 40 will do, because our profession, we lose a lot quickly. There's a lot of the mental component that officers, it sounds like a good job until you do it for 5 or 10 years, and then you realize this is not what I want to keep doing for 30 years, and it's a hard environment to be in. So keeping pace with just getting bodies in there to match attrition is where we're probably at, if not worse. But we appreciate you guys approving that and pushing that through, and I'd really like to turn it over to their time for them to speak. So thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming out. Come ahead. There's 2 mics, so you can do both, because I want to get you home to get a nap.
Okay. I'm sorry, just a second. Phone switch. There we go. I wrote what I had to say today, so I hope that that's okay. My name is Latinia Krieger. I have almost 15 years on as a CO. I started during a time period when we were leading the nation and revolutionizing corrections. I can say we have not been of that distinction for some time. The action proposed today will not address or correct the true plight facing our division. Our issues in reference to DSD is a complete disconnect with the reality of what is and has been occurring in our facility for years now. It is a lack of respect and understanding for what the line staff face every day. At what point do we stop attempting, or in the case of our division, pretending to treat symptoms we are unwilling to even acknowledge? We see the decay, yet we won't address the cause, which has resulted in a deterioration of our division as a whole. The disconnect I speak of is the cause of that decay. It is the mindset held by our chain of command, the manner in which our division thinks, operates, and conducts business, their inability, or what I believe is a gross disregard on their part, to confront the issues caused by their actions. Such actions have resulted in dozens of officers retiring and leaving many years in advance of what they originally planned. An increase of newly hired COs upon completion of probation putting in to go to patrol. More importantly, according to our PERS system, 15 years ago, your average CO worked 25 to 28 years. Today, your average new hire is working 11 years and then separating from the department. Contrary to what you have been told, our standards have been lowered greatly. We no longer recruit the cream of the crop. The days of 2,000 applicants waiting in line at Cashman Field are a distant memory. We struggle now to recruit candidates who meet just our minimum standards. In fact, what appears to be the policy of detention services is all recruits will pass regardless of competency or not. Everyone cannot and should not be an officer. As a CO, we are vested with the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the facility, the inmates, fellow officers, and civilians. Yet, I ask you, how am I supposed to ensure such when I don't feel safe doing my job, when I don't feel secure in my position, when I don't feel supported by the chain of command, when the ideology fed to our new recruits is that of fear, fear to do the job they are being trained for, fear to even engage an inmate, let alone touch them, fear of losing their job daily. How are they expected to make sound decisions when everything in them comes from a place of fear? By allowing, encouraging, and teaching such, we have done them a disservice. As a division, we need to get back to the basics that once made us the best in the nation, which starts with our academies. The line staff is the backbone of the department. We are what makes LVMPD great. If your intentions is to keep the current status quo, then by all means, eliminate the positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. My name is Heidi Prieto, Prieto. I'm a 17-year-plus veteran of the CCDC. I just got off my 12-hour shift, as it was mentioned, and I stand before you as exhausted, hence telling you how important these problems and situations are. What I'm about to say may not please some, however, it is the truth, and a large reason why we struggle to keep COs, we're burning out our COs because of unrealistic expectations by our chain of command. Also, another reason on why our officers no longer want to work or participate in the overtime with the problem that we are having. I support and agree with Ms. Krieger, who just spoke to my right in her statements. I further agree that we should cut at least the 26 new officers that we were informed of for the academy positions, as well as delay any further academies. CCDC is in a dangerous time in its history. I was once proud to work for the strongest and most professional correction department in the country. In the last 3 to 4 years, our department has taken a horrible turn for the worst. Our assistant sheriff has slowly dismantled our jail, even going as far as attempting to dismantle and take apart our CERT team. Our upper echelon at CCDC has failed at their duties and responsibilities of safely and running and productive jail. There is no longer respect within the ranks, and especially not with the line staff. The line staff that puts themselves in harm's way over 40 plus hours a week. The upper echelon, excuse me, including the assistant sheriff, run our jail by fear and intimidation. Our new officers come off the decks afraid to do their jobs. The county commission needs to delay any further corrections academies. Detention services needs to go back to hiring quality and not quantity. I have provided you all with charts from our snapshots that show you what type of inmates and what numbers on a day-to-day basis we are carrying, so you're aware that we're not blowing this out of proportion. I can leave these for you, or if you have access to the county page, you can go on to Snapshot as well. I want you to take notice to the high level of offenders that we now carry. No average person can go into this job to understand and have the physical strength, the patience, and the character to handle these types of offenders. CCDC has quickly learned that for utilizing POs for overtime with 20 hours of training, that not just anyone can do this job. Hence, I stress the quality over quantity. I'm tired of not feeling safe when I go to work because of my failed upper echelon who find it more important to hire quantity over quality, just to get a body in the chair. We are human beings. We'd like to go home to our families, as I said, speaking at the Civil Service Board. And at this point, I need the respect back that what we do is dangerous, and it's the most dangerous it's ever been. Continuously, last year, we had over 125 assaults on officers, and with our recent chain of command, they tell you they preach safety, but they don't do anything for us. It's just a talking point. So thank you for your time.
Nope, absolutely. And if you could leave that
Yes, ma'am.
paper, she'll take it. And ladies, just so you understand, we don't typically comment during public comment, but because you sat here and there's two folks that sit on fiscal affairs, and I think what you're all saying is that you're concerned about just putting bodies in the academy, and you'd rather make sure we're getting the right people in the academy, not just trying to fill seats.
And Madam Commissioner, it's also a training issue. Our upper chain of command, they are so distant from reality and been off the deck so long, they don't understand the workings of a jail. To them, it's numbers and money. We honestly don't even need you to pull our upcoming officers. Our own captains are doing a fine job in our booking areas, which you came down and took a tour, if I remember correctly. Come down there now. It is absolute havoc because they continue to pull bodies from there. We now have civilians doing fingerprinting. We gave them an 8-hour nonsense defense tactics training. We gave them a cannon spray and go and put the civilians who are not commissioned to handle the most dangerous position in the booking department when the offenders come in drunk, high, still aggravated from their possible domestic or aggravation with the officer. We put civilians there that don't know how to defend themselves just to save $1. That's how bad it's getting in the jail.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you to do one thing, and then I'm
Yes,
going to let
ma'am.
you speak, and you'll be my last speaker of the day. But if you could just maybe send me an email with the list of specifics, we'll try and help make sure that they get addressed for you.
That will be my pleasure. I appreciate your time, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Go ahead.
This on? Okay. So I'll just state my name. Tony Lynn Trapisano. I've been an active LVMPD corrections officer at CCDC for 11 years and 5 months, working solely on the decks. My concern is safety of the line staff officers. For instance, the classification questionnaire given to arrestees during the booking process has now allowed for more violent inmates to classify in open dorms managed by one officer. More and more attacks on officers are growing. Line staff officers, including myself, have brought our concern to the chain of command, which have fallen on deaf ears. Only line staff officers are affected by the unsafe policies and practices established by the chain of command. Line staff posts have been cut by chain of command to save money, which severely affects safety of not only deck officers, but the facility and inmates as well. Promotions of quality active officers are on the rise, resulting in improper deck officer post assignments. It is not necessary to continue with more academies for quantity as it is necessary for quality recruits. Quality line officers are being burned out as the chain of command appears to have no confidence in newly graduated officers by assigning them to limited inmate contact posts. CCDC needs officers to ensure safety and security for officers, inmates, and the public. Please take these concerns into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming down, and go get some sleep. Sorry you came to our longest meeting in 5 years. So, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, my name is Harry Baptiste. I used to run a nonprofit called People United for Justice. I no longer run this nonprofit, but I still stand for the people's justice. And what I'm here today about, it's about what I've come here before about this district attorney. So let me kind of give you some explanation of why I'm here. Well, I was charged wrongly. I was prosecuted wrongly. I was sent to prison wrongly. Let me explain that a little bit better. I was charged with Schedule 2 drugs that was clearly on what is called, how's it called? It's called, when an officer asks you for some drugs and you tell him no, and you turn your back to him and continue to have conversation with someone else, no longer having conversation with this officer, and he comes back in and asks you for some other drug, and you tell him no, and he continues. So that's entrapment, okay? So this is what's happening. I have been entrapped by this police department, which I had already told you prior to. It's 2 other cases prior to this one that I came because of this district attorney, whose first order of business was, as you hired him, as the commissioners hired him, was to make sure that no officer who killed someone would go before the coroner's inquest. So that means he would send someone to the coroner's inquest to read a report who have not and was not there, period. And that person would read a report which could be falsely written, which most of the time is. I have proven it 3 times. That 3 cases on my own name that they wrote in false police report signed under the penalty of perjury. This district attorney did nothing. The first case, Michael O'Donnell, the officer, came and testified, and he also testified under oath that he knowingly committed perjury. Another officer, Michael Brown, also admitted under oath that he has knowingly signed and committed perjury and testified in open court, perjury. In this case I'm here about is that Judge Michelle Levitt told me that I could not use the word perjury, entrapment, lie, or vigilante. Vigilante meaning that they had now taken a 3rd case to vigilize or taking vengeance on the 2 cases in which I had won prior. Well, I came before this board telling this board that this district attorney's office would accept lies, and the people who had been killed, their families wouldn't know what happened to them. Well, I'm telling you today that, please, I need more time.
About 5 more seconds. Go ahead.
I'm telling you today that this district attorney have taken bribery and used bribery in order to send me to prison. As Nathan Williams is now doing 38 years now, today, in Nevada prisons on a bribe case, on using bribery through the district attorney's office. I need you to look into this. And I tell you, it is a fact.
Okay, I will go ahead and we'll look into it for you, and we appreciate you coming down.
I'll be back tomorrow to give you more
as long as you want to talk about something on the agenda, you can come back and talk.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Y'all have a wonderful day, and may God continue to bless Clark
Thank
County.
you. Anybody else want to speak? Public? We are in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
United States, mainly for landscape irrigation, according to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Here at home, about 60% of Southern Nevada's water is used outdoors. That's significant. And since we live in a dry desert, reducing the amount of water that gets wasted due to overwatering is a huge priority. Overwatering occurs when you run your irrigation systems longer or more often than needed. Overwatering is more common on grass watered by sprinklers, but drip systems can waste water too. Seasonal watering restrictions are meant to curb this kind of water waste while keeping your landscape healthy. Your irrigation clock is the key to managing your outdoor water use.
Watering your landscape effectively and efficiently doesn't have to be complicated. Smart irrigation technologies can take the guesswork off your hands, significantly reduce water waste, and help you comply with mandatory watering restrictions.
A smart irrigation controller acts like a thermostat for your watering system, telling it when to turn on and off. It uses local weather and landscape conditions to tailor your watering schedule and apply water only when plants need it. A smart controller will turn your system off when we have significant rain events.
Toby, how can a smart controller save more water compared to a traditional watering clock?
So smart controllers are based on a kind of a variable schedule. So they're based on information that you put in about plants, climate, the weather, as opposed to fixed schedules. So fixed schedules, if you put in, I'm going to water Monday, Wednesday, Friday at certain times. Obviously, if we have rain events and things like that, nothing's going to shut that off. With a smart controller, obviously, it's going to adjust to that type of weather. For example, I have a smart controller, and this past spring, when we had all these rain events, it would actually shut my system off for several days. So I could see a lot of savings because of that. On a national standpoint, you can see water savings between 10 and 15%. Locally, we've done research and we see savings of 5 to 6% on the total household water use. So you can see some big savings using smart controllers.
The Southern Nevada Water Authority offers a rebate coupon to help you upgrade to a smart controller. In many cases, the rebate will pay up to half the cost of the controller, as much as $100. Find out which controllers qualify, get program details, and print the rebate form at snwa.com. You can save instantly at local participating retailers or mail in your rebate form if you purchase outside of the program. Like most smart technologies, smart irrigation controllers get smarter with time. Some even come with flow sensors that alert you if your irrigation system has a leak. Monitoring your landscape is as simple as tapping into your phone, tablet, or computer. Newer apps allow residents to remotely control their home irrigation system.
Toby, do you find that people with older or more traditional watering clocks don't comply with watering restrictions because their clocks are either hard to program or hard to get to?
Yeah, definitely. So more of the traditional controllers often are tucked away in your garage, first of all. So a lot of times people just don't like to go in the garage. They're inaccessible or they're difficult to program. So the older controllers are not kind of intuitively as user-friendly for customers. So smart controllers, if you can have it in your hand, especially the app-based ones, you don't have to go in the garage to program it. So because of that, we think people will have a much greater likelihood to follow all of our schedules because it's easier for them to change it through the seasons.
Smart controller savings aren't just for homeowners. HOAs and commercial properties also can receive a rebate. Larger properties are perfect candidates for smart technology since the controllers are capable of watering larger landscapes that often have varied plant needs in different watering zones.
While smart controllers are designed to increase watering efficiency, they do require initial setup and occasional monitoring to ensure optimal water savings.
They will take some effort initially. You have to get them plugged in, obviously, so the wiring is something very similar to your existing controller. Then you have to do a certain amount of programming up front. You still have to identify the zones, like which part of the yard you're watering and the type of plants. But that's not any different than you would with your normal type of controller. Then after that, there is periodic maintenance. It's not completely set it up and then leave it. You'll periodically have to do adjustments, but much less than you would a traditional controller.
If you do need help setting up a smart controller, you may want to consult an SNWA WaterSmart contractor or visit a participating retailer for assistance. Some landscapers in the WaterSmart Contractors program also accept the Smart Controller rebate coupon. Visit snwa.com to see a list of WaterSmart contractors.
Whether you have sprinklers, drip irrigation, or both, it's important to know the difference between the watering systems. While the goal is to keep your landscape healthy, how much water you use and how long you run your system depends on whether you have grass watered by sprinklers or plants watered by drip. SNWA Conservation Manager Doug Bennett helps break it down.
Doug, when it comes to landscape irrigation, what's the difference between sprinklers and drip?
One of them is going to apply the water really fast, like a rainstorm, and the other is going to apply the water very slowly and consistently right there at the plant roots. And it's important you know the difference because there's a lot of consequences in scheduling your irrigation system.
So talking about sprinklers then, they're the ones that apply a lot of water really quickly to grass in the valley. So how should we be watering our turf in the summer to keep it healthy?
Well, it depends. Sadly, that's the answer to all irrigation questions. It depends. There are a lot of variables. But I want people to realize just how much water these really put out. So I brought with me a shower head. We did a consumer research project, and we found that people thought that this shower head was the biggest water user at their home. The reality is this shower head, which is a water conserving one, puts out about 2 gallons per minute. This sprinkler head, one of them with a full circle nozzle, puts out 3 gallons per minute. One sprinkler head can be putting out more water than your shower head, and a lot of people may have dozens of these out there. So it's important to realize just how much water that is. This drip emitter, this puts out a few ounces of water per minute. So literally like a swallow of water in a minute, where this is going to put out 3 gallons. So it's important to know they can't run together. You can't run them on the same schedule, and you've got to separate your landscape irrigation by the style of emitter that's putting on the water, and then schedule it. This is going to run very short. In some cases, we may be talking about just 10 to 15 minutes of total run time. And then the drip emitter, we're usually talking about 30 to 90 minutes of run time, depending on the design, the plants, and how often you're running it.
Okay. So SNWA recommends the cycle and soak method for watering turf. Tell us what that is and why we recommend it.
Okay, so I mentioned you might run a sprinkler system for 15 minutes. You may not want to run it for 15 minutes continuous. It may put too much water on and the water may run off, or it may pond in the yard. So instead what you do is you divide that into thirds, maybe run 5 minutes at 5 a.m., 5 minutes at 6 a.m., and 5 minutes at 7 a.m. as an example. It's able to take those small drinks of water and pile them on and load up the soil so that the plants can drink from it during the rest of the day. So that's what we call the cycle and soak method. Cycle it on, let it soak in, wait a while, cycle it on again, and so forth.
Perfect. For plants or trees that are watered with drip, they may need less water. So how often should those drip systems be set to water?
What you want to do with drip is run it anywhere from 30 to 90 minutes. How long depends upon how many of these little guys are out there and how much volume each of them applies, which is a trick to learn. Once you determine that optimal run time, you want to skip days between. As a good rule of thumb, Jen, you want to run your drip system about 3 times as long minimum, but maybe only 1/3 as often as your sprinkler system runs. That's kind of a good starting point to figure out the general guidelines, and then you would work from there.
For more tips on how and when to water your landscape, visit snwa.com. Las Vegas has had an unusually wet year, and now in monsoon season, you can bet more rain is on the way. While rainfall doesn't have a big impact on Lake Mead's water levels, it does help us conserve water. Water use throughout the valley is down 5% this year, thanks in part to the weather and the community's response to turn off irrigation systems during rain events. Shutting off irrigation on rainy or windy days could save residents as much as 500 gallons a day. A wetter than normal winter has likely delayed a federally declared shortage for at least another year. There remains a significant possibility of shortage in 2021. The Colorado River Basin experienced a heavy winter snowpack, resulting in above-average runoff during spring. Lake Mead's water level could benefit from the increase, as more water is released downstream and through Lake Powell. While we've had a good year, one good year is not enough to pull the river system out of a 19-year drought. It would take at least a few years of similar conditions to significantly raise Lake Mead water levels. Conservation remains a priority for the 7 states that share the Colorado River. After months of tough negotiations, the lower basin states signed the Drought Contingency Plan.
This is an historic day for the entire Colorado River Basin. 2 countries, 9 states, 7 in the United States, 2 in Mexico, countless water districts, non-governmental organizations, tribes, those who care about recreation. Together, we have all worked together to bring home these drought contingency plans.
Under the plan, Nevada, Arizona, and California will make a series of voluntary water contributions to keep water in Lake Mead. The contributions are designed to slow Lake Mead's decline and reduce the potential of the lake dropping to critical operating elevations. The plan will allow the lower basin states to recover some of their voluntary contributions as Lake Mead's elevation recovers.
The residents won't feel the impact because of our community's tremendous achievements in conservation. Right now we have about 60,000 acre-feet of unused water, and our maximum contribution under this plan is 10,000 acre-feet. So we'll still have a substantial amount of extra water to secure the community's future water supply with.
Here in the desert, golf courses can be an easy target when we want to point a finger at wasteful water use. But many of these properties have made enormous strides to reduce their water footprint and increase water efficiency. Major turf conversions at golf courses are driving down water use. The SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate chips in for extra savings.
Aliante Golf Club's 18-hole championship course stretches more than 7,000 yards from the back tees. Situated in the master-planned Del Webb community, it boasts a lush desert landscape that includes colorful, drought-friendly shrubs and trees. Although the course was designed with the desert in mind, Aliante has a lot of unused grass and recently embarked on a large turf conversion project through the SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate program. How much grass did Aliante remove through the SNWA's rebate program?
Aliante Golf Course took out a little over 129,000 square feet of turf. The City of North Las Vegas that operates the golf course will receive a little over $200,000 in incentives.
Aliante removed grass near the back of the driving range and near its 9th and 18th holes. The conversion will save the golf course and the City of North Las Vegas 7 million gallons of water a year. The SNWA worked with golf course managers to determine where grass could be eliminated without impacting the playability of the course. They used GPS technology to track the movements of 105 players over a 3-day period. Data was overlaid on course imagery to illustrate high traffic and low or no traffic areas.
Several hundred rounds of golf were recorded, and then they supplied us with a great graphic of where carts went, where they didn't go, and it showed us some areas that we might want to consider to take the turf out and save water. And so we also took a look at it other than a GPS look, from a golf professional's look or a golfer's look or a golf course architect, to where it really didn't change the shape or playability of the course, and it still made it fair for people and didn't really turn it into a desert course.
Many golf courses are already very efficient water users, with computerized irrigation systems, sophisticated weather monitoring devices, and well-educated course superintendents. A number of courses also have completed the complex application process to connect to and use recycled water, rather than potable supplies. Still, the sheer amount of landscaping results in steep water bills, and that's a major driver for courses to remove grass in unused areas. But it's also about doing the right thing for the valley's future.
Right now, Aliante Golf Course is the #2 user of water in the city of North Las Vegas. And so we took a look at it and said, what are our responsibilities? We asked the community, what do you think? And then we came up with the participation with this great program from Southern Nevada Water Authority to remove some turf, yet not affect the feel of the golf course, but do our part in terms of conserving water.
Golf course superintendent Jeff Lazon manages the irrigation system and water use here at Aliante. His team goes to great lengths to ensure the course operates as efficiently as possible.
A lot of the golf courses here, from what I understand, some of them have wells, but some of them are running off of city water, and that's what we're doing. We don't want to waste a drop of that city water because we know where it comes from and we know how hard it is to replace it.
Since 1999, golf courses have converted more than 39 million square feet, or 900 acres of grass, through the SNWA's rebate program. The conversions have produced a savings of 2.2 billion gallons of water for our community.
So golf courses, as a sector in the Southern Nevada community, only use about 6% of the water. And the reason is that they're on water budgets, and that means they get 6.3 acre-feet per acre annually. And they stick to those budgets. They also have professional irrigators on staff and weather stations to run their irrigation systems. So water is important to a golf course, obviously, and it's a big part of their maintenance budget financially. So they are very water conscious.
Who wants to mow their lawn when it's 110 degrees outside? Not many people, including Channel 8 news meteorologist Sherry Swensk. Although she had a small area of grass in her backyard, it was more of a nuisance than a usable space. Sherry applied for the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate to replace her thirsty turf with a low-maintenance landscape.
I don't want to mow it anymore. It's uneven. I just want to be able to roll my barbecue out here, have parties, have people over, and just enjoy being outdoors in this space that otherwise I don't use.
You've likely seen meteorologist Sherry Swensk talk about water conservation during her weather segments on Channel 8 News. She often reminds viewers to change their watering schedule seasonally and promotes the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. After years of encouraging Southern Nevadans to replace their useless grass with drought-tolerant plants, Sherry finally took her own advice.
I've been talking for years, telling viewers how easy the program is, how rewarding it is. If you're not using your grass, how much money it costs to water, it's annoying to mow, it's a lot of work and a lot of maintenance. And I've been doing the same thing myself for years. This is my third house with green grass, and again, I'm not using it.
Ready to part ways with her backyard lawn to save water and time spent on maintenance, Sherry contacted the SNWA to apply for the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate.
I just wanted to take advantage of the program, and when the rebate came up to $3 a square foot, I'm like, what am I doing? This grass is annoying. I'm not using this. And so I just wanted to take advantage of the program, get that great rebate check, and just turn this into an area that I will really enjoy and use.
The SNWA pays homeowners and businesses $3 for every square foot of grass replaced with WaterSmart Landscaping, up to the first 10,000 square feet, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. Customers must have at least 400 square feet to qualify for the Water Authority's rebate program. Sherry ripped out just under 500 square feet of grass. A WaterSmart landscaper helped Sherry design a more functional, usable space. Decorative pavers and river rock replaced the grass, and tropical, drought-tolerant plants were added to complement the swimming pool. A new drip system was installed in the bordering planter to water the existing palm trees and plants more efficiently, and a splash of paint on the raised bed gave the backyard an extra pop of color. Tell us how you feel about your new yard.
You know, Crystal, I'm so happy with the whole project, the way it turned out. It's what I wanted, which was a very usable space that feels good and open, but it's got a lot of bonuses too. The color of the plants, the texture of the different rocks, it's just more than I really envisioned. It's created a cool environment. We've also added lighting at night, which is beautiful, and it's just, it's a feel-good space that's not only, I don't miss the grass. I don't miss the grass at all. I wasn't using the grass.
Since the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program started in 1999, our community has removed 189 million square feet of turf, saving 130 billion gallons of water. The SNWA encourages all homeowners and businesses to evaluate the grass they have and determine whether it serves a real purpose. If the only time you walk on your lawn is to mow it, get rid of it. Removing useless grass is a goal for our entire community. The Water Authority estimates at least 5,000 acres of non-functional turf, much of it owned by HOAs and businesses, could easily be removed. If all the grass were converted to WaterSmart landscaping, we would save more than 12 billion gallons of water each year.
I just think that we ought to live in tune and in harmony with the area where we are, and desert landscaping makes perfect sense. It saves water. That's a precious resource. We're all seeing it disappear. And someday we're going to pay big time for that water. And so if we can give up a little now in order to save for later, why not do it? Giving up my grass, that's a really small price to pay.
The SNWA's Youth Advisory Council ended its year-long learning journey with an educational water summit at the Springs Preserve. More than 400 teens from area high schools learned about local and global water issues, as well as how to conserve water while living with a drought that's been around as long as they have.
I learned more about conservation and my impact on my community, and it was a great experience, and I found more of a passion for just activism and what we can do as youth to make a change in the world, and that's definitely what Youth Advisory Council has taught me this year.
For the past year, the teens in the SNWA's Youth Advisory Council, also known as YAC, have learned about Southern Nevada's water resources and challenges, including where our main source of water comes from, how it's treated and delivered to customers, and why conservation is so important to our community. For high school students like Tatum Winspear, learning more about the record drought reminded her not to be complacent.
We've lived in a drought our whole lives. It's kind of on the back burner of our thoughts. We don't really realize there's a drought in Las Vegas because when we were born it was just at the beginning. So the fact that we can become more environmentally conscious is what is really the most important.
The Water Authority created the Youth Advisory Council in 1999 to engage high school students in a discussion of water issues and policy. The council meets once a week to develop and implement an annual project and concludes the year with a presentation to the SNWA's Board of Directors. This year, YAC hosted a highly successful and well-attended water summit for its peers. Jerry Nadal, Senior Vice President of Cirque du Soleil, made opening remarks before participating teens broke into groups for tours and activities.
Basically, it's just an expo for all of these kids to come and learn about water issues. We have a couple of activities led by my fellow YAC members. So one of them is an activity to demonstrate how water infrastructure works, and it's basically a giant activity where you have to carry water from one place to another. And
we wanted them to just really get an idea of their impact on our water in Las Vegas and in Southern Nevada, and really just have a knowledge of where their water comes from in terms of the allocation from the Colorado River.
Springs Preserve staff led zoology, archaeology, and gardens tours, while the Water Authority hosted a conservation session to show attending high school students how they can conserve water at home. The Warm Springs Natural Area and the Las Vegas Wash participated with information booths, and the SNWA's water quality team explained how the valley's drinking water is tested and treated to the highest standards. The summit was a representation of all that YAC has learned and experienced over the past year.
We went to the River Mountain Water Treatment Facility, which was really interesting. We went to a couple of expos.
One thing that I learned that I was able to share with my family and friends is that the Southern Nevada Water Authority pays you to take your grass out. And I thought that was really good because a lot of my neighbors have grass, and I don't think any of them know that you get paid to take it out.
Armed with new knowledge about our drinking water and resource challenges, YAC is confident that today's youth won't take water for granted and will work towards solutions to preserve and protect Southern Nevada's future.
I have a huge hope in the youth, and I think that we could have a huge impact on where our society moves, and we have a huge role to play in the changing and the improvement of our society.
The Nevada legislature passed a bill to reauthorize conservation funding throughout the state. Voters originally approved the $200 million conservation bond program in 2002 to enhance cultural and natural resources. The funds supported recreational trails, public parks, museums, wildfire prevention and restoration, and much more. Additional funds will support new projects like water improvements, expanded amenities at the Springs Preserve, and investments in community parks, trails, and open spaces.
Our primary mission is to protect the land and water resources for the people of Nevada and provide quality recreational opportunities. And this conservation bond program helps us to do that. Some key projects that we've been able to implement is a bike path up at Lake Tahoe, which for the first time ever on the Nevada side of the lake, folks can ride their bike along a quality bike path in a safe experience and not be on the roadway. We've done visitor improvements to improve the recreational quality experience in our campgrounds throughout the state, most notably Valley of Fire State Park and the Big Bend State Park down in Laughlin, Nevada.
Conservation bond funding is critical for the Nevada Department of Wildlife. Some of the big areas of use in the past few years have included wildfire rehabilitation. That includes purchasing seed and applying that seed via helicopter. Hatcheries in both the northern part of the state as well as the southern part of the state have been the beneficiaries of conservation bond funding. And fish production has been increased, and fish species protection has also occurred as a result of those hatchery refurbishment projects.
The Conservation Bond Act enabled us to get the resources to design and construct a new state-of-the-art museum on the campus of the Las Vegas Springs Preserve, which was evolving at that time as a great cultural resource for Clark County in southern Nevada.
$25 million came from the Nevada Conservation Bond Program to help fund the construction of what has become a cultural entertainment and education center in Las Vegas. And there's a lot of attractions in southern Nevada, but families in southern Nevada know that this is a place where they can hike, see traveling exhibits, there's wildlife, there's a museum, there's a botanical garden that demonstrates how we can have a sustainable foliage here. And so the Springs Preserve is an example of what the bond program can do for our community.
There are more ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153, or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, connect with us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? God.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. On behalf of my colleagues here and at the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C., we're happy to have you here for our first lecture of the fall semester, and another timely one, I hope you'll agree. We're always happy to be here in this facility in Greenspun Hall, and so we thank our colleagues in the Greenspun College for making this available to us and for recording it, as you see. If you're watching us on our website or via public television, you have these people to thank for that opportunity. And as all good lectures are
Good morning. We are going to go ahead and call to order the Board of County Commissioners.
And I'll tell you a little bit about Jeffrey. He's a fellow in the Global Economy and Development Program at Brookings and a research associate in the Global Economic Governance Program at the University of Oxford. His research focuses on international political economy, particularly the politics of trade and foreign investment. You might have guessed that from the title of his lecture tonight. Prior to completing his PhD, Jeffrey worked as a speechwriter for World Bank President Jim Young Kim. He's originally from Ottawa, Canada. I don't know if you'll be able to tell that or not tonight from his presentation. He received his master's and PhD in international relations at the University of Oxford and his BA from DePauw University. So we'll follow our usual format. Jeffrey will have a presentation. I think we'll have some time at the end for a little bit of Q&A. So let me turn this podium over to Jeffrey.
Great. Thanks a lot, Bill, for that kind introduction. And it's a real pleasure to be here at Brookings Mountain West at UNLV. I'm sort of really enjoying my time here, and it's been great. So as Bill mentioned, I'm going to speak about commercial interests in American foreign policy today. I'll try and be relatively brief so we can get to Q&A and a broader discussion. Happy to talk sort of both about the presentation, but also sort of more generally about U.S. trade policy today, everything that's going on in the news, sort of whatever's of interest. Okay. All right, so I want to start off with a little anecdote, a sort of mini scandal, barely even sort of registered on our kind of new scale of political scandals these days. But back early this year, there's a sort of moment in the news where there's a lot of focus on the Trump Organization's hotel in Panama. So obviously, the Trump Organization, a major international company, they had a hotel in Panama, and there was a dispute between the Trump company and the local business partners on the ground in Panama. This is sort of a contract dispute over who had rights to the corporation, to the sort of particular property, a relatively standard international business dispute. What made this sort of an interesting case to start looking about is the effort to politicize the case. Particularly what we saw is a sort of headline from New York Times here in April of the Trump company was reaching out to the president of Panama, asking him to get involved in this sort of commercial business dispute. And so that sort of raised a lot of red flags for people saying, why are we bringing in sort of politicians into this commercial dispute? Particularly, obviously, given that this is the corporation owned by the president's family, what does this mean for American foreign policy? We've had a letter here from Senator Bob Menendez. So this is the top-ranking Democrat on the Foreign Relations Committee. He writes to the State Department and says, I've read in the news about this sort of the Trump Corporation writing out to the president of Panama. It says this raises serious conflict of interest questions that it could impinge on the United States' ability to conduct effective foreign policy. Menendez here is very worried that is U.S. foreign policy really being used to support the interests of the Trump administration, or is it being used to support kind of American national interest? Right? And so this is sort of this May scandal. It kind of fizzles out relatively quickly. But for me, at least, it raises a lot of interesting questions. Because what Menendez is really hinting at there is that there's something sort of deeply illegitimate about the president getting involved in this transaction. And so if we want to know, is this actually a scandal? Is this a conflict of interest? We need to sort of understand how can we compare, a dispute involving the president's company to sort of what would have happened for any other company. So, would it really be surprising if the U.S. Embassy got involved to assist the Trump Organization? And again, I think to answer that question, we have to say, well, what would the U.S. Embassy do in any other case? And so this sort of leads to this broader research question, which I've spent a few years thinking about really, which is asking, when, how, and why does the State Department intervene to help American companies abroad, particularly in relationships with foreign governments? And how does this sort of fit into our broader understanding of American foreign policy, and what kind of effects does it have on U.S. foreign policy? So this is sort of the main question I want to be tackling in this talk today. To take a step back first, though, we should ask, why would investors turn to their diplomats for help? Why does this issue arise in the beginning? And the basic idea here is that, foreign investment is risky. So when you're an investor and you're kind of going abroad into a foreign company, particularly into developing countries where there's sort of a weaker legal system, you're taking on a lot of risks. A sort of classic example of this is think of an oil company or a mining company. Maybe this company will be sort of invited in. They'll sign a contract with the government saying, we're going to come here and explore for oil. We'll sort of invest a lot of money in sort of looking for oil. Maybe you're there, you're sort of working in the country for sort of 5-10 years. Suddenly you hit oil. You're thinking, great, this is fantastic news. Sort of those hundreds of million dollars I've invested to kind of get to this point is finally going to pay off. And of course, that's the point where the government's going to turn around and say, actually, we're going to rip up this contract that we had. We're going to kick you out, and we're just going to sort of develop the oil fields ourselves. Right? So this is sort of a classic worry in sort of international business, in international relations. The threat that this government at any time can sort of kick you out of the country. And so if you're a foreign investor and you find yourself in that situation, what recourses do you really have? So first off, you can just try negotiating directly with the government. And in fact, this is what we see happens most often, that there are sort of constant back and forths between sort of these foreign multinationals and the governments where they're operating. They're constantly renegotiating the terms of their contracts, and sort of at different points in time, either the company may have more leverage or the government will have more leverage, and we'll see kind of how that plays out. But for some investors, particularly if you're in a period where you don't have a lot of leverage, that's obviously not a very attractive approach. Alternative is that you can go through the local court system. So for the most part, when foreign, sort of German companies investing here in the United States, if they had some sort of big complaint, they could go through the U.S. court system. They wouldn't necessarily always be happy with the outcome, but they would sort of more or less trust it. If you're investing in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, you probably don't have as much faith in that court system. Either that it's just sort of not going to be effective and it's going to be slow, or kind of quite more likely that it's going to be sort of rigged in favor of the government. So particularly if you have a dispute with the government as the sort of opposing party in your dispute, you don't really want to be sitting in the courts that are often sort of run by the foreign government. You're not going to trust them to give you a fair hearing. And so if you're not going to directly negotiate with the government, if you're not going to try and go through the local court system to resolve your dispute, what are you going to do? And it turns out time and again, you're going to turn to your diplomats, your sort of home state diplomatic staff, and ask them to help you resolve this case. So we see this a lot historically. So if we go back to the early 1900s, see an early example of this sort of dollar diplomacy as it can be known in Nicaragua. So the La Luz y Los Angeles mining company, sort of a gold mining company, American-owned, that invests on the Nicaraguan coast. They sort of show up, I think, 1903, 1904. Again, they have a contract signed with the current Nicaraguan government, giving them the right to mine for gold on the coast here. A few years later, the Nicaraguan government sort of turns against this mining company, basically sort of tears up that contract. The owners of this mine are sort of in a pinch. They don't really know what to do. It turns out the owners of this mine are all from the sort of Pittsburgh area. Great news, the new Secretary of State, Philander Knox at the time, is also from this sort of group of Pittsburgh industrialists. So they write to their friend Philander and they say, listen, you really need to come help us out here. You need to get the government to kind of come in and push on the Nicaraguans to get them to hand back control of this mine to these American owners. And what we see is that the Secretary Knox sort of really takes up this cause, and he really sort of pushes through the U.S. political system to kind of increase American diplomatic pressure on Nicaragua. This ultimately leads to U.S. Marines kind of invading Nicaragua. There's an ongoing rebellion. The U.S. Marines invade essentially on the side of the rebels and kind of contribute at least to overthrowing President Zelaya. And, historians kind of continue to debate this, but there's pretty clear evidence that the effort to protect this mining interest was one of the real reasons why the U.S. got so involved, and particularly why sort of the Marines went in. So you have a quote from the U.S. consul, sort of looking back on it after the time. He comes out and says that this particular mining dispute really was the cause of desire to eliminate Zelaya. And he's sort of becoming quite sort of critical of this decision, saying, why are we sort of spending so much time and effort? Obviously, it's a huge lift for the United States to send in the Marines, sort of just to defend these mining interests. And so if you think about, who gains and who loses from this type of system, so the businesses overall were relatively happy with this world, right? As long as you kind of had powerful friends in governments, and certainly back in this period, if you were somebody who was investing out in Latin America, you also probably were relatively powerful domestically and had some friends you could call on. You could call this diplomatic protection to your advantage. But as we see in that quote from the consul that I showed, increasingly diplomats, and particularly as sort of diplomats professionalize, and we get a real class of professional diplomats, they're starting to say, why are we spending so much time sort of involved in these investment disputes? Again, this is a quote from the Nicaragua example. This is from a former Marine who was involved in it. And he's sort of here, again, kind of critically looking back, saying, this whole revolution is inspired and financed by Americans who have these wildcat investments down here. They're trying to force the United States to intervene to make their investments good. So kind of, there are these powerful lobbying interests who are just sort of compelling American foreign policy to their own interest and sort of forcing these, really quite expensive interventions on the behalf of the United States just to sort of make sure that their investments pay off eventually. So fast forward a few decades, we see kind of some similar dynamics playing out in Cuba. So Cuban Revolution, 1959, sort of, got young Fidel Castro here who comes to power. Sort of almost immediately after the revolution, the Castro regime has a new land reform policy. Effectively what this policy is going to do is take away a lot of land owned by U.S. sugar plantations and sort of redistribute it to the state. The American sugar companies, sort of not surprisingly, are not happy with this. And so again, just like the owners of the Nicaraguan mine, they're sort of talking to their friends in the US government saying, look, we really need to sort of push down on the Castro regime and sort of fight back. But the State Department is very nervous about this. The State Department, so kind of crucial point to remember here is that this is really just, within a year or so of the Castro revolution. The State Department still doesn't know, is Castro going to take Cuba into sort of the Soviet sphere, or can we kind of keep him away? Sort of early Cold War strategizing. We want to keep Cuba as an ally. Cuba's been a close ally up until now. It's not obvious early on in Castro's regime, sort of can Cuba still be a kind of American ally, or are they now kind of firmly in the opposite camp? So the State Department, saying, look, we understand you U.S. sugar companies are mad, but we're not going to sort of piss off Castro just to keep you happy. That our top priority needs to be keeping Cuba out of the Sino-Soviet orbit and sort of making sure they're still part of our system. And so we don't actually want to sort of really come down hard on Castro for this. We want to sort of, let's work out a deal. Maybe the Americans aren't going to get all of their sort of money back, but we can sort of try and keep Castro as an ally. As it turns out, just as in Nicaragua, it's the sort of private sugar interests that carry the day in this internal fight. The State Department is sort of overruled by the Treasury Department. The US does come down quite hard on Cuba, basically prevents Cuba from exporting sugar at all to the United States. And this sort of, just as the State Department worries, this decision kind of puts Castro on the path to entering the Soviet regime. So again, we see this sort of tension between these two possible goals. And this is really the dilemma that the State Department faces time and again throughout this Cold War period. Is that you have private companies who are coming to the US government, often going through their friends either in Congress or in Treasury or Commerce, and sort of asking for diplomatic help abroad. But the State Department is saying, we don't want to be kind of pulled into all of these individual sort of transactional fights that these sort of, wildcat investors are getting into. We're focused on the kind of grand strategy of fighting the Cold War. We're focused on containing communism. We're not here to kind of haggle over sort of day-to-day investment disputes. Particularly as in the Cuba case, where the threat of sort of going, aggressively intervening against a kind of current regime to back investors is going to kind of throw an alliance into risk. So again, the State Department is constantly thinking about how are we kind of keeping developing country governments on our side and keeping them away from the Soviet side. We don't want to be kind of complaining to governments about these sort of haggling over commercial disputes when we're worried about maintaining our alliances. And so the way we see this play out is that, time and again, these diplomats, they want to be focusing on this high politics of containing communism. They don't want to be dragged into lowly commercial work. And so what that ends up happening at the State Department is that there's really sort of strong disincentives to get involved in commercial work. This is kind of a long quote here, but I think it's really telling, so I like putting it up. This is from Susan Schwab, who was at the State Department for a long time in the sort of commerce economic side, sort of eventually left state and went on to become US Trade Representative several years later. But here she's talking about the kind of culture at the State Department in the 1970s. She talks about how the State Department places no priority on the commercial function. And Foreign Service officers who liked commercial work were doomed not to advance in the system. And let's face it, some officers who were not of the highest caliber ended up getting stuck doing commercial work. So you have this odd mix of people who were real good at what they did and weren't rewarded, who just weren't good at what they did. None of them were judged on the basis of how they did commercial work. So this is sort of how commercial work is treated at the State Department, really throughout the whole Cold War period. The kind of very ambitious diplomats are going to be out kind of, doing grand strategy, fighting communism. You've got this sort of ragtag bunch of hangers-on that are sort of doing some of the commercial work behind the scenes, but it's completely disincentivized as a sort of bureaucratic culture question. And so that really persists sort of throughout the Cold War. And then, we get to the collapse of communism, the end of the Cold War, and it's this real shock to the State Department. The State Department didn't really see it coming. They've sort of built up their culture and built up their sort of strategy over decades around this sort of paradigm of containing communism. And so now, late 1980s, early 1990s, there's sort of a need for a big shift at the State Department. And the State Department kind of looks around the world and says, for decades we've been able to go to Congress and get funded easily just by saying, look, it's important to have a strong State Department because we're out fighting communism. Suddenly that explanation no longer exists. That doesn't really hold. State Department says, we need a new constituency who's going to support us and kind of will lobby on behalf of our interests towards Congress. And they realize that cultivating that constituency amongst American businesses is going to provide them a lot of domestic political backing. Throughout this moment, sort of in the early 1990s, where markets are starting to open overseas, sort of this early globalization period, and the State Department basically decides that we can go out and kind of sell American businesses on, look how great it is to have a strong State Department. We're going to help you kind of expand overseas. We want to be kind of hand in hand with you as you sort of enter the sort of new world of emerging markets. And so we see a real pivot within the State Department and sort of within the bureaucratic culture. So kind of, almost immediately after the end of the Cold War, there's sort of this internal State Department debate saying, how are we going to kind of reorganize and respond to this changing global order? What they come up with is, we're going to have a major conference on commercial diplomacy where we're going to invite all these businesses to come talk to us and sort of, explain to them the benefits of a strong diplomatic presence. We see lots of strong political backing, particularly when Warren Christopher is Secretary of State in the early 1990s, the first Clinton administration, and then Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State later on. So Warren Christopher, in his hearing before the Senate, to be confirmed as Secretary of State, the senators ask him sort of what will be your priorities as Secretary of State, and the first priority he lists is sort of American businesses and American jobs. The point of a strong American foreign policy is going to be supporting American businesses, which is really quite a dramatic shift from how it played out in the Cold War. Similarly, Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, so she sends around this kind of became quite well-known memo to every ambassador in the world, known as the Ambassadors as CEO memos, where she's basically sort of instructing ambassadors that you need to be out helping American businesses, kind of helping Americans win contracts overseas, sort of government procurement markets become a big deal. And she sort of really doubles down this sort of economic statecraft idea, the sort of merging together of economics and foreign policy. And so we see the kind of high-level strategic shift. We also see it play out at the sort of bureaucratic culture level. So there's a whole rash of new sort of training programs introduced. There are things like, the State Department creates an award for the diplomats who are most effective at commercial work, something that they had never done before, if we think back to those quotes in the 1970s. Commercial officers start getting sort of promoted more often. I think in the sort of late 1990s, we get the first time a commercial officer becomes ambassador as sort of a big benchmark and kind of the increasing importance of commercial work. So there's a sort of real shift within the culture of the State Department. And so then sort of how does this play out on the ground? We've sort of looked at the Nicaragua case, the Cuba case. What are sort of more modern examples of this kind of diplomacy? And so one big early example is from Enron's sort of adventures in India. So Enron, as some of you probably remember, was a major American energy company. In the early sort of 1990s, they decide they want to go into India. They're sort of building what's known as the Dabhol power plant in India. At the time, it's the largest single foreign investment ever in India and sort of $1 billion project. sort of under the Bill Clinton administration, there's a lot of initial support for Enron going in. But kind of quite early on, I think the power plant, they sort of build the first phase of it, they start operating, sort of stumble on the second phase. They quickly realize that the sort of pricing mechanism they'd worked out for energy was way off. And so this dispute kind of, the plant really sort of falls apart relatively quickly on. India sort of refuses to pay Enron what Enron sort of thinks they should be paid. And so Enron kind of, like the sugar owners before them, turns to the US embassy and says, you need to help us out here. And we see a very strong response on the part of the US. So the US ambassador to India is sort of constantly calling up various members of the Indian cabinet to sort of press Enron's case. Secretary of State, this is sort of into the early 2000s when the dispute really takes off, and Colin Powell is Secretary of State. He makes this a big deal. This becomes sort of one of the most important issues in the US-India relationship, against sort of a pretty big, important bilateral relationship. And this individual investment dispute is kind of often on the agenda. Dick Cheney is the vice president at the time. He's sort of pushing the case. At the National Security Council, there's actually a DABL working group, which is sort of meeting in Washington to sort of talk about, how can we coordinate US government policy on sort of helping resolve this DABL dispute? Again, a very intense, a very structured approach. A sort of funny end to the story, which is that the Indian Prime Minister at the time was visiting Washington. Enron's lobbyists had been working really hard to kind of get this dispute onto the agenda for the heads of state summit meeting between President George Bush and the Indian Prime Minister at the time. And we know from some internal Enron letters that later came out that initially this dispute was on the agenda, and then it sort of drops off the agenda. And what ends up happening is that sort of later that week is when the Enron scandal kind of fully hits the news. Enron sort of collapses as a company within a month, really. And so this dispute sort of falls off the agenda, but we can see that sort of right up until the end, Enron was sort of pushing very hard to get the US government involved here. A second example is Occidental Petroleum in Ecuador. So Occidental Petroleum, or Oxy as it often goes by, they invest in Ecuador. They, again, are one of the largest foreign investors in Ecuador at the time. I think they originally go into Ecuador in the 1990s. This dispute really emerges in the mid-2000s. But there's, again, a relatively simple contract dispute between Occidental Petroleum and the government of Ecuador. Ecuador is threatening to cancel this contract. Again, Oxy, like many investors, sort of as soon as they get word that the government is kind of potentially coming after them, they go straight to the US Embassy in Quito and ask for support. Again, we see this very strong push from the US Embassy. The ambassador is kind of calling up the head of state, the foreign minister, the energy minister, the finance minister, kind of anyone she can get on the phone to sort of push Oxy's case. That happens on the ground in Ecuador. We sort of see a similar push in Washington, D.C. During this time, Ecuador and the US are actually involved in negotiating a free trade agreement. And so these negotiations have been going on for years. And as this dispute comes to a head, the US eventually says, we're canceling our ongoing free trade negotiations, and explicitly cites this dispute as the reason why the US is not going to be signing a free trade agreement with Ecuador. So that happens in 2005, sort of, until today, really, there has not been any sort of effort to revive those free trade agreement talks. But again, we see this as sort of a quite strong diplomatic push and quite strong sort of price that Ecuador pays in its relationship with the United States. So these are sort of two big disputes that sort of got into the news, but they're also relatively rare. That sort of, both the Enron case and the Oxy case, for sort of different reasons, ended up being quite publicized. So, in Enron, the reason we know so much about this is that after Enron collapsed, there was sort of a big congressional investigation into US government relations with Enron, and sort of that's how all this came to light. Otherwise, it all happened privately. Similarly with Occidental, it was only sort of once we got to the point of having the free trade agreement negotiations sort of blow up that a lot of this sort of previous pressure came out. But we know that most of this commercial diplomacy occurs behind closed doors. It's never reported that it's the ambassador calling up the finance minister. We don't really know sort of what's going on behind these doors. So, as academics, that makes it a very difficult issue to study. We can see the kind of big, most famous cases, but we don't see anything else. And so in some research that I've done with a couple colleagues, we turn to a new data source to try and figure out actually what's going on behind the scenes, and we use the leaked State Department cables. So this is a data set of 250,000 cables that were sort of internal US State Department cables, subsequently publicly leaked through WikiLeaks. And it's sort of an online searchable database now that you can go through all these cables. They're the communications between embassies and Washington, D.C. And then we can search through these cables and identify investment disputes and then go through and say, all right, what did US diplomats actually do? So that's what we do. We search this database. We find 440 individual disputes. And we sort of go through each of them and see, all right, how did the US get involved in these ongoing disputes? It's a bit small, I'm not sure how well you can read it, but we essentially code each of these disputes on a 1 to 5 scale to measure the intensity of US engagement. So at the highest level of what we call a 5, explicit issue linkage. So this is like the Oxy case where there's sort of a real hard sanction that the host government faces. So whether that's withdrawing aid benefits or with canceling a free trade agreement or something like that. Sort of just below that, we call high-level diplomatic agenda. So this is when dispute is discussed at the head of state level. So again, sort of relatively rarely, but sort of at head of state or during an official bilateral visit. At the mid-level, this is when dispute is discussed kind of just generally in day-to-day diplomacy. Sort of just below that, again, we have sort of more technocratic interventions. This is not a sort of diplomatic intervention, but this is more sort of a regulator talking to another regulator saying, how can we figure this out? There are lots of sort of customs disputes and that kind of stuff that ends up in that category. And then finally, sort of if the US government doesn't do anything at all. So I think kind of a few key takeaways that we see from this data. So one point is just that this diplomacy is relatively common. And again, this sort of tracks on to what you hear if you go sort of ask ambassadors about it. It tracks on to what you hear if you ask companies about it. Sort of, yes, this diplomacy still happens. It mostly isn't reported. It mostly happens behind closed doors, but sort of it is going on. But the other big takeaway that's sort of quite notable is that those Enron and Oxy cases that we started off talking about, those are really the exception. That sort of very aggressive, very explicit sort of intense diplomatic fighting. That's not what most of the cases look like. Most of the cases look like more routine day-to-day diplomacy of just in the usual course of what the ambassador is sort of doing that week. When they're meeting with the foreign minister, they're bringing up whatever outstanding investment disputes may exist in the country, and sort of just trying to work through these disputes in a more sort of low-level, less high-pressure, less sort of high-stakes means. And so to give an example of what that looks like in practice, so again, this is sort of a narrative that we're able to draw out from all the information in the cables. It's the case of Gerald Metals in Tajikistan. So unlike Oxy, unlike Enron, this is a relatively small company. They're a metal commodities trader based out of Connecticut. They had entered into an agreement with the Tajik state-owned aluminum company. Basically, Gerald Metals had sort of paid $20 million to this state-owned company with the expectation that they were going to get a shipment of $20 million of aluminum. There's then a sort of shakeup at the Tajik company. They kind of kick out the old board. A new board comes in. They say all those previous deals are sort of null and void now. Gerald Metals is left saying, wait a minute, where's our $20 million that we already paid you? And so Gerald Metals, again, like many other companies, they go to the US Embassy. They say, Ambassador, you need to help us out here. What we see is that it's not the case of sort of really threatening, really saying, we're going to pull out all of our aid, or we're going to kind of, this is a major thorn in the relationship. But just sort of day-to-day in the ambassador's work, when they're sort of meeting with the finance minister, they'll come in and say, all right, there's sort of 6 items on our agenda. 1, we're talking about sort of US economic assistance. 2, we're interested in sort of European integration, something else. But then sort of maybe number 4 or 5 on that agenda is, remember, you still owe Gerald Metals $20 million. You need to resolve this dispute. This dispute is sort of a blemish on your reputation. It's hurting your investment climate. So we want to kind of work with you to resolve these outstanding problems. So it's a much more sort of less aggressive, less coercive approach to commercial diplomacy. And what we see, interestingly, is sort of So why this is one of my favorite cases is there's a great story of how it's ultimately resolved, which is the ambassador is invited to a kind of formal sort of dinner banquet hosted by the banking industry. This is a sort of ceremonial event with lots of traditional Tajik dancing and drinking and all that kind of stuff. Ambassador happens to be seated next to a sort of relatively high up person in the economy ministry, and kind of over a few drinks, the two of them eventually say, "All right, we're going to kind of hash out this deal." It happens very informally. It's not a coercive thing. It's just sort of we get to this moment where the ambassador can kind of let's sit down together, let's work this out, let's get to a deal, and that ultimately is how the dispute gets resolved. So we see in that Gerald case, that's sort of one example at least of how this kind of diplomacy can be useful to firms. And Gerald Meadows sort of comes back and says, we couldn't have resolved this without diplomatic help, so we're sort of really thankful to the embassy for all of your assistance. But kind of looking at individual cases, it's still hard to know sort of how systematically important is diplomacy to American businesses, right? We can kind of see little bits here and there, but it's hard to test sort of at a broader level. And so to try and get a handle on, does this actually matter at a kind of larger scale, I run some tests using ambassador vacancies. So again, just like as in the Gerald case, ambassadors often play a crucial role in these disputes. So, an ambassador is somebody who has the sort of political backing, the political leverage to be able to meet with the finance minister, meet with the foreign minister, or the head of state, can kind of come into the offices at a high enough level to get the sort of real resolution that is necessary. But we also know that ambassadors rotate in and out of countries. And what sort of is perhaps surprising, was surprising to me when I first started looking at this, is that there's often long gaps between when one ambassador leaves and the next ambassador arrives. The process of new ambassadors being appointed to the United States means they need to be voted on by the Senate. That can sometimes take a long time. So, sometimes one ambassador will leave and the next ambassador will show up 2 weeks later, and there'll be sort of almost no gap. But sometimes you'll have gaps of 6 months, 8 months, a year, maybe longer. Again, not for any real sort of political reason, just because sort of the process got slowed down in the United States. And so as a social scientist, this was really helpful for me because it means that I can sort of use that variation in is there an ambassador present or not as a test of the power of commercial diplomacy. And so the question I'm asking is sort of, is it true that companies suffer when there's no ambassador present? And it turns out, we do see some evidence of this. So overall, if we look at investment arbitration claims, so these are the legal claims that companies bring to arbitration courts when they're claiming they've been mistreated by a company. It turns out that there's about 25% higher likelihood of arbitration claims when there's no US ambassador than when there is a US ambassador. This effect is really concentrated in developing countries with weak rule of law, sort of where, precisely where the institutions aren't very strong, where there's much more sort of space for that informal bargaining rather than sort of having a set rule structure. So we see that in these countries with a weak rule of law, if the ambassador is vacant for the entire year, the expected number of arbitration claims is about twice as high as if the ambassador was present the entire year. So again, to me at least, I think this is evidence that when the ambassador is there, behind the scenes, they're resolving these disputes before they ever escalate to these arbitration levels. When the ambassador is not there, this diplomacy is still happening, but it's not going to be nearly as effective. And so because it's not as effective, you see it's more likely that the dispute is going to kind of continue escalating and get to the point of an arbitration claim. Whereas, maybe if we had an ambassador in place, it would have been kind of resolved before it got that far. So I sort of started off talking about how there were sort of strong interventions in sort of Nicaragua in the 1900s, sort of talking now that there's sort of still a lot of interventions. How do we compare these two periods? So one, we see that, similar to the early 1900s, and unlike during the Cold War period, commercial interests are again an important component of US foreign policy. The big difference is that, we're certainly not sending in the Marines anymore like we used to do in Nicaragua. Instead, it's this much more sort of, I would say less coercive, although I think there are interesting debates to have about sort of what do we mean when we talk about coercive, and sort of there certainly is pressure put on these countries to respect American property rights, but it's sort of a more sort of transactional approach, maybe we can say. Also importantly, I think, when we study why the State Department gets involved in these things, what we don't see is that sort of early 1900 approach where you had, powerful private companies that are really sort of twisting the arms of diplomats to get them involved against their will. It turns out that today diplomats are actually really happy to get involved. They're the ones who are sort of in the lead often. They want to be out there sort of selling the State Department to American businesses. So it's not that sort of private pressure is compelling these diplomats to sort of take on these issues. It's diplomats themselves that are taking the initiative. And finally, kind of following up on that, the reason diplomats are happy to get involved is that today they see commercial diplomacy as sort of supporting and reinforcing their broader goals rather than kind of undermining the broader goals, as happened in the Cuba example. Just sort of summing up in some conclusions, so I think kind of from a policy standpoint, the sort of big takeaway from all of this is that having a strong, sort of well-resourced diplomatic corps does provide lots of benefits to American companies. As when I present this work, the State Department is always quite happy because they're always sort of, they've been trying to say this, and I can actually sort of put some data behind it that seems to back up what they've been saying. And so that, I think has implications for how we think about sort of cuts to the State Departments and sort of State Department staffing these days. Looking forward, it seems to me that we're sort of entering this era of growing nationalist economic competition. And so I read that at least as saying that commercial diplomacy is likely to become stronger and kind of more competitive in the years ahead. Again, this is certainly not by any means something that only the United States does. Sort of Japan has a very strong commercial diplomacy program. The Germans have a strong program. The Chinese certainly have a strong program. And so you see sort of, these different embassies are sort of fighting it out, particularly over government procurement contracts. And that's a trend that I think is going to continue in the years ahead. And finally, maybe a bit sort of a more academic conclusion is that certainly within the political science research over the last few years, there's been a lot of work studying the formal institutions of the world economy. So there's lots of research on the World Trade Organization, the IMF, the World Bank, the kind of formal rules and institutions that govern the global economy. But I think kind of in all our attention to that, we've missed that these sort of informal interactions still really matter. The informal interactions that we used to think of being sort of, tied to old sort of diplomats in smoky rooms, sort of hashing things out. We think that doesn't happen as much anymore. But actually, there's a lot of that still going on behind the scenes, and it's often still quite important. But I think it's an area that sort of political scientists in particular have been ignoring for a while. So that's sort of where I'm trying to take a lot of my more research. Great, and I will end there, and happy for any questions.
Very good talk. I think especially the case with Panama seems like it's kind of jumping on the edge of emoluments. I was wondering if you might briefly address emoluments and corrupt practices and how those might impinge on some of this.
Sure. So, as far as emoluments, I think you don't see sort of explicit payments very often. What I would say is interesting, so kind of the Trump organization is obviously unique. That's sort of, we typically don't have that kind of relationship that, the head of state also has sort of a large multinational sort of empire. But what is interesting in terms of sort of how the US government puts pressure on foreign governments, it's not a kind of direct payoff to the private interest, but it's sort of incentivizing foreign governments to say, if you want to have good relationships with the United States, you need to resolve these outstanding disputes. So it is a sort of informal pressure, informal kind of coercion, again, not necessarily to get a sort of direct payment kind of thing, but saying that, we're not sending the Marines, but we're kind of subtly telling you that it will be in your best interest to have this dispute go away. And that I certainly do see a lot of parallels to sort of some of the discussions around emoluments.
I'm curious, how did the transition in the 90s take place? Did the Cold Warriors pivot, or did they leave?
Good question. A bit of both. So it turns out, so it's the American Foreign Service Association, so it's the sort of public union of diplomats. They played a big role in it. So they were the ones who sort of started to think, they play a big role in the lobbying with Congress and sort of, how do we kind of present the case to Congress that we should have a strong State Department? And they were ones who really pushed this sort of focus on businesses. So I will say sort of a lot of the Cold Warriors at the top left, and sort of as the new political leaders came in, sort of certainly Warren Christopher early on, he was very big on this kind of stuff. And And then sort of in the more lower level or sort of mid-level, you did see the sort of culture change comes very slowly. Right? So sort of it certainly isn't overnight that all of the diplomats who have sort of been fighting these Cold Warrior things decide, they spent their whole careers looking down on this commercial work. They don't kind of instantly shift to say, oh yes, this is great. They're being told by their bosses that's what they should do, but it's sort of a very slow bureaucratic change. And you see over sort of time and time again this sort of same back and forth of, the bosses are always saying we need to do more commercial work, and there's some sort of resistance from the staff on that.
I enjoyed your Enron example because if my memory serves me correctly, that debacle led to bankruptcy and to ultimately the diversification of the Las Vegas economy, because Enron created a fiber hub that was supposed to be used as a commodity trading. And that ultimately was purchased out of bankruptcy by the person who is the head of Switch Corporation, which is now traded on the New York Stock Exchange using that infrastructure. So I'm interested. While you're here, you might want to visit their facilities since you use the Enron example sort of out of the ashes. If my history is correct, tell me, when secretaries of state, instead of using diplomatic cables, have their own private servers, does that impact at all on academics and doing your work?
So, obviously we don't know what we don't know. So kind of, I think, so these cables, there are lots of sort of thorny issues about using cables for academic work. I think when they first came out, it was quite controversial. It's become less controversial sort of over time. As an academic, I think generally sort of the more data we can get our hands on, the better. But one other thing that I'm quite interested in is that a lot of times when the sort of official history of diplomacy is written, the kind of official historians want to be talking about, oh, we were this close to the brink of war, and kind of all of the high drama points. And a lot of the sort of more day-to-day diplomacy doesn't enter into that kind of official history. So one of the things that I'm working on is sort of trying to dig out, what is the archival material we can look at that gets us to this sort of, these are the things that even if they're publicly known, they're not going to be on the front page of newspapers. They're just not that interesting to many people, even if they're interesting to me. And so trying to sort of find sources for that kinds of data.
Does the revolving door come to your research at all? In particular, people from industry moving into the State Department. At the upper levels, we know of the Tillersons and others, but has that at all influenced the process that you're studying?
Yeah, so I've been trying to come up with a good way to sort of systematically test this and haven't, but I can say that anecdotally, having spoken to a lot of people, so a number of political appointee ambassadors will come from business backgrounds. So they sort of have not been diplomats, they haven't worked in the State Department like sort of career appointee ambassadors have. And so when they get to their posts, sort of the thing that they understand best is the business world. So I've heard anecdotally from lots of people that the people who really, the ambassadors who really take this on are the ones who come from business backgrounds. That they show up and they say, yes, international business, that's something I get, that kind of, this other world of diplomacy, I don't pay that much attention to, and I might let my kind of number two do a lot of the sort of other, more sort of traditional diplomacy work. But the kind of business background political appointee ambassadors will say, I'm going to really sort of throw myself into helping American companies, win procurement contracts and that kind of work. So that does seem to be true. I haven't sort of rigorously tested it, so I can't definitively say, but kind of anecdotally, I've heard that for sure. Yep.
Generally, in your research, what is the value like if an ambassador does get involved? What is the actual monetary value of the deal, or can you peg a value to it? And is there a prior relationship between the business and the ambassador, or is it whoever is there, they walk up to the embassy and say, we need help with this deal?
Sure, both good questions. So On the first one, it varies a lot. Some of these are kind of huge billion-dollar deals, but kind of perhaps surprisingly to me, the ambassadors also get involved in quite small deals often. That, you know, there are some disputes that are sort of, you know, there's a dispute in Cote d'Ivoire that I look at. It's a little kind of $6 million dispute. You know, in the world of the global economy, that's sort of peanuts. But it's you know, the U.S. government takes a very strong approach on this case, and sort of they view this case as being sort of about bigger principles. This is about a sort of telecoms case, and it's about sort of telecoms regulation. And so since the United States has sort of invested in the bigger principle of sort of having well-run, liberalized telecoms regulations, they kind of continually bring this case up with the Cote d'Ivoire authorities, even though there's not that much money actually at stake. So sort of, you know, even in some small disputes, you will see high engagement, even though sort of overall it's the bigger cases that are going to get the more attention. I think it's probably true. On your second question of pre-existing relationship, that's also really interesting. So one thing that we do find is that both when you go talk to the sort of diplomats and when you go talk to the investors that have been involved in these cases, they will both tell you that the process works much more smoothly the sort of earlier the investor got in touch with the ambassador. So kind of, you know, the U.S. Embassy is very happy to have the embassy wants to have the investors show up kind of from the first day that they get there and sort of talk to the diplomats and sort of say, you know, here's what we're doing, here's how we're involved. The embassy really hates it when sort of a dispute has been kind of festering for a long time, and then it gets to a crisis point, and only at that point does the investor go talk to the ambassador, because the ambassador is sort of on the back foot a little bit then and has to kind of get caught up. So generally sort of the earlier you can establish that relationship, the more valuable it's going to be if a problem does kind of come up.
Is there a lot of cases where they have a personal relationship beforehand, or?
Not really, I don't think. So kind of not a personal relationship in the sense of, you know, so the Nicaragua case where it's sort of, we were friends from sort of, you know, old Pittsburgh industrialists, sort of that kind of thing you don't see very much these days, at least I don't seem to see it. But there is, you have a pre-existing relationship through your activities on the ground. So kind of, you know, often what we'll see is that the American Chamber of Commerce, the sort of, you know, foreign chamber of commerces in these foreign countries, they will host kind of breakfast roundtables with all the big American investors and the ambassador. And maybe they'll kind of get together every month or so. So sort of, they know what each of them are doing, so you sort of have that kind of pre-existing relationship, but not the sort of personal friendship from 30 years ago. That makes sense.
Jeffrey, to what extent, if any, have the sort of the day-to-day operations of the ambassadors or the philosophy of those folks changed under the current administration?
Yeah, so it's a bit hard to tell. I think the kind of real big takeaway, so we sort of brought up Rex Tillerson a bit before. So when Tillerson was first named as going to be Secretary of State, I sort of wrote a short article saying, you know, what this really tells us is that this sort of commercial work is going to become sort of hypercharged at the State Department, and they're going to sort of really put everything into this, that, you know, you have a sort of businessman coming in to run this. I thought it was a good point at the time. As it turns out, the sort of fact that so many of the sort of higher ranking people at the State Department have left, and there have been so many vacancies at the State Department, has really undermined the ability to kind of implement this diplomacy effectively. So I don't know if there's been that big a shift in sort of, you know, mindset as I kind of thought there might have been, sort of particularly because there's been so much sort of internal turmoil at the State Department and kind of, you know, so many vacancies, so many sort of bleeding of a lot of the top people, that it sort of has undermined this effort to push commercial work, I think. Yep.
Does the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act apply to ambassadors?
Yes, you mean in the sense that kind of...
If the ambassador does it, it's legal.
So, yeah, it certainly isn't legal. And that actually is one thing that, you know, when you talk to diplomats about kind of getting involved, so, you know, the cases where diplomats really won't go to bat for you is if there's any sort of semblance of corruption around it. So like, if you got your contract through bribery, the ambassador is going to be very, very, is going to do everything they can to kind of keep you at arm's length, I would say. They wouldn't necessarily sort of report you under that, but certainly these days the State Department is sort of influenced by those concerns.
Specifically in
General Metals case, since Tajikistan is one of the most corrupt countries,
Mm.
the ambassador did not offer any bribes or anything.
Sort of certainly nothing that we can have, yeah, I would have zero evidence of that.
I was wondering if you've seen a shift. You were talking about how we use these types of commercial work and for leverage, right? So kind of say, hey, if you settle this dispute, we'll have a better relationship with the U.S. government. But that has shifted with the current administration, and are foreign governments less likely to kind of want to settle these disputes right now?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. So I can't say I have any sort of real evidence of that, but it'll be plausible to me, right? So sort of what's great about being the U.S. ambassador, if you're in that position, is that basically any country in the world, you can kind of walk in and you can get a meeting with probably the finance minister, if not the head of state, kind of quite easily. If you are from Belgium or New Zealand or wherever else, their ambassadors are still sort of out there trying to fight for their companies, but the New Zealand ambassador is not going to have the same weight as the U.S. ambassador. So that's sort of a big advantage to U.S. firms. If foreign countries are less interested in kind of cultivating that relationship, then that would hurt foreign businesses, or sort of hurt American businesses in their operations. So I can't say I sort of know cases of that, but the sort of logic would suggest that it's true. Questions? Oh, one more about there.
So how does the day-to-day commercial works on individual disputes and arbitrations interact with the larger negotiations around free trade agreements and those kind of, I guess, grand strategy diplomacy? Yeah,
so one thing that I think is really interesting is that, historically we saw often these would point in opposite directions. But sort of since the Cold War, they really sort of are pointing together. So a lot of what the U.S. is doing, the U.S. diplomatic strategy is saying, we want to sort of spread capitalism, we want to encourage market-based economies, we want to encourage the rule of law. And so diplomats are using these individual disputes as kind of teaching moments for foreign governments to say, here's the kind of correct way to sort of regulate your telecom sector, right? So sort of these small disputes that on their own terms, these small disputes don't seem to have that much at stake. The U.S. government gets really involved because it says, this is an example to kind of make the broader point of here's how you should sort of run your liberal economy. So that kind of aligns with why diplomats want to get involved in the first place. They see these as opportunities to sort of push a lot of that bigger messaging.
If I may, as a criticism of what your talk is about, is I believe that you are giving way too much weight to the role of the ambassadors. I spent roughly 40 years in banking throughout Latin America. I was resident in Peru for 6 years, Ecuador for 4, Argentina for a number as well. And it's not the ambassadors who really are they are interlocutors, if you will. Because you haven't even referred to OPEC, you haven't referred to MAGI, you haven't referred to the agreements that nations enter into in order to be a member in good standing in the IMF or the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank. But those are the political things in arenas where most of these disputes are settled, and not by individual ambassadors. You have all of the power of the head offices, if you will. You mentioned Occidental. Occidental has a great deal of influence with some congressmen and all. The congressmen work over the State Department, and all the tentacles go out through the international agencies as well. I would also say that you've made too much of a separation into the Cold War and the post-Cold War. In the height of the Cold War, I lived through the nationalization of the International Petroleum Company, the shelling of tuna boats named John F. Kennedy in Peru. Someone said, why the hell don't they name the tuna boat Simon Bolivar, John F. Kennedy? But there is much more that goes to it than rather through ambassadors alone.
Sure. So yeah, I kind of shouldn't give the impression that it's just ambassadors. It certainly isn't the case. It's sort of a much broader issue. It's both broader kind of within the sort of U.S. policy, or what? There's sort of a broader embassy position. There's a broader sort of U.S. policy position. There's a broader sort of international sort of world we're operating in that has sort of, you know, all these international agreements like you talked about. I will say sort of, you know, I think ambassadors matter. I don't think they're kind of necessarily the only key actor. I think they're one key actor among many. Sort of briefly talking about, you know, that most of these disputes get resolved through these sort of other channels. I don't know about that. I think kind of, you know, if you talk to businesses, sort of, so the best way to resolve a dispute is sort of not to get anybody involved, right? Kind of, ideally, you sort of don't need to go sort of outside at all, and you kind of just talk with the host government and sort of figure out yourself. The biggest disputes, we do see that they sort of go to international arbitration and that kind of stuff, but those are actually relatively rare. You know, there have only been sort of a few hundred cases of those. It's sort of much more common that these disputes are resolved sort of behind the scenes some way. And the embassy is often involved in some way. Kind of really figuring out how much kind of causal impact the embassy had is difficult, and sort of I certainly appreciate that. But they are certainly involved, and we can see, at least in some cases, they matter a lot. And so briefly on the kind of Cold War, post-Cold War, yeah, I mean, I think there is a lot of continuity, and certainly the US government was getting involved during the Cold War, but there is a real shift in the sort of culture at the State Department. And so maybe that's sort of the difference that I'm emphasizing.
I want to be respectful of everybody's time. We're getting to 7 o'clock, so let me thank our speaker for the presentation. Thank all of you again for joining us and for your great questions. You'll have only a week to recover and get ready for our next talk. We'll be back here next week. Our colleague Samantha Gross will be here. We'll be sort of keeping to a foreign policy perspective. Samantha's an energy policy expert. She'll be looking at geopolitical energy issues. And I hope you can all join us for that. Thanks again for coming.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes. And equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Good morning. I like this table in the front. My name is Michael Naft. I'm your Clark County Commissioner for District A. And on behalf of the Clark County Commission and our chairwoman, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, who is here somewhere, if we could thank her for helping organize this. On behalf of our entire board, I'd like to welcome you and thank you for being here for this important conversation about traffic safety. I'd also like to remind all those who are eligible for CE credits, law enforcement, we have this form at the sign-in desk. If you hadn't signed it, make sure you do that. And everybody else on your way out, if you're eligible for CE credits, we'd be happy to provide those. We're here today to accomplish a few things, and today I think we will. I think we're going to learn about historic trends from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. We're going to hear from the Regional Transportation Commission, the Public Department of Transportation, the Nevada Department of Transportation, and Clark County Public Works about what is currently being done at the state and local levels to address traffic safety. We will also focus on future trends and innovations that will lead to reduced injuries and fatalities in Southern Nevada with the Traffic Safety Coalition, Comprehensive Planning, and the UNLV Transportation Research Center. I don't have to tell anyone in this room that as a Western state, we have wide roads, we have long roads, and we have fast roads. This clearly results in increased incidents, many of which can be avoided. As Southern Nevada continues to experience tremendous growth, it is incumbent upon all of us in this room to come together as a united force to combat vehicular and pedestrian fatalities and injuries. Later today, we will hear from Mayor Woodbury, Chairwoman Kirkpatrick, Mayor March, Mayor Goodman, and Mayor Lee about their respective jurisdictions' commitment to working together. And I'm particularly grateful that each of our mayors and chair eagerly accepted my invitation to join us today and to sign our safety pledge behind me here, committing to support projects that promote safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all. As someone who worked on transportation and infrastructure issues for the federal government, and as somebody who grew up on these roads, I'm keenly aware of the state of our transportation corridors. And I truly believe that by working together, we can design, engineer, and build safer roads with improved laws that can be more seamlessly enforced. In the room today, we have representation from a half-dozen law enforcement agencies, who I want to thank very much. We have private engineering firms, county and city public works, and comprehensive planning personnel, researchers and educators, members of the public, and members of the media. There is no doubt that together we can enact meaningful change. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our hosts one more time, UNLV, for having us today. I'd like to thank our breakfast sponsor, Locksaw, Aaron Breen and the Metropolitan Police Department for stepping up early in the planning process to make sure this forum is a success. And I'd also like to thank our moderators who will help guide our conversation today. From KNPR, Joe Shaneman, from the Las Vegas Review-Journal, Mick Akers, and from News 3, Steve Wolford. And I'd also like to thank everyone in this room for coming together for this important issue as we help make change and move the process forward. And now I'd like to get the conversation going, and let's get to work. Thank you very much.
I don't like to refer to it as an accident. I feel more like we were a victim of a person who had no regard for human life.
My name is Bridget Echenique.
My name is Jose Echenique, Jr.
My name is Courtney Kaplan.
My name is Stephen Merriweather. I'm the father of Garrett Richard Merriweather, who was killed May 22nd, 2019, at the age of 18 years old, murdered by a speeding drunk driver.
My son left for school. We shared a cup of coffee, and he was thrown from his bike. The impact was so severe that his helmet came off before he landed on the road.
I'm the mother of Levi Echenique. He was our 8-year-old son that we lost.
Not only was this person under the influence, she was actively smoking marijuana while driving in excess of 100 miles per hour.
He was strapped incorrectly, seatbelt, everything. As parents, I mean, we did everything that we could.
We're a part of a unique club that no one should ever be a part of. No family should ever be part of. There are no words to comfort all of us. There are no words that will take the pain away. We miss our children. We will miss them forever. And no family deserves this. Every 50 minutes, there's a DUI death in the United States. We need more officers, we need stricter laws, we need better penalties. From being a law enforcement officer for 25 years, that I've arrested several people that were drunk. They hadn't been in a wreck yet. And always the same thing said to me, "You're ruining my life." They have no idea. We need more traffic officers, more patrol officers for simply this. We do need stiffer penalties for the individuals that are supplying the alcohol, for that are not doing what they're supposed to do. They're consciously making these decisions to get in a car after they were intoxicated, either with narcotics or with alcohol, with no regard to human life.
Every year we see less and less cops on the street, less and less cops around our schools. And that is just unacceptable. The laws are a joke. All because of one decision of one person not caring. If you choose to get behind the wheel and drive impaired and kill someone, there's no vehicular manslaughter, there's no plea deals, second-degree murder.
We need harsher punishments so that people will stop doing this and they will stop driving under the influence. How can we make change unless we have harsher punishments? We didn't lose Levi for no reason. We lost Levi to help facilitate change in this city. And we're dedicated to making sure these laws get changed. People just may think twice about getting behind the wheel impaired if they know they may end up being charged with more severe penalties.
Your family, your friends, it is worth the extra couple seconds for you to slow down and take a breath. I think it comes down to rushing. Everybody's rushing, not leaving time for you to get where you need to go safely. Change is needed, whether it be harsher laws, more units on the road, there's more patrol officers, there's more support for them. We're all in this community together. Most of us love each other and take care of each other, so we need the support to stay safe.
You can be a hero today. Be a hero today and save a life. Don't drink and drive.
It has to stop. And it has to stop today.
Good morning. That's hard to follow, and so I'm going to need a second. But I want to acknowledge some people in the room this morning, and you've just seen them all here. But they have what it takes to be here because they're passionate about this mission. So to my right, to your left, please welcome Bridget and Jose Echenique, Steve Merriweather, and Courtney Kaplan. My name is Jason Lutkowitz. I am the new commander of Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's traffic unit. I've been in that role for about a week and a half. As far as experience in traffic, I have none. When I was a patrol officer, I was a very aggressive traffic enforcer. I understand the significance of what the men and women of this unit do. I always had a full car around me. They do it on a motorcycle. So I have nothing but the utmost respect for the men and women who do this job. And as their new commander, I am committed to ensuring that they have what they need to do what they need to do to keep our roadways as safe as possible. So, as Mr. Merriweather said, we make stops, we write tickets, we try to make the point that driving impaired, speeding, running red lights are not insignificant issues. We don't have accidents, we have collisions, we have crashes, because it's not accidental when you determine that you're a little late for work, so you're going to go 55 in a 45, and that light just barely turned red when I went through it. That's how people die. And I and the men and women that I lead are committed to doing everything in our power to bring those numbers down. And I know my partners at the Nevada Highway Patrol, North Las Vegas, Henderson, all share that same commitment. And today I stand in front of you representing the law enforcement arm, but we and we alone cannot fix this. We cannot arrest our way out of this. We cannot write sites to get through this. This is a community effort. It's going to require the help of engineers. It's going to require the help of county and city entities. It's going to require the help of legislation. It's going to require the help of the judiciary. but together we can make a difference. And if we don't, shame on us. Every one of us needs to be committed to this mission. As far as my experience, I've been on the department for 25 years. As a captain, I've commanded South Central Area Command, the Homicide Sex Crimes Bureau, the Office of Human Resources, most recently the Communications Bureau, and now, as I said, I'm very proud to be where I am as a traffic commander. To my left over here is my partner, Andrew.
Thank you, Captain. Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Bennett. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Nevada Office of Traffic Safety. And we are a statewide organization under the Department of Public Safety that our mission every single day is to eliminate serious injuries and fatalities on Nevada's roadways so everyone arrives home safely. And our mission statements between metros and our offices has something that's similar in common. Their mission statement talks about the quality of life. We talk about traffic safety, having safer roadways, making sure everybody arrives home at the end of the day is a quality of life issue. And that's why collectively between enforcement and education, we're here to set the stage and make sure we're all on the same page for the purpose of the discussion today, provide some data and provide some historical knowledge on what we have and what we hope to do in the realm of traffic safety. For those of you who do not know, our state has adopted since 2009 a goal of 0 fatalities. And the best way that someone has ever explained 0 fatalities to me was that every morning when you kiss your loved ones goodbye, you have a reasonable expectation to see them at the end of the day. We unfortunately saw 3 examples of folks who did not get to reach 0 fatalities on that day. And there's thousands of families across our state, across our county, in our cities that understand that all too often that we do not achieve 0 fatalities on a daily basis. We focus on 7 key behaviors in the state of Nevada, and this is echoed through your jurisdictions. Seatbelts, impaired driving, distracted driving, intersection safety, pedestrian safety, motorcycle safety, and speed. For the purposes of today and the conversation, we're going to be providing historical data on these behaviors, understanding that speed is a contributing factor in almost every single fatality that we see. It's a pedestrian safety issue, it's a motorcycle issue, it's an occupant protection issue. And so these are all intertwined, and we hope to provide, again, some data to help us progress the conversation today as we go along. As you can see on the top is the state of Nevada. Today we will be using state data at a county level for data purposes. The lowest year we've had in recent years was 2009 with 209 fatalities on Nevada's roadways. Last year, in 2018, we had a historic record since we've been keeping track in the last decade. We had 331 fatalities on our roadways. That's something that we should not be proud of. We're going in the wrong direction. Even after having a slight dip both at the state and the county level in 2017, we unfortunately had a large increase going again into 2019. But again, as you can see, the state's mission, the county's mission, the city's mission should all be intertwined because we are dealing with the same numbers and the same increase.
As you can see, the Clark County numbers and the state numbers mirror each other. The rise and fall is the same. These county numbers, though, I want to make sure everybody understands. If you've seen Metro's numbers, you're looking at this and you're saying, well, that's not what Metro said. These are the county numbers. They include Las Vegas, they include North Las Vegas, and they include Henderson. So as we go through this presentation, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with the data that we're looking at here. We share the responsibility for traffic safety with the state. We share it with our municipalities in the area. We share it with our legislatures, with our DA's attorneys, our city's attorneys, and with our judicial system. As you can see, our problem is huge. When you look at these numbers, keep in mind, these aren't 50 accidents, right? Many of us have been involved in accidents, and we walked away from them, and we were grateful that we had the chance to do this. People didn't leave these scenes. People didn't get to walk away. That's what we're up against. And that 50 number that you're looking at there for LVMPD, that was as of last week. Today, that number is 54. And there are 2 people in the hospital now that we're praying are going to make it. Otherwise, we'll be sitting at 56 within the next couple of days. This is a significant problem. We have to understand the depth of it to understand how important it is that we address it, and we address it from all angles. What you see here is where these accidents happen. As you can see, there is no safe place anywhere. People drive all over, and people make the same mistakes all over. And this is where people are killed on our roadways. There's some truth to the statement that you can contribute to your likelihood of being victimized by following the three rules of stupid. Rule number 1, you're out at stupid times. Rule number 2, you're out with stupid people. And rule number 3, you're out doing stupid things. This doesn't apply. These people that lost their lives here, a great number of them weren't doing any of those things. They were just trying to go from point A to point B, which every one of us hopes to be able to safely do every time we get in our car. It didn't happen for them. This impacts all of us. We can't look away and say, well, that's not so much a problem for me. I live in a nice neighborhood. I know my neighbors. We don't have violent crime in my neighborhood. We have fatalities on streets where we never had anything happen before, and we quite likely may not ever have anything happen again. But they're still occurring there. We have to understand the magnitude of this problem. This next slide is we call it a heat map. It shows you the concentration of our injury accidents across the valley. We know that there are problem intersections. We police those problem intersections. But we can't police our way out of this problem, as I mentioned before. There has to be fixes. There has to be a change of mindset on the part of the drivers. And that can't just come from us. That has to come from the city attorney and the DA prosecuting the cases and the judges holding the people accountable. And you as citizens talking to your neighbors and your friends and not letting people that you know might have had too much drink to get behind the wheel of the car. As Mr. Merriweather said, and I've arrested drunks before and I've heard it over and over again, you're ruining my life. Look what you're doing to me. You're going to cost me my job. And my response to every one of them was, I'm not doing anything. You've done this to yourself. You've earned it. And I am, by the grace of God, I hope, saving somebody's life today, taking you to jail. That's how I see it. That's how enforcement sees it. But we can't stop them all. We need more help. Andrew?
For the purposes of, again, the conversation today, this is state data that is at the Clark County level. This is not just Metro's data. This is all jurisdictions in Clark County. Going through some of the behaviors that I mentioned earlier, starting off with pedestrian fatalities. And please note the slides that have 2018 data on them are subject to change as it is not final yet. But we wanted to give you some recent data. Again, we've seen a sharp climb in pedestrian fatalities. Our most vulnerable road users are the ones that are taking the brunt of the fatalities. Nevada is one of the only states, and Clark County is one of the only counties in the country that one-third of our overall fatalities are pedestrian related. Okay, we had 100 pedestrian fatalities in the state in 2017. We had, again, 300 or so fatalities, 1/3. That is preventable. When I started in traffic safety in 2009, statewide we had 29 pedestrian fatalities compared to, again, in 2017 where we had 176 of those happen in Clark County. For motorcycle fatalities, even though it looks like the number is trending down, again, we are having a problem with single vehicle motorcycle crashes and also folks that are failing to yield to motorcycles as well. With pedestrian safety, with motorcycle safety, almost every of our behaviors, it's a two-way street when it comes to making sure everybody arrives home safely at the end of the day. For cyclist fatalities, again, Clark County numbers represent about 70% of the state numbers. Excuse me, folks. They represent about 70% of the state numbers. Last year, in 2018, we had 10 cyclist fatalities statewide, with 7 of those happening in here in Clark County. For unrestrained fatalities, this one is 100% preventable, almost like every other thing that we're talking about here today. So many of these 54 crashes that happened in 2018 are preventable by simply someone wearing their seatbelt. It is unacceptable that we live in a day and age where we have 54 unrestrained fatalities. We could cut our numbers almost by a quarter, 25%, if folks wore their seatbelts. And so, again, it's not going to be an education or an enforcement or an engineering. It's getting the community as a whole to understand our message as we leave here today that we can prevent each and every one of these crashes. Speeding fatalities, again, this graph is a little deceiving. We have a downward trend. Speeding, again, everybody's definition is a little bit different, and for the purposes of today, we're using the state's definition, which is that speeding is, by law, is anything over 1 mile an hour, but that's not what we're counting as speeding related. Speeding is a contributing factor in the fatality, and so again, in 2018, we had 57 speeding related fatalities in Clark County. They can also be impaired, they can also be distracted, they can also be unrestrained, but speeding was a contributing factor in these fatalities. This one I want to quantify as well quite heavily. These are only alcohol impaired driving fatalities that were tested at a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or more. This does not include marijuana. This does not include polysubstance use. This is only alcohol numbers. Reason we did this, the state, I'll be the first one to admit, we are behind in collecting our data when it comes to marijuana usage and polydrug usage behind the wheel. And so we want to provide you with the facts that we have today, and that is alcohol numbers. Again, someone choosing to get behind the wheel today is unacceptable. There are way too many options for you to get home safely for us to have 62 impaired driving fatalities in 2017. Our data takes about a year between blood results, prosecution for us to be able to talk about it, so that's why this slide only has 2017. I went through those rather quickly, and the reason we wanted to go through those at least was to make sure that we all enter the same conversation with the same priorities. Just this week, I had a presentation at a Rotary Club here in town, and I spent an hour and a half talking about these behaviors. The number one question I received was HOV lanes. That's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about behaviors that are killing folks. We need to make sure that we have priority straights. Same thing with roundabouts. I hear complaints about roundabouts all the time. Okay, we need to talk about speed. We need to talk about pedestrian safety. We need to talk about impairment, seatbelts, all the behaviors that I had up there. And so that was the purpose of going through those rather quickly. And something that the captain mentioned that I also want to echo is I find myself, slipping in and out of understanding what those data points represent. That was 62 lives lost and 62 families that were forever broken. And all too often we think about it just as a data table, but we all have to understand what that actually represents. And the video was a great example of making sure that we understand that these are lives that were lost and families that were forever broken. The state has taken an approach of the multiple E's. For Metro, they have used 3 E's. The state uses 5 E's. So we settled on 4 today. We have engineering, education, enforcement, and EMS. And I want to go through these briefly real quick. And let's get some crowd participation. The engineers in the room, welcome. Education, if you believe that you're in the part of the education process. Enforcement, and EMS. I'm very happy that we have everybody raising their hands when it comes to all 4 E's. Kudos to the county and everybody that put this together because we have that group of participation. Engineering is our first line of defense. If the roads aren't built safely, if they don't have great speed limits that are reasonable, we're not setting ourselves up for success, but our DOT, our counties, our municipalities do a great job of building safe roads. But engineering is the first line of defense. Education, I think, is the second line of defense. Sessions like this, public service announcements. Education then ends, though, as soon as someone decides to break that behavior. Education ends when someone decides to get behind the wheel impaired, and that's when enforcement takes over. Okay, as soon as someone decides to be unsafe behind the wheel, there's no ad on the radio that's going to get them to slow down or pull over if they're impaired. So at the end of the day, enforcement sometimes is the best education. That citation is going to get a little more through than probably a public service announcement. Our last line of defense is our folks that are in EMS. EMS cannot be understated with the importance of their contribution to traffic safety. The access to health care in Southern Nevada and in the state needs to be a priority. Because if all else fails between the 3, making sure that they have, again, that access to quality health care is vital. We want to provide 4 examples real quickly of some of the stuff that we have been doing between our 2 agencies to address some of this. The first one is the DUI strike team. Who's heard of the DUI strike team in the room? Very good. This was an effort started on October 24th. And I want to talk about why we started the DUI strike team because I believe that it's a great example of good governance. DUI strike team was started after we had 21 fatalities in 10 days around Labor Day, including one of the crashes that we heard about earlier. That was unacceptable that we lost 21 folks in 10 days around a holiday, and most of those involved impaired driving. Our office, Las Vegas Metro Traffic, the Highway Patrol, Lieutenant Munoz, Lieutenant Munson, and a lot of other folks with their leadership involved as well, came together and said we need to do something, and they created the first multi-agency DUI enforcement team in the history of the state of Nevada in less than 2 months. And for government, that's very, very good. Their impact cannot be understated. This is a map of their 600 arrests. Just last week, they reached 700 so far this year since October 24th. And that's usually 4 cars out there doubled up with 2 officers. Again, making that significant of a progress on top of everything else that is done by every other law enforcement officer in this town, because that can't be understated as well. But this is just an addition to all the other work that's being done. And we're very lucky with our media partners that are here as well that have helped us communicate this effort. This was one of the most publicized efforts in traffic safety in recent history. I also want to take an opportunity and talk about joining forces. Joining forces, for those of you who do not know, is 25 agencies that are funded on overtime by my office, and we provide the opportunity to focus on a specific behavior at a certain time, whether it's speeding, pedestrian safety, impaired driving, and the results are incredible. With 33,000 hours, or almost 34,000 hours funded by my office, it resulted in 51,000 citations, 451 impaired drivers arrested. It also resulted in 250 wanted felons off the roadways, 20 stolen vehicles off of our roadways, and that just goes to show that if traffic's not going to be a priority, violent crime is also in there as well, and basic traffic enforcement leads to violent crime reduction. Don't Kill a Dream, for those familiar with Zero Fatalities, which is my program, it's the state's traffic safety awareness program. We launched a campaign last year talking about not killing a dream. Well, don't kill a dream. And it was the idea that when someone dies, and it was to make the traffic fatality more relatable. We used dreams such as I always wanted to go on a trip. I wanted to surf the North Shore. I wanted to go to Paris. And when someone dies, their dream dies with them. And so this is the first time, after the Impaired campaign, we focused on speed for the first time in the state in recent history with a campaign. You might have seen the Zappos building is completely wrapped with our message. You can see it from the 95 about slowing down. Because again, when we do a speed campaign, it affects cyclists, it affects motorcyclists, it affects everybody. And we were lucky enough to have some folks help us out, including Brendan Gaughan, who just came off an 8th place win at Talladega. A local guy donated his time, so we can't thank him enough for all the work that he's done.
A little bit about what we're trying to do to get the message out, the education portion of this. Our traffic unit is, due to younger, much more savvy people than myself, they're very active on the social media platforms. We use Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We're trying to reach the people that are using those methods to communicate. We've got to get this message out. I know we put a map up there, and it showed where 700 DUI arrests have been made in less than a year. Let that number sink in. That is 700 DUI arrests. And that doesn't speak to how many that we didn't get our hands on. And that's one team that did 700 DUI arrests. This is a massive problem, and it's costing lives. We have got to take every step to fix it. Our use of the media platforms, I'm told here that we reach up to 1 million people when we post these videos. That's phenomenal. That is what we need. We've got to get this message out, and we've got to get it out with the passion it deserves. We host community events. Anybody ever heard of Every 15 Minutes? Raise your hand if you've ever heard of Every 15 Minutes. Phenomenal program. Impacts high school kids. Make sure they understand the significance of what happens when you get behind that wheel. I'm very proud of what we're doing, but there's a whole lot more that needs to be done. Tonight, the Traffic Bureau is hosting an open house. I welcome you to come out, see who we are, what we do, where we do it, get some more information. Lieutenant Munson will be leading that for me. I haven't been here long enough to have my time committed to that yet, so I will not be able to be there. But I want to encourage all of you to please come out and get to know what it is that we're doing. This isn't a law enforcement exclusive problem. I know I'm repeating myself, but I have to repeat myself because it's the truth of this matter. We have got to come together as a team. We've all got to take this personally. This isn't something for somebody else to fix. This isn't something that impacts other people. We have people in this room, and we could probably fill this room very quickly with other people this has impacted. Those people are asking us to make a difference. All of us, not the people who wear uniforms alone. All of us. We all have to do this if we're going to make it work. We can expand our reach numerous times. If you're following a vehicle and that vehicle is weaving in the travel lane, don't just assume it's somebody on their phone. Give us a call. Let us know what you see. If their speed is erratic, give us a call. Let us try to get somebody out there to do a stop on that vehicle. Don't just say, you know what, this guy's nuts. I'm getting away from him. I'm going to get off here where I'll be safe. You're letting that person continue to move, and that person could wind up hurting somebody, and then you're going to have to live with it. So we need this force multiplier. We need the community involved to help us keep these people off the road. We need the help of our judicial and legislative branches. They're here. They're committed to being there. We're all here today for one purpose, and that's to make a difference. And I thank you all very much for being here. At the end of the day, we've got to leave better educated, more engaged, or re-engaged, and empowered to make the difference in traffic safety. We're the ones that are going to save the lives, and I thank you for being here to be a part of it. Andrew's going to put our contact information up there. My business cards have not come in yet, so if I can help you in any way, if I can be of any service to you, write that down. I will be here for the entire event. I will be happy to meet with anybody that would like to meet with me and give you that information, but I want to be accessible to you. I want to be here to help you, so please take that information and let me know if I can be of any help. Thank you.
Very good. And to expand on a few things before we wrap up, you know, one of the things why we wanted to bring up the slide that had the social media post from Metro, that was something that they don't have to do. And they decided to do it in a very unique way that has led to multiple millions of views. That's an enforcement agency that is choosing to get into the education realm. So it's what do you do as an educator, as an engineer, as an enforcement officer, that you can cross the boundaries a little bit and open yourself up to maybe a new idea that could help reduce fatalities. They have one video that has over 1.8 million views on Twitter alone. And it was a very exciting crash, unfortunately, you know, and it had a fancy car. It wasn't just, you know, Lieutenant Munson's face that everybody wanted to click on, but it was the idea that, you know, it was the attempt. And people got, you know, understand that speed is not just a highway factor. You know, it was speeding is happening on our local roadways, and it's a great way to expand the public knowledge about what we are doing and what we are facing. You know, all too often we see, you know, just the news clippets, you know, snippets of either the captain, lieutenant, or even myself or someone from NHP or North Las Vegas, everybody else here, of just us explaining the crash. Sometimes folks need to see that crash, and Metro's done a great job of expanding upon that. So to conclude, to echo what the captain had to say, you know, that is my personal cell phone number. That's my desk phone. These are the numbers that we do answer, and this is our level of commitment to being involved in traffic safety. And we are encouraged to see this partnership, and today is an exciting opportunity to expand upon these relationships. You know, as we get up through the breaks, don't just talk to the folks from your agency. Go meet someone new. It's an opportunity to, again, expand upon what we're trying to achieve here, which is zero fatalities. Thank you so much.
At this time, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Bill Sousa. I apologize, Doctor. If you have not met Bill Sousa, he's an outstanding man, very intelligent. He's worked very closely with us at Metro to help reduce crime, and he jumped on board to help us with this as well. So thank you, Dr. Sousa, and please enlighten us.
We'll try. Morning, everyone. Okay, just give me a second here. All right. Thank you all for coming, and on behalf of someone who works here at UNLV, welcome to UNLV. Most of my research is not in traffic or transportation safety. The focus of my research is really on crime policy and ways that police and communities manage crime problems. And there have really been a lot of advances in the last 20, 25 years in the way that police look at crime problems. This is what is known or has come to be known as problem-oriented policing. And in this presentation, I'm going to use some data to demonstrate some potential ways that problem-oriented policing, or simply POP, can be applied to traffic problems. So this slide provides a little background on problem-oriented policing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. For those of you who might be interested, I will be around for the remainder of the morning. But just by way of short background, problem-oriented policing began to emerge in the 1980s as a component of community policing. There are several principles that are attached to problem-oriented policing, and many of the police in the room will be very familiar with this. First, problem-oriented policing is very proactive in nature. So in other words, rather than police always responding to incident after incident after incident, the idea is to identify the problem that's causing the incidents and then take steps to basically resolve the problem before they create new incidents. This, of course, is very relevant to traffic problems as well. The very reason why we are here is to be proactive when it comes to reducing fatalities and reducing collisions on the roadways. Additionally, problem-oriented policing is focused on opportunity and environment rather than offender motivations. People are motivated to commit offenses for all sorts of reasons. And problem-oriented policing sort of acknowledges that it's often very difficult to change someone's motivations. But what police and communities can do is address opportunities and alter environments. And again, this is also very relevant to traffic-related issues as well, because there are many people in this room who, not just on the enforcement side, but are also able to manipulate the environment around some of the intersections that are particularly problematic to potentially reduce problems at those intersections. And a third principle of problem-oriented policing is that it's the idea that crime and other problems concentrate around certain people or places. Problem-oriented policing acknowledges that it's very difficult to eliminate an entire problem, but if you focus resources in specific ways, you can have a very big impact. On that point, I'd like to bring up what has come to be known as the 80-20 rule. It's not so much a rule as it is sort of a guideline, but the 80-20 rule refers to the phenomenon that 20% of some things are generally responsible for about 80% of outcomes. The idea here is that a very small percentage of something is involved in a very large percentage of results. So for example, on the crime side, about 5% of offenders are responsible for about 50% of criminal activity. About 4% of victims endure about 40% of crimes, and about 6% of addresses generate about 60% of calls for service to police. The policy implication behind the 80-20 rule is fairly straightforward. If somehow we're able to identify and manage that small percentage, then there's a possibility of having a very large impact on the overall problem. And indeed, what we've learned over the last 20 years or so is that police and communities can be extremely effective by addressing that small percentage. Here in the Valley, for example, Metro is involved in a lot of hotspots initiatives, and they have demonstrated to be quite successful at reducing crime. You're targeting a very small percentage, and the idea is you're having a larger impact on crime overall. So the question here is, does traffic-related collisions, do they apply, does the 80-20 principle apply in the same way? So to answer that, we did some analyses of Metro's data for 2018. Now, just for clarification, what I'm presenting on here is just strictly Metro's jurisdiction. We had to make a decision at the point of doing some of the analyses of what database to use, and for several reasons we decided to go with Metro. But the purpose here is we're looking at patterns, and I'll discuss that a bit in a little bit here. But as you can see, in Metro's jurisdiction during 2018, there were about 22,000 crashes, of which 12,000 were injury crashes, and I have 135. That number should be 138 were fatal incidents. These 22,000 crashes occurred at about 5,200 intersections, okay? But they were not evenly distributed across those 5,200 intersections. So in other words, not every intersection that had a crash had 4 crashes, right? It was not, they concentrated on different intersections, and I'll get to that in just a second. Fatalities, however, were widely distributed. As was discussed in the earlier presentation, as you can see on the maps here, there were many intersections that had a fatality. It almost looks like a random pattern. This means that it is very hard to predict where fatalities will occur. Normally, that which is hard to predict is hard to prevent, but this doesn't mean that we can't have an impact on fatalities, as we'll see here in a minute. Because fatalities are widely distributed over many different intersections, it might be useful instead to look at the concentration of injury crashes. So in fact, if we look at the top 100 intersections with the most injury crashes, each one of them had at least 12 injury crashes. This translates to a little less than 2% of intersections in the database that were responsible for 20% of all injury crashes. If you look at the top 50 intersections, they all had 20 or more injury crashes. This translates to 1% of intersections that were responsible for 12% of injury crashes. And the top 20 intersections all had 30 or more injury crashes, which translates to less than 0.5% of intersections in the database that were responsible for about 6% of injury crashes. So we can start to see the 80-20 principle here at work. If we can do something with just that 0.5%, then we can have a fairly large impact on injury crashes. Here are those top 20 intersections. This will be very difficult for you to see, particularly if you're in the back. Let's see if I have a... Oh. Uh-oh. Never mind. You will have to trust me. So at the bottom here, we have Nellis Boulevard in Vegas Valley. It had 30 injury crashes. And then up at the top, we have Sahara in Decatur that had 54 crashes. Now, these are injury crashes, right? Injury crashes. This is not all crashes. Sahara in Decatur actually had upwards of 100 collisions during 2018. Actually, they had 97, okay? So these are 54 injury crashes, which is on average over 1 a week, injury crashes, right? Now, 1 of those was a fatality, right? But think of it this way. Think of it in terms of crime. If at that intersection there was 1 stabbing a week, 1 of which turned into a homicide, would you walk at that intersection? Probably not, right? So 54 injury crashes. Now, part of that reflects the volume, the sheer volume of traffic at these intersections, but still, we're talking about a significant number. This list, by the way, is not really a surprise to anyone. If I asked anyone in the Traffic Bureau at Metro to list out the top 20 collision intersections in the valley in their jurisdiction, they would probably give me a list that is pretty similar to this. But the point really isn't to discover which ones are the most problematic. It's just to highlight how problematic they are relative to others. But also, recall that fatalities were widely distributed across the jurisdiction. And this is wrong, but that's okay. This is what happens when you have technology entering things. What you see with the stars, if it were to line up, the top star would line up with Sahara and Decatur up there at the top. These stars are the fatalities. What we can see then is that with these top 20 intersections, a very high percentage of them had a fatality. In other words, a lot of fatalities in Metro's jurisdiction did not occur at these 20 intersections, but these 20 intersections ran a very high risk of having a fatality. Okay, so I'll just illustrate, stress the point. A lot of fatalities did not occur at these 20, but these 20 ran a very high risk of having a fatality. To give a sense of just how high a risk, again, there were roughly 5,200 intersections with a crash in 2018, and again, and 138 fatalities. So overall, the chance of having a fatality at any one of those intersections was less than 2%. So at any intersection that had a collision in 2018, the chance of one having a fatality was less than 2%. But of the top 20 intersections, 7 had a fatality, which is 35%. Of the top 10, 5 had a fatality, 50%. And of the top 5, 4 had a fatality, which is a very limited number. But in any event, 80% of the top 5 intersections had a fatality. Again, illustrating the point that by addressing the small percentage of the most problematic intersections, there's the chances of increasing injury crashes as well as preventing fatalities does go up. Now, just a few points to conclude. The data that we're presenting here, it tells us the where, but it doesn't say the why. Everything that we have learned about problem-oriented policing in the past is that problems are very local, they're very specific. So I suspect that the problem that is giving rise to so many injury crashes at Sahara and Decatur is very different from the problem that gives rise to so many crashes, say, at Harmon and Paradise, which is another problematic intersection. Okay? So what it requires is a fairly in-depth analysis of what is going on at those intersections to determine what the problem is. And of course, related, while this says the where, it doesn't say what to do about it. Knowing what the problem is helps to dictate what the solution and the resolution could possibly be. Again, everything that we know about problem-oriented policing is strategies that are effective often, ironically, don't involve the police much at all. Of course, the police provide an enforcement role, but it's often others who are helping to alter the environment or reduce opportunities that helps to resolve the problems. Again, some of the reasons why we're here. And because I'm an academic, I will state some of the limitations here. Of course, as I said, we're only dealing with Metro's jurisdiction, but the same type of analysis, the same application can be provided with, for county data and state data. I will say on that point that the data are good when it comes to traffic-related data. In so much as all of the information is there. The data are often inputted for specific reasons. They're inputted for record keeping, for example, and it makes some of the analysis a bit of a challenge. And for that, I want to make sure I mention a PhD student who is working with me, Josh Donnelly. To get that number, 5,200 addresses, that quite literally meant sifting through 22,000 cases to match up addresses. It's a bit of a challenge. So I, as a full professor here at UNLV, I have the ability to volunteer PhD students to do these types of analyses. I don't feel so bad because I had to do it when I did my time, and in a few years when Josh has his PhD, he'll be able to volunteer others himself. So with that, I will conclude.
To break it up a little bit, we have 3 incredible panels today focused on a variety of topics. The first one is what is being done. And we have, again, brought together 3 incredible folks facilitating the conversation, as well as incredible panelists. The first moderator, it's my privilege to have been on his show multiple times, and I hope that I don't butcher his name so I can be invited back. Our first presenter and moderator is Joe Scheidemann with KPNR's State of Nevada's program. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Joe Scheidemann from KNPR, as he said, and joining me here will be Craig Rayborn, the Director of Metro Planning at the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, Sandra Rosenberg, Assistant Director of the Nevada Department of Transportation, and Kaizad Yazdani with Clark County Public Works. If each of you, starting with you, Craig, would want to introduce yourself, give us a little bit about your background.
Sure. So my name is Craig Rayborn. Hi, yeah, so my name is Craig Rayborn. I'm the Director of the Metropolitan Planning Organization element at the Regional Transportation Commission. I've been a planner and a transportation planner for about 2 decades. I've worked, a significant part of my career is actually spent working at a research center called the Highway Safety Research Center, and we dealt with a lot of transportation issues. I was the program manager for the Federal Highway Administration's clearinghouse on pedestrian and bicycle issues as well. I've been at the RTC now for about 4 years. Okay. And it's a subtle sign. I thought I would actually make a point of demonstrating that, you know, we all have different kind of transportation activities, but yeah, this does kind of indicate, yeah, we have different perspectives.
And he actually bicycles to work 3 times
I aim for about 3 times a week.
12 miles from Summerlin, which I think is insane, but he does it. and as you saw the statistics, actually seems pretty safe to bike in the state of Nevada, even though 70% of the deaths do happen in Clark County. Next up is Sandra Rosenberg, Assistant Director, Nevada Department of Transportation. Sandra.
Yes, hello, good morning. Sandra Rosenberg, Assistant Director at the Nevada Department of Transportation. My area is planning, but that also includes traffic safety engineering. So we work a lot with the metropolitan planning organizations. We do a lot of data collection. We work on making sure that safety is included in everything we do. And then, you know, we do the planning and work with the local entities as well. Just a little background about myself. My bachelor's degree is actually in physics. Craig was hoping he would learn something new about me today, so I don't know if any of this is new to him, but I'm trying here. And then I actually spent a couple years as a children's ski instructor in the winters and working at a physics lab in the summer. So, and then I decided to go back to school, and my master's degree is in transportation technology and policy from UC Davis, which was a great broad education background for me to move into government and transportation. So I'm thrilled to be here today. One of my roles, in addition to being over traffic safety at NDOT, is serving on the Nevada Executive Committee on Transportation Safety, NECTS. That includes a broad array of stakeholders from law enforcement, government agencies, at the state, local, regional level. It's a great organization that helps talk about issues that are cross-cutting. And reporting to that group is task forces on the various different focus areas that Andrew mentioned earlier today. So I think that's probably enough, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Sandra, pull your microphone about 5 inches towards you.
Okay.
That's just for me. I don't know if I can hear you, but I don't know if everybody can. And Kaizad Yazdani, he is with Clark County Public Works. Kaizad, a little bit about your background.
I'm Kaizad Yazdani. I'm the traffic manager for Clark County Public Works. I've been with the department for 21 years. Clark County Public Works is responsible to maintain all the infrastructure and assets that we maintain within unincorporated Clark County. Just to give you a feel for what we maintain, we have about 65,000 streetlight poles, about 600 traffic signals, 100 school flashers and emergency fire department signals. We have 2,500 center line miles, which equates to about 8,000 lane line pavement marking miles that we maintain. We have about 2,900 crosswalks that we maintain valley-wide. We have about 100,000 signs that we maintain in unincorporated Clark County. Any given month, we get about 150 requests from citizens requesting us to investigate requests for a marked crosswalk, put in a traffic signal, look at speeding, and we conduct approximately 200 traffic studies a year. I'm excited to be here, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
So we are talking about what is being done today, not in the future, to make the streets more safe for people. And it's something we've talked a lot about on our radio program with several of you people here right now. And I want to start with you, Craig. There's something called the Complete Streets that you're involved in, and that is sort of sounds like this combined effort that several jurisdictions are involved in. What is that? And how is it helping things?
Right. So the basic idea of complete street design is to develop and build the street so that it serves all of the users safely and effectively. And so rather than having a street that is entirely thought of as a corridor just for moving vehicles, acknowledging and recognizing and then designing the street so that it safely accommodates the other users as well, the bicyclists, the transit users, the pedestrians, and even the different types of vehicles as well. So, you know, streets that would be in industrial areas might also, you want to make sure that you're designing that street to accommodate the trucks that they would be dealing with. And so that's an important element. It has, obviously, it should carry a number of safety benefits, and there's a significant amount of research out there that backs that up. We work with the state and we work with all of the local jurisdictions throughout the county, not just in the valley, but also Mesquite, on their safe street or safe complete streets programs. Like I said, it's a significant element. It also carries other benefits too, so that in addition to the safety benefits, it improves just travel options in general. It makes it easier for someone to safely choose to walk to the store, to the neighborhood store, instead of really not feeling any safe option other than to get in their car and drive. And that carries other benefits. One of the reasons I mentioned that is that one of our partners for a recent effort that we just went through to sort of update our agency's complete streets standards, design guides, was the American Heart Association. And so these things matter beyond just the safety impact, but there are also a number of secondary benefits from really good street and road design.
Now you say it is, as though, and this is a program that exists, but I wonder if there is a single stretch of road in Clark County that currently has this sort of utopian design.
There are a number of stretches of roads that are designed with all the users in mind. I mean, I think I would let maybe Kaizad identify some for urbanized Clark County. And then I could talk about one of the plans.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. What I'm getting at is
they exist. They
do exist.
More than I could count, but
secretly?
That doesn't mean that they're not labeled. I mean, it's because ideally what we're trying to do is make every road as complete as possible.
I mean, I just think it would take a lot of money to create what you want because the roads are already here.
Right.
And
that's
this is
the
a
process.
Plan, we're talking decades.
That's absolutely the process. The local agencies, we work really closely with them, and they're all very well motivated on this. And these improvements tend to happen when other activities go in. That's kind of the best way. That way, they're having to do regular maintenance. At the time that the regular maintenance occurs, that's the best opportunity to go through and complete the road. And make the road the type of design that they're looking for as an end game, rather than to go in, do that project, and then have to turn around in a few years and do other maintenance on the road. They try to combine these things and just make it a more effective approach.
Clark County does have the majority of traffic fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, but it's a statewide issue as well. And Sandra Cosgrove, you're the Assistant Director of NDOT. What did I say? Sorry, Cosgrove. Sandra Rosenberg. I was thinking of something else. what are the things, one thing I kind of want to get to, because I see a lot of times on our billboards whenever the flooding season is around. We have all these billboards for showing cars underwater, but I don't seem to see a lot of marketing on safety. You know, a sign, that great big sign that just says, you know, slow the whatever down. You know, just something like that, because speed is such an enormous problem here in Las Vegas. I see it every single day. I've seen people getting wrecks going too fast. So one, is there enough money to do it? Is there a concerted marketing effort to do it? And what's happening with that?
So there is a concerted marketing effort, primarily through the Office of Traffic Safety and our Zero Fatalities campaign. And we work very closely, a number of agencies work very closely together to sort of manage that campaign. We actually have a marketing contract out there, so I'm a little surprised and a little disappointed that you haven't seen those, but we'll certainly get that message back and maybe tweak some of that messaging. But you know, Andrew mentioned some of the current campaign, which is Don't Kill a Dream, and I believe we do have billboards out there. I know I've seen it on TV, on radio, but if someone such as yourself who's on the radio hasn't seen these, we need to talk about how to get that to more people. The question about the money, no, there isn't enough money. I don't know, I mean, there's not enough money to do a lot of the things we need to do. So what we do is try and be as targeted as possible. Something that changed in the recent federal surface transportation authorization was all the states get a certain amount of federal funds provided back to us from the gas taxes we pay in a number of different categories. One of those is safety. And in the FAST Act, which was the most recent transportation authorization, some of the flexibility of that funds were taken away, and we're no longer allowed to use that on behavioral campaigns. It all needs to be more focused on the infrastructure. Now, that was combined with NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration acronyms, increasing their funds a little bit. That goes through the Office of Traffic Safety. But again, it's not enough, and it doesn't quite match what we previously were spending. So we try and make the best use of the funds we have available and use all of our outlets. So I mentioned the NECTS, which has a number of stakeholders involved. We try and use every outlet we have access to. You know, Andrew mentioned the 4Es. We've actually added a fifth one, which is everyone. So it's all of our responsibilities to not only drive safely, walk safely, bike safely, but to get that message out in terms of how we can all be safer on the roads and what the impact is of acting unsafely. We don't want to kill a dream. We don't want to kill anybody's dream. We don't want anyone to not wake up tomorrow and not go home to their family. So there's always more we can do on that campaign piece. We do have targeted campaigns. We actually have a plan throughout the year and different times of year to focus on different messages. So we're not constantly all year talking about DUIs. We focus that so it gets people's attention. We focus on pedestrian safety. We focus on inattention. And so we have very targeted campaigns throughout the year based on, I'm not a marketing expert, but we have experts that are looking into when the right time of year to focus on different messages is, and then, you know, working with all our partners to make sure we get that message out. But what we continue to look for new methods and get better at getting that message out.
Okay, so let's say there isn't enough marketing money, federal cuts to that sort of thing. Kaizad, what I see a lot of times on the streets, and I'm sure you would acknowledge this, is people are waiting at a traffic light. You can just see them, you know, seething, waiting, wanting to go, and then they take off like a jackrabbit. So is there, and I've talked again about this a lot on the radio, what is being done in terms of getting the traffic lights in Reno and in Las Vegas to cooperate with the driver so that the lights aren't, the good lights aren't all on Charleston, but they're everywhere, so that, you know, you aren't waiting forever at a light, so that people aren't angry and they aren't taking off so quickly.
Now that's a tough one. Well, I can tell you what RTC Fast is doing. We're upgrading our controllers to the new 980 ADC controller. So they're intelligent controllers that can communicate well with each other on a network valley-wide. We're almost 60% through all the upgrades, and what that does is it allows for intersections to talk to each other. When you have two major corridors, there's not enough time to share between the two roadways. The best thing we can do is split the times evenly. If you drive the speed limit, the signals are timed so that you should be able to hit the green as you progress down the corridors. If you're speeding, you probably won't hit the greens through the corridor. So between the phasing at the individual signals and the coordination between a network of signals, we're trying to provide enough bandwidth to platoon the cars through the corridor. And it's a challenge because volumes vary based on events that we have sometimes. And if you have an accident, or if you have a preemption due to emergency response, that can throw the coordination out of sync. So RTC Fast, the county, the other entities are doing our best to upgrade our equipment and to provide better coordination.
By the way, and this is just a personal thing, does it help if I flash my lights when it's dark at the light to make it change more quickly because it thinks it's an emergency light?
No.
Because I've tried it. Does it?
No, it does not.
Okay. There is one other thing out there I've heard in Audi's cars. They will, I don't know how many traffic lights have the capability of transmitting a signal to the car to tell you how many seconds are left on the red light.
Right, so that's part of the upgrade that I mentioned earlier is if you have the new 980 traffic controller at a signal, some of these vehicles, like Audi has it, RTC actually has an app, it's called Enlighten, that you can download on your phone if you don't have it in your car, that can provide that information to you.
Oh, so there's an app now that anybody can have. You don't have to have that car. Oh, I had no idea. How many lights are equipped with that capability?
Right now at the county, we have 600 signals, so we're about 250, 270 upgraded.
Okay. And Kaizad, I don't want to focus on you, but 4 years ago, it was about 4 years ago, a woman in a car, troubled, drove into a crowd on the strip in front of, I think it was Planet Hollywood. If I recall, she killed one person. People were diving out of the way. And since then, there's been a call to somehow improve safety on the strip for pedestrians, and the strip is immensely valuable to the state because of the tax revenue it provides, the business and the jobs. And you're in the midst or close to completing this monumental job, installing 5,000 ballards up and down the strip. Could you talk about that?
Right. It was unfortunate that we had a fatality on the strip in 2015. The Board of County Commissioners directed the Director of Public Works to look at providing some kind of pedestrian protection along the strip corridor. So we started reviewing options of what we could provide for pedestrian protection along the strip from Sahara all the way to the welcome sign. What we chose were bollards, and these bollards are designed to withstand an impact of a truck at 50 miles an hour with 3 foot of penetration into the sidewalk. With addition of the bollards, we have widened the sidewalk. We're trying to provide a level of service for pedestrians walking up and down the street and protecting them with folks that, are distracted drivers that may veer off into the sidewalk. We started construction of the bollards in 2017. To date, we've installed about 4,400. We expect to have 5,000 installed here in the next 2 months, make it 5,000 in the next 2 months. These bollards are very helpful. They provide a sense of security for pedestrians walking up and down the street. And as a matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, we had a drunk driver veer off the roadway and hit one of these. And I'm happy that we had bollards, otherwise we would have another potential fatality or injury.
And you showed me a picture. I'm sorry, people can't see it. The car was basically destroyed, the front end of it. I mean, completely stopped.
That's
Not
correct.
a lot of debris. It was pretty amazing.
That's correct.
As we're coming in here, a lot of us were talking about the recent enforcement of the HOV lanes on the I-15, the new HOV lanes. And there is some connection with these HOV lanes and improving safety on our highways. And the highway safety is an important thing. A lot of people here have been touched by it. I have a 15-year-old son who had a friend killed on the highways just last year on the I-15. Sandra, I wonder if you could talk about how, how HOV lanes can play into the safety on our roads.
So one of the biggest impacts to safety by providing HOV lanes is to encourage people to carpool. By encouraging people to carpool, you have fewer vehicles on the road and fewer options for fewer conflict points. The more vehicles we have, the more things to run into, right? The more the more potential for conflicts there is. It's also providing. Typically, when people get over to the HOV lanes, they're going a longer distance, so it's removing some of those weaving movements, which can also cause crashes. In addition to that, I think more directly related to safety on the I-15 corridor, and I don't know if Craig was going to talk about it. I might be jumping the gun a little bit, but a couple of years ago, RTC and NDOT and other partners partnered with a company called Waycare that uses real-time traffic information as well as artificial intelligence and machine learning to predict crashes and to identify crashes sooner than they would be called in, sooner than our cameras would catch it. And that has resulted in an average of over a 12-minute savings in response time. And the latest number I saw was a 17% reduction in crashes on the I-15 corridor.
How does it work? What do you do?
So they get, it's beyond my knowledge capabilities, but it's using machine learning. It's using the data that's coming in on speeds and number of vehicles, data on past incidents where crashes have occurred previously, and the current traffic patterns, and using some sophisticated machine learning, artificial intelligence to use all of that data from what's happened in the past and what's currently happening on the roadways to identify where crashes are likely to occur. We're now also using that information.
So then law enforcement hovers in that area waiting for it, or?
Law enforcement, freeway service patrol, they're on the corridor anyway, so to help them strategically locate. So it not only helps us respond to crashes, but we're seeing a crash reduction, meaning by locating some of that law enforcement and encouraging people to slow down where there might be some conflict we see arising, that actually not only respond to those crashes sooner and get them cleaned up sooner, but we think it's actually preventing crashes. As we continue to install our active traffic management system, the big signs we're putting up on the freeways now, we'll also use that in conjunction with that information to tell people to slow down, crash ahead, or congestion ahead, or if we need to close lanes further back to avoid additional conflict. So we're using a lot of data that's out there, and I know that's probably getting to another one of your questions, but we're using a lot of data and technology out there to operate the system well, to communicate with the driving public, to hopefully adapt behavior a little bit so that we prevent crashes in the first place, and then quickly respond and remove crashes so that there aren't secondary, sometimes more severe crashes as well.
Craig, is there, just off the top of your head, you've been in traffic safety for a long time, what other technology right now is being utilized to improve road safety?
Well, in Southern Nevada, one of the critical road safety issues for us is all of the construction that's happening. And so we've partnered with some technology companies to actually put devices on, actually on the cones, on the vehicles that are in work zones, even on some of the workers themselves, so that movement is tracked and identified and is able to then be signaled out so that the traffic control devices can help accommodate those. And for systems like if you're using a smartphone app like Waze, knows that construction zones are happening in part because of this type of technology. Another thing similar and closely related to that is the ability to sort of dynamically identify. We try to know what all of the activities are that are happening on the different roads, but a lot of the construction that you see is not something that channels through the RTC, but it's being done not by one of the local one of the local public works departments, but instead it's by one of the utilities or something like that. And so we also have technologies, just the cameras that are on our fleet vehicles, on other vehicles, using those to identify these construction zones as well, to try to implement traffic control around those as they're occurring too. On the whole, there's very good coordination, but we're just trying to make sure nothing's sort of slipping through the cracks for making that happen. Other technologies that we're kind of lucky. Our climate here makes Southern Nevada a really good test bed for transportation technologies, and so we're also we're working with Henderson, and there was a research center at University of Nevada up in Reno that's been looking at LIDAR. It's a light emitting radar type technology, and they have been we've been working with Henderson to identify some locations where LIDAR can be installed and start to identify like what pedestrians. It's really good at detecting pedestrians. And so we're working with them to install this and start using the technology to start identifying, what the patterns of movement are, so that we can then leads us to better safety, better design down the road, as well as potentially implementing more active pedestrian safety countermeasures once we have a better understanding of like what that type of behavior looks like.
As I mentioned, I have a 15-year-old wannabe licensed driver. He's just learning right now. I want each of you to answer this question, starting with you, Kaizad. If there was one piece of advice you would give him to stay safe on the road, what would it be?
I think everybody's heard this before. Don't use your phone. If you're texting while driving, that can take up to 4.6 seconds away of your attention off the road. And it takes about 2.5 seconds to react to change in roadway conditions before you even start to change your speed or brake. So you're losing vital time to come to a complete stop, as would be required if you were driving the speed limit, and so you have a higher potential for having an accident if you're texting, because it's taking 4.6 seconds of your attention away from the road that you should be paying attention to.
Interesting. Sandra?
Well, I would certainly echo that. I think there's a number of things. Wear your seatbelt. Always wear your seatbelt. Make sure everyone in your vehicle is wearing your seatbelt. Be aware of your surroundings. Don't be distracted, whether it's phones or talking to your friends. Certainly don't drive impaired. I'm sure your son wouldn't do that. But really it's like, be aware of your surroundings. Don't speed, don't drink, don't drive impaired, don't be distracted, wear your seatbelt. All of those
I just wanted one thing.
I know. It's be aware of your surroundings.
And Craig?
I would emphasize the don't speed message as my kids get ready to start driving. As we heard earlier, speed's a contributing factor in most crashes. It's also a contributing factor in the severity of crashes too. The survivability, particularly for the vulnerable users, pedestrians and bicyclists, dramatically decreases as speed goes up. And so that is a critical factor. So it's not necessary, there's never a need to speed. And so that's one of the messages I certainly want to communicate.
We have a few minutes left. I'm going to throw it out there in case if anybody has any questions. This is small enough, you can just stand up and shout it out. If not, that's fine too. But if anybody wants to ask our panelists anything, please go ahead.
I have a specific question for all the panelists. This deals with Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana, specifically Las Vegas Boulevard. Approximately 1 week ago, I was at that intersection at the lead line heading westbound on Tropicana, crossing over the boulevard, and I heard sirens. So I started searching around, and I see a fire truck trying to cross the intersection, blocking the traffic. The fire truck got across the intersection, but it got stopped right under the pedestrian crossover bridge on northbound Las Vegas Boulevard, and it was trapped there. Then an ambulance came up and got trapped. Then a police car came up and got trapped. So all these vehicles were trapped
It got so frustrating that the firemen in the vehicle actually were trying to wave people out of the way. Now, this is Las Vegas Boulevard. What can be done to reduce the congestion of traffic on Las Vegas Boulevard? And I realize it's a great corridor for tourism, to make it safer. Now, we talked about the ballards, but the actual roadway usage. And are we overusing it for the wrong reasons? Thank you.
I'm not sure what time of day that was. Noon. We do have a pedestrian bridge that is being built today at Park in Las Vegas Boulevard. On Las Vegas Boulevard, we have high pedestrian volume and a lot of crossings. We're trying to grade separate the pedestrians from the vehicular movements so we can provide enough time for vehicles to travel the roadway and make it safer for our pedestrians. We also have parallel streets that we're improving, Frank Sinatra, Koval. As the valley grows and the visitor volume increases, it's always a challenge to balance, volumes on Las Vegas Boulevard. It's a nice corridor to drive. You get to see a lot of the properties, and we're trying to manage as best as we can the vehicular traffic on Las Vegas Boulevard.
We have a question back here.
Hi, good morning. I live in Summerlin, near the Red Rock Hotel, and I'm coming here just as a concerned citizen about the number of fatalities, the high cost of auto insurance, which is also correlated here by the high number of fatalities and accidents if you talk to the insurance companies. There's been a couple of bad fatalities in my neighborhood, and usually alcohol is involved as well as speeding. So I've been thinking a lot about this, and I've made a career in problem solving and done well, and I'd like to throw this out for consideration. Are we missing an opportunity to re-educate drivers at the DMV in Nevada? In other words, we have something like 40 million people a year coming here as tourists, and is there any data on statistics as to accidents caused by visitors in rental cars or strictly residents whose cars are registered here? And then the other thing, back to the DMV, is would that not be an appropriate place to re-educate people? Because there are certain challenges here in Nevada that do not exist in California, such as leaving a kid in a car for 10 minutes. It will kill the kid, it will kill the animal, but you could get away with that in San Francisco, where I'm from. So in other words, we have all these challenges unique to Las Vegas, and are we spending resources in the right place? Instead of technology, how about driver re-education? Thank you.
That goes to the NDOT person.
Wasn't quite sure if that was a statement or a question. We certainly work very closely with the DMV and driver education in general in terms of requiring additional training or additional testing. We'd have to look at our licensing procedures, and I'm happy to have that conversation with the DMV. But part of that is that that everyone piece, and that we all need to be educating each other. But we're happy to kind of take a look at that. We certainly have some challenges based on climate here, as well as behaviors. I believe we may be able to dig into the data a little bit in terms of vehicular ownership of those crashes. I don't know how reliable that data is, and then we certainly don't want to get into any sort of privacy issues, but I believe that data is collected, and we may be able to look at some way at pulling some of that information just to see if that is a factor or not. We certainly look at all sorts of data to identify kind of common threads or information that might help us do better in the future. So all I can say really is we'll look into that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Commercials. There are more attorney commercials saturated with attorney. And the question is, why isn't there more public safety commercials from law enforcement or the mayor? But we don't see a lot of that, but we sure see a lot of attorneys that's ready to defend and collect money or give, So is there an answer for that, or?
Yeah, do you lobby a lot on behalf of your different agencies, the legislature, to get money strictly for marketing? I mean, I think it goes without saying that safety is expensive, but you know, sometimes anybody who manages people knows you have to tell people things over and over and over sometimes until they get it. And so, and marketing is a big part of that. Are you lobbying for that?
So we are, both statewide as well as nationally. Every time we go to DC, every time we get an opportunity to talk to our delegation, we do mention that we would love more money, but even just more flexibility in the money we get to be able to spend those highway dollars on safety education, on behavioral campaigns. We have given the amount we spend, I think we have a pretty good campaign. We do some research on how many people we're touching, how many people we're changing their minds on that are getting educated. But we don't have the money to do more. We don't have the money that the attorneys do to sort of compete with that. So we will continue to look for additional sources of revenue. We'll continue to look for additional partners to help us get our message out. And we'll continue to look for creative ways to get that out to more saturating the market. I wish I could say we'll compete with those attorneys. I don't know that we'll get to that anytime soon, but that's part of you all helping us too. If the citizenry is willing to contribute to that through your tax dollars, we can work together to really get more messages out, to do a lot more education, and we're happy to do that.
It's a great response. Thank you. Why do the traffic lights hold so long here?
You have a lot of traffic volume at intersections. So when you have a lot of traffic volume, you have a lot of pedestrian activity. There's only so much time you can provide for each phase, each leg of that intersection. The cycle lanes start to creep up if we have a lot of volume where we want to move cars through corridors. I can understand your frustration because you could be sitting at a light for 2 minutes because the cycle length is about 140 seconds. Between vehicular movements and pedestrian movements, we're trying to keep the cycle lengths at anywhere from 120 to 160. It's just how we can operate our signals.
You have a question back here.
Thank you. A number of years ago, our community suffered a rash of bus shelter crashes. And at that time, we had requested that ballards be placed in front of those bus shelters. We were told at that time that those ballards would be ineffective. So my question to you is that the ballards that are being placed on the Las Vegas Strip, have those been redesigned? And would they be appropriate to be placed in front of our bus shelters to keep our people who need to take that bus, to help keep them safe?
Good question. This is something that the RTC has grappled with.
Yes, absolutely. Right? So, the RTC has a number of types of improvements that we look at for every bus stop in the valley, and among those are bollards. And so we do, I don't know the numbers, but we do have a program established now to start looking at installing bollards, much like what the county is doing, so that there are protective bollards at certain bus stops. It's not as simple as just putting the bollard in as they've done with the Strip. When they put the bollards in, they have to sort of widen the sidewalk because you're taking away space when you do that. And so in order to make that work effectively, there are some redesigns that have to happen around bus stops, and so sometimes there are right-of-way issues and encroachments on private property in order to do that safely. But absolutely, we're looking at doing that, and I believe we actually have a program. I'm looking for a head nod where we actually are installing bollards at bus stops now.
So, but how many bus stops are there?
I'm hoping for some hand signals maybe from the back, but it's about 1,600. Yeah.
And about how many of those right-of-ways are readily available on public property versus the ones you would have to purchase the right-of-way for?
I wish I knew these answers off the top of my head.
Okay, if you don't know that,
we actually we were just having conversations about this. So I know in broad terms, like what the issues are, what those are. I don't know the specific numbers, but we work very closely with all of the local partners, with the local agencies, for them to help us acquire the necessary rights of way to make those kinds of improvements. I would say, yeah, I would be speculating. I'd be guessing on the numbers. But
I just wonder if you're socking away money to make the purchase of that right of way so you can expand sidewalks on private property.
Well, I think mostly what we're doing is working with property owners to get the encroachments rather than trying to buy the rights of way. Just trying to get the access that we need to move them back. Sometimes we're just talking about a foot or a few inches to make those work, so that there's adequate room for the bollard, the stop, and then the free movement still on the sidewalks that are at the stops. And so it's a big effort with 1,600, with that number of stops across the valley. It's a big effort, but we have an entire department of the RTC that's really focused on those types of facility improvements.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Joe, to your right.
Hi, my name is Lamada Roundtree of My Father's House Church. We work with the Southwest Division under Officer Kelly for fatal crashes that we deal with families, and we go out and we listen to their stories. The one thing that I've noticed in going out there and speaking with the families is they want people to be aware of what actual fatalities that they had to deal with in their family. So I was thinking, piggybacking off the woman who was saying about advertisement, with public service announcements, some of those people want to tell their story so that others can be aware of the fatalities that take place when you get behind the wheel. And I noticed that a lot of people don't pay attention to these things until they're actually involved in it. So that was one thing. Then I used to work in Chicago under the mayor in traffic. And what they did in downtown, and this would probably be good on the Strip, is just a suggestion, that they didn't allow cars to drive up and down downtown area on State Street. What they did was they provided these carts that people get on a bike and they get in it and they just go up and down the street, Chicago, just to see. So they also provided buses that people would get on and they would go up and down State Street downtown. And so that reduced what they call, what we're having out here is traffic that's so heavy that anybody and everybody can drive down Las Vegas Boulevard. But if you just have certain things that will shutter them up and down Las Vegas Boulevard to where they can still see the boulevard, but at the same time, it brings down a lot of volume of traffic just coming up and down, especially people that are coming in and out of town.
That'd be a good question for Commissioner Naft, because that would be a policy decision. But is that the kind of thing that's ever been discussed in terms, because the Strip is a traffic hellhole, especially on weekends, as a way, limit the types of vehicles that can go? I mean, the taxi industry would have a fit unless they're allowed, but limiting the kinds of vehicles that can travel on that road.
We've talked about it. We've talked about Las Vegas Boulevard being a pedestrian boulevard where you have no vehicular movement and you just have pedestrians. But it's not really practical, because they do this in other cities like New Orleans, where you have network of roadways which are closely spaced. So you can close down one street and then you can still have access to properties by driving on another street that's, a couple hundred feet. Here, we're so far spaced that shutting down Las Vegas Boulevard to vehicular traffic would impact folks coming in to access the properties where they're living. So we've looked at it. At this time, it's not practical to shut down the boulevard for vehicular traffic, and it would really be a policy decision going forward.
Any more other Have a question? Yeah, go ahead. We'll have time for one more.
Yes. Is there any specific programs or ideas that you guys are discussing pertaining to perpetrators and also victims of, of motorcycles, the motorcycle community?
What what are you getting at?
There's motorcyclists that drive crazy. Then you have motorcyclists that are very, they drive very safely. But of course, when you get hit on a motorcycle, I own several bikes. It's a lot, you're going to get hurt a lot worse than if you're in a car. And I notice I've been seeing a lot of fatalities and situations going on with motorcycles, So do you guys, is there any strategy heading in that direction?
So motorcycle safety is one of our statewide critical emphasis areas, and it's an area where we have a task force working on that. I don't right now have the specifics of some of those things they're working on, but a big part of it is rider education and trying to get more people, offering more classes to anyone who wants to take them, encouraging all riders to take trainings every couple years, things like that. So that's part of one of the things we're trying to fund more of. Andrew Bennett, who's sitting at your table from the Office of Traffic Safety, can probably provide more information during the break. But it is something we're really focused on statewide. It is a critical emphasis area. It is a task force and the task force is made up of people who ride and want to make sure that everyone else on the road riding with them is aware, as well as the other types of vehicles are aware of the motorcycle activity. And we have a pretty big campaign up in the northern part of the state. During some of the motorcycle events, we remind people on the signs to, check twice. They're harder to see. So we do really focus on that. It's really important statewide.
One more question here. Go ahead.
The Ballards, have you considered also installing them on our school campuses? Palo Verde High School in Summerlin, for instance, there's wide open spaces where vehicles can drive up onto the campus. Just as a preventive measure, looking ahead, please consider installing them on our campuses because our students are walking as well, and that's another safety issue that, as a citizen, I see.
So one thing I'll say about that, and that could be a perfectly viable solution for some of those locations. The RTC, working with the school district and the local governments as well, has conducted over the years a number of safety audits for the pedestrian and traffic environments around, I want to say we're maybe up to around, it's only 75 or so schools, but it's a program that we've established to try to do that and identify the safety issues relating directly to getting to and from the schools, particularly on and directly adjacent to the campuses. And then identifying solutions with the long-term goal of them being able to implement those. And so, when we do an audit like that for a school and we identify a need like that, then we work with the school district and the local agencies to try to make those improvements. You'll see a number of instances around the valley where we they have made improvements because of those.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Craig Rayborn is Director of Metropolitan Planning at the RTC of Southern Nevada. Sandra Rosenberg, Assistant Director of Nevada Department of Transportation. And Kaizad Yazdani, Clark County Public Works Traffic. Thank you all.
How you guys doing today? My name is Nick Akers. I'm the transportation reporter with the Las Vegas Review-Journal, also known as the Road Warrior. Today we have a panel talking about what can be done. You've heard, what's being done, so they're going to talk about, some of the things that they're looking in the future of what can be done to make traffic safety, improved process here. And so we have first Pushkin Katru from UNLV Transportation Research Center. Aaron Breen with the Traffic Safety Coalition, and Nancy Umundson with the Clark County Comprehensive Planning. Bring it up to you, Pushkin. Kind of introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you do.
So my name is Pushkin. My last name is unpronounceable, so you can just ignore it. Yeah. Okay. So I've been in transportation for many years. I did a few centuries ago my undergrad in transportation civil engineering, and then my PhD is from Berkeley in autonomous cars. We built one in 1983, but Google takes all the credit. Anyway, and then I did PhD in mathematics, where I studied traffic flow. So I studied kind of the microscopic, the vehicles as well as traffic, and I'm studying physics. So I'm a geek, I just keep studying. Anyway, so I was the director of the Transportation Research Center here at UNLV when I worked with Aaron. And I'm just a faculty now, very happy. And I just like to analyze things, look at systems, and model them, and optimize them. I think we do optimization of everything we build, or every time we talk, we are optimizing. So that's my perspective on systems and things and how to improve. Always looking at how things relate to each other, and then how we can quantify what actions we take, what are the consequences with respect to time, and then how we can optimize the system to get the most out of it, keeping in mind what are we trying to optimize. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Erin Breen. I am nothing like Pushkin. Although we work together and still do as part of the Transportation Research Center here on campus, where I've been for 23 years. I was brought in to build a coalition of people in the community to deal with traffic safety. We started out as a Safe Communities program, and because of the issues that we have in our community that surround pedestrian safety, about 5 years ago, our program was changed to the Vulnerable Road Users Project. So I am the director of that project. I enjoy working with a lot of you who are here in the room, as well as all of the entities. Being on the university campus, I've always said, makes me like Switzerland, easy to work with everyone. Excuse me, haven't coughed all morning till I get up here. So I look forward to this today, talking about what we can all do to make our roads safer in Clark County.
I'm Nancy Amundsen. I'm the Director of Comprehensive Planning. I have been the director since 2010, and I moved to Las Vegas in 2006. I'm not from around here. I grew up on the East Coast, did most of my planning work on the East Coast, had lived in Southern California, but brought a different perspective coming here. My department deals with advanced planning, looking at the future of the county and what it should look like, as well as day-to-day operations, which would be current planning, every application you see, whether it be a Chick-fil-A or a new resort, it all comes across my desk. We work very closely with the various town boards and the community advisory councils, as well as the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. But I think today what we're going to talk about is a new vision that the county has and we as a department have. We have been working on a code that was developed in 2000, and our current Board of County Commissioners has directed us to relook at it, to rewrite it, to make it easier, and to look at how this community can start, I guess you could say, coming into the 21st century. So that's one of the things that I'm going to be talking about today, but the one thing that we are grappling with is a perception in Southern Nevada is we've always done it this way, and we want to get past that we've always done it this way and look at new ways to do things.
Okay, I know you guys have worked together with all the agencies in town. Is there anything that outside jurisdictions are doing that you guys might want to model after here in Southern Nevada? I'll start with you, Pushkin.
Okay, as you're talking about modeling, as I say, I look at modeling from a purely quantitative perspective, looking at what variables come into play. So it's not necessarily that I have to copy somewhere else, but I have to look at what are the variables, what are the things involved. For example, so we have different agencies, but each agency looks at their jurisdiction and their domain of operation. So when they do it and they say, okay, I want to optimize this. But what can happen is when you look at the whole problem itself, if you optimize that and don't look at what is the consequence of this in other domains or the consequence of things that they're doing, what can happen is that you want to optimize something, you want to get something good, but it can be counterproductive. So for example, You can say, okay, we wanted, I mean, there's one way to make traffic 100% safe. I can get rid of every fatality on the road by just putting a curfew on. You put a curfew, I've solved my problem, but then I've created a new problem that people can't move. So it's a question, it's not just a question of, oh, I want to reduce the fatalities. It's a question of looking at the problem from all perspectives, all departments, and how are they working together. So the key thing, I believe, is not to give, like this is your task, just do this, but to have some command and control which can look at the performance of the overall systems and how different agencies work together to solve the same problem, not break it down and give those problems to different subsystems. So I believe that is the crux of the matter here that can be addressed and the entire system can be improved.
Right, and we'll go with you, Aaron, as well.
I think if I were looking at examples from other places that we could and I would hope would implement in Clark County, it would be a program out of Sweden that is throughout all of Europe now called Vision Zero. And Vision Zero is now in 32 cities in the United States. I'm sorry to say that Washoe and Truckee Meadows is going to beat Clark County to the bunch of being the first Vision Zero city in the state of Nevada. So Vision Zero is a way of looking at how we build our roads by paying attention to who uses them and how they use them. So it is markedly different, I think, than the overall approach that we've had to traffic safety. I admire traffic safety engineers. I work with them every day. My background is actually special education, which I joke about making me uniquely qualified to work with the people I work with. And I say that with every bit of respect. I'm really just kidding. So engineers have been charged in their careers to move vehicles further, faster, better. But further, faster, better is not better for the overall community. We've given up our quality of life. Children don't walk or bike to school because their parents are afraid of what will happen to them. We're raising generations of people that don't know how to interact in traffic. It becomes a larger issue as they become the next generation of drivers. And so Vision Zero says, let's look at the human condition. Let's plan our streets understanding that no one's going to use them perfectly. And Vision Zero focuses on fixing pedestrian issues, because if you fix a road for a pedestrian and you make that a safer road, you've made that a safer road for every road user. So we talked a lot at the beginning of the day today about behavioral choices. Behavioral choices is not something we can try to educate, but certainly as an engineer or as a planner, as law enforcement, we can't change personal choices. We can try to influence them, but we can change the road that people are interacting on when they make a bad choice, because as human beings, we're always going to make them. So I would say that that's where we need to start looking, is at ways that where we know we have a problem, that we address those streets. Right now in Clark County, we know that roughly half of our pedestrian fatalities happen on segments of 6 streets, and that's where we should start.
Okay, Nancy.
So your original question was, are we working with other jurisdictions? And in Southern Nevada, the municipalities as well as the county generally do work together on planning issues, transportation issues. The transportation issues are always funneled through RTC. From our perspective, I do agree with Aaron that you can't change the way people do things. You can't change the way people think, but you can provide them with opportunities to maybe think differently. And that, from a planning perspective, is what we're trying to do, or what we're looking to do in the future. Planning does not look at the roadways. That's a public works, that's an engineering type thing. But if we can plan our communities in such a way that it might get people out of cars. I mean, you can look at Summerlin overall. Summerlin has a lot of folks that just walk from point A to point B, but they generally don't walk to work because they're coming downtown or they're going to Henderson, and it's not easy to get there from here, shall we say. But if we can start planning our communities in such a way that makes mass transit or high capacity transit more feasible or more desirable, then you will get more cars off the street and you could lead to a safer roadway system. Again, that's not going to happen overnight, but it's a matter of changing perspective and changing the way we think about communities and changing the way we design and we look at communities. I can't design a road. That's for folks with more numbers thing and engineering type ideas, but maybe I can change the way a community thinks about itself. And ultimately how a community thinks about itself might change the way that the roadways are used.
Okay, and are there any future trends that you anticipate making any big impacts as far as not only drivers but pedestrian safety as well? We'll start with you, Aaron. Yeah.
So I think that the biggest trends in pedestrian safety that we're seeing around the country, to truly make a street safer for a pedestrian, you need to lower the speed limit. And I've been saying this for years and years and years, that if you lower the speed that someone is struck at, it's a survivable injury. So if we were to, say, start with those streets where we know where pedestrians are the most in peril, right now that would be Flamingo Road, would be the #1 street in Clark County. We've spent a lot of time, attention, and RTC and NDOT dollars on Boulder Highway. And here's a fact. Boulder Highway was no longer the #1 street where you're the most likely to die in Clark County. And when we look at the reasons why, the one big thing that happened in on Boulder Highway in late 2017, there was a flasher put in front of the East Side Cannery, which was in fact the deadliest intersection in Clark County. And lo and behold, no pedestrians have died there since. That one location enabled Boulder Highway to no longer be the deadliest street in Clark County for pedestrians. Since that time now, 8 new flashers have gone in on Boulder Highway, including new places where pedestrians cross the street. So if you're looking at the senior center on Boulder Highway, at low-income housing on Boulder Highway, now there's actually a well-designed marked mid-block crosswalk with flashers that tell cars that are traveling roughly 55 or higher miles per hour that there's a pedestrian there. So when a pedestrian's hit at 55 miles an hour, it's non-survivable. So what we don't realize is that our streets here in Clark County, many of them, Flamingo Road, Charleston, Durango, you wouldn't think that Durango would be a high pedestrian fatality street, but it is. So when we look at them, they have certain things in common. They all have high speed, they all have less than optimal lighting conditions, and they have people that are crossing the street where they don't belong. And when a driver can't see the person who's making a bad choice crossing the street, that's a fatality. If you're needing to go to 7-Eleven and we're asking you to walk half a mile out of your way to do that, what we need to understand when we're planning our roads is that people are not going to walk a half a mile out of their way. So when you're asking them to do that under low lighting conditions, that's a pedestrian fatality waiting to happen. So those are some of the things where we need to start looking at how we can change our roads. And Downtown Joe just said in the last session that safety is expensive. Not doing something is expensive. In the long run, fixing it is actually cheaper than continuing to let it be an area where people lose their lives.
And Pushkin, what's your thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, I mean, I again look at numbers. So if you don't do anything, the amount of money, even if you forget about the human cost, if you just look at what happens when a person dies, how much money does it cost the economy? We're talking about multi-million dollars. When you add up all these things, and then, for example, you have an accident, that causes congestion, you look at the congestion cost. So even if you just look at the numbers, it's an extremely expensive proposition not to do anything. That means the money is just rolling, but the question is who's responsible for that? So if it's not my department, oh, it doesn't matter. But the point is society is paying for it. We are paying for it. So you have to look at the problem from that perspective and say, if we don't do something, if we don't take the action, we are losing a lot of money, and the economy of the system pays for it. And I'm not even talking about the human cost.
And Nancy.
So bringing up Flamingo, we're talking about the east side Flamingo, not the west side. So the east side Flamingo is older neighborhoods, older areas. Some of the development is not, either it's been abandoned or it's not built out. So from a zoning perspective, we need to look at ways to bring more vitality, more growth, more lighting, shall we say, into those areas. Because when you have areas that are older and they're not as, I don't want to say well traveled because they're traveled by the cars, but they're not developed in such a way where you have the street lighting, you have people there all the time, you have people looking for places to go to. It does make it hard for pedestrians. It does make it darker for pedestrians. So from a planning and zoning standpoint, we need to look at ways to promote growth, redevelopment, and I know that's not necessarily the word I should be using, but look for ways to vitalize that portion of the roadway, or those roadways that are in disrepair and are the darker, the ones where the folks don't want to walk half a mile to get to 7-Eleven, but maybe if there was a new Smith's, they would be able to just walk right there. So that's what we need to look at.
If I could jump on the end of that, because I'd like to highlight something that's incredibly positive, and taking exactly what Nancy just said and looking at being in the center of the city. If you were to look at these maps, and I urge you to do that before you go today, it's where pedestrians die in our city. By daytime, the nighttime is broken out. You can see that the red area in that heat map is right where we are. And then the one on the far right is where people have died in our city, where speed was the primary contributing factor. And I think that those maps are pretty eye-opening. Saying that, this core of the city that is the oldest, that had the old building codes, it is where we have a lot of problems. It's also because it's where we have affordable housing. So something that I would just really, I need to give a shout out to NDOT and to the RTC for all of their efforts that have been put in on Boulder Highway. If you have not seen the Reimagine Boulder Highway project, I urge you to go to the web and enter Reimagine Boulder Highway, excuse me, and look at the plans for Boulder Highway. Every entity was involved in that. An awful lot of community people were involved. The leader of the design project is sitting right in front of me. The potential on Boulder Highway is great. The potential for all of these neighborhoods is great. It just takes the will to do something, and it will change that road. It will revitalize that street. It will bring life back to Boulder Highway. I grew up here. Boulder Highway used to be a destination. It'll be a destination again if this project gets funding and goes forward. So it's a great example of the community coming together, led by NDOT and the RTC, who hired Atkins Global to do this design, with an awful lot of people who are in this room or your colleagues that had input into that project. There is great possibility in our community.
Okay, we've heard some of the Boulder Highway, improvements there. What else can we plan, design, and build infrastructure that would reduce fatalities and injuries overall? Oh, sorry, Deepushkin.
Yeah, actually, I want to mention something else. So we're talking about very specific problems and very specific solutions. For example, the flashing light, telling the driver to slow down, and then you can see the results of that. But at the same time, so we can look at data, see, okay, this is the problem area, and then find a solution to just fix it. That's like a Band-Aid. You just put it there, we fixed it, now look at where the other problem is. But at the same time, for example, if you get more cars out of the road, so if you provide a viable public transport, now you have less number of cars. At the same time, nowadays, I mean, you can do web conferencing, video You can work, for example, you can incentivize people not to travel that much to begin with. I mean, travel should be for maybe more recreation than to just for work, and we can minimize the work the way the technology is developing in the world. So we can look at the problem from multiple facets and then attack it rather than, I mean, we have to fix the immediate problems. For example, you identify this is the place pedestrians are dying. These are the engineering, psychological, and other solutions to that, planning solutions to that, and how you plan a city, for example. So the demands of travel, whether a human being will choose now a vehicle versus walk, of course, that is tied to psychology, tied to the activity the person does and the way things are planned. And then you see the problems, then you try to fix them. But at the same time, you got to look at what is causing it in the first place and address those as well. So again, from a system point of view, we have to address all of them. We have to have policies that incentivizes people to reduce travel, which is unnecessary, and that will, of course, have an effect overall. And you can see the numbers. You can quantify how much money we save by doing such things.
Okay, Aaron?
So I hate to sound like a broken record, but what could be done is getting everyone involved in the solution, really taking a look at why traffic crashes are happening where they are, which I think is happening. We know where they are. We can look and see what are the different contributing factors to each of those crashes. And then where we can, as a community, come up with a solution as simple as a well-designed crosswalk at a spot where pedestrians are crossing the street, incentivizing pedestrians to go and use the intersection. There are ways, I think, that we're not doing a good job at trying to get people out of their cars. Getting people to use public transportation more. It's hard to convince people to leave their cars at home one day a week and use public transportation if in fact what they're hearing on every time they turn on the news is that someone else died on our street. So I think that there's a lot of very positive things happening. We need to build on those, but certainly keep the human condition in mind when we're planning how we build our streets. So if there's a generator where people want to go, put a safe place for them to get there. We have an issue around every one of our schools. I hate to focus on schools because as a pedestrian person, they're the worst tragedies that happen, but they aren't our, especially looking at pedestrians, they're not our target market. Our target market is over the age of 45 now, because that's who's dying the most, far and away. When a child dies, we spend a lot of time on that because it's a particular tragedy. And there are solutions that involve the very people who are complaining the loudest. So if you're looking at an improvement around a school, it's the parents you need to talk to. Do we need to put in more places for parents to park? Do we need to encourage parents to park 2 blocks away and walk to pick up their children? What a concept. Teach their children safe walking as they walk back to their car. Get rid of the double and triple parking around the street. So there are solutions to I think all of our problems. If people who know me, this is going to be no shock to you that I'm going to say the number one thing we need to focus on is how fast cars travel on our streets. So it was brought up in the video that opened our program today. There are simply not enough police officers to get out there and do that all-important business of educating the public by writing them a ticket. So what everyone in this room could do is speak up about and say, yes, I'll pay more for more traffic enforcement. I think that our community, our fatality numbers are crying out for that. Because there just simply are not enough officers to do that job. I think that a forum like this and bring all the entities together to say, here's what I'll do about traffic safety and starting with the low-hanging fruit of the pedestrians and improving streets for them. I think that today's forum is critical to our quality of life here in Clark County, and I hope that we can build on what's happening today. I look over here at Carl Scarborough from the RTC, who is in charge of their transit program, and the multitude of things that are happening in transit, that we need to do a better job of getting people out of their cars and using transit. They're doing their job to make it safer. But the safe, it's like saying to pedestrians, there's no safe place to cross the street, even at a signalized intersection. You bring the safe. RTC can do absolutely everything imaginable to make a bus shelter safe. But if a driver makes a bad decision to drive impaired and comes off at that street at 50 miles an hour, people like to point the finger at the RTC instead of pointing the finger at the person who made that bad choice. So we need to really call out the problems where they are and not expect the entities to do everything for us. We have to be part of the solution as well. Starting with understanding as a road user, if you live 5 miles from where you work, if there were no traffic signals, if you were on a 45-mile-an-hour straightaway and you had a 5-mile trip to work and your street was 45 miles an hour, or if you traveled the exact same street and it was 30 miles an hour, the difference in your travel is 3 minutes and 20 seconds at 45 versus 30. So we need to do a better job of educating the public that it's not really the speed you're going. It's the stops in between. You'll get there much safer at 30 miles an hour than you ever will at 45 miles an hour. But the reality is that then you have to build the street that supports 30 miles an hour. And I think that's where we need to start, in places where we know that we have people who are dying, and that speed plays a big role in that. We need to look at how do we force that car to not go 45 miles an hour.
And Nancy.
So there are a couple of initiatives that the municipalities, the county, and RTC have been working on. One, of course, was a while back looking at complete streets, looking at ways to separate vehicles from the pedestrians, from the bicycles, from the bus traffic. And the municipalities have, and the county has looked at certain roadway segments to improve to complete streets just for that reason. The other thing that we've been doing is working on an onboard system, which is looking at the various segments of roadway to see what roadway segments might in the future be able to sustain high capacity transit. And again, if we can determine what are good road segments for high capacity transit from a planning standpoint, we can look at those same road segments to see if mixed use, higher density would be appropriate. So we are looking and planning, and I know everyone thinks, well, you're studying everything to death, but there is a point where you do have to you can't shoot from the hip. We have to figure out in the long term what we want Southern Nevada to look like and what we want how we want our community to be. And one thing that we are looking at is to encourage, provide, and make possible more transit and communities that are easily connected by transit.
Okay, we have a few minutes left. I wanted to open it up to audience questions. If you have a question, just raise your hand and someone will take a mic over to you.
Behind me? Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm going to start with a comment and then I'm going to go to a question. My comment as an ordinary resident of Las Vegas who comes from San Francisco is that public transportation is all great and it sounds very sexy in these policy wonk kind of seminars, but the reality is that we live in the west of the United States, and prior to the automobile it was the horse, and the people who settled the West, it's ingrained in our core values here. We like our independence, we like our car, we're not getting out of our car. That's how a lot of people here feel about their handguns. You know, you can't keep me away from my guns and my truck and all that. So I don't think adding more public transportation is going to make a huge dent because I don't think people are going to take it. What they might do in the age of Uber and Lyft is to say, okay, I'm going to leave my car at home one day a week and take Uber. Then you're not really gaining anything because that Uber car is probably going to be driven by a human being. So here's another question for you. As a driver who lives in Summerlin, when I go up Sahara past Rainbow heading west, I see a lot of people jaywalking at night, and it's very dark. So pedestrians also have a responsibility, do they not, to not jaywalk and possibly wear a little more visible clothing at night? And then the next question I have is about streetlights. Is it true that the streetlights that many municipalities are installing are actually dimmer than they used to be? And if that's true, that's a real problem because the population is aging and many people, as they get older, cannot see at night so well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, one time, I drove my car through Manhattan. I drove for hours. I couldn't get parking. I never took my car again to Manhattan because I can't park. So I realized I love my car, but it's useless in that situation. So we as humans learn that when things get difficult, the price to use something becomes heavier and heavier. When more people get killed, we are humans, we are intelligent people. We look at, okay, I want my car when I'm driving to spaces. However, in the city, it's just too expensive to use. That's why then public transport becomes viable, becomes usable, becomes cheaper to everybody. Now here, I'm not saying it's necessarily cheap right now to have public transport from Henderson to Summerlin, of course. When you look at the numbers, okay, we can't justify it at this point, but as we get 100,000 more people coming to live in Vegas every year or a big number, the equation changes and you can look at the planning. So that's one point. And another point is when we say, okay, something is pedestrian fault or something is a driver's fault, we look at DUI, like, oh yeah, that's the fault of a person who is driving drunk. And even we were talking about, oh, it's the traffic light. But, it's almost close to 8 o'clock. A person is driving and they understand the difference between 30 and 45 miles per hour, but they're trying to catch that traffic light, which is the issue. So they're driving faster because they want to catch the traffic light. So that behavior then causes these problems. So the question is, we can blame those people, but we are those people. So the point is, again, as a system, these are behaviors that are inherent in the system. So when we take an action, we build solutions. Those solutions have to be cognizant of the issues that are materialistic, that are engineering, that are behavioral, and look at what are the consequences. And even if you look at the probability distribution of people's behavior, accidents are caused by people on the fringes. The question is, how much damage do they do? I study seatbelt usage every year for the past many, many years. So when you look at seatbelt usage, that is about more than 90% in the state of Nevada. But you look at fatalities, about 50% of people who die don't have seatbelts on. So when you look at solutions, blaming is easy, but designing the system, being cognizant of what variables are at play is what we are here for.
So I'd like to answer your question too in a couple of different ways. First of all and foremost, it is absolutely incumbent on the pedestrian to cross the street safely, correctly, and reasonably. And that's where the issues are. So if someone's crossing a street up in your neighborhood, Sahara and Wallapai, Fort Apache, Rainbow, wherever that might be, those are all very fast streets. All 4 of those streets that I just mentioned, very fast streets. If there's no place close for that pedestrian to cross the street, I understand why they're crossing where they are. I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying that their action isn't illegal. I'm saying that I understand why they do it, and that we need to start looking at why people behave the way they do. We need to encourage pedestrians at every opportunity to wear something bright and reflective. A white-colored shirt at night does not help you here. Your comment on the light poles themselves and the lights that are coming in. So the lumens are actually higher. The new lighting has greater luminosity, I guess would be that word. So the lumens are actually higher. It's a stronger light. I think that what you may be referring to is it's a more focused light. But if you think that street lights are meant to light the way for pedestrians, that's not correct. Street lights are meant to light the road for cars. So what we have to do is what the city of Las Vegas has been doing on the last several of their projects, in the downtown area especially, is they're dropping in a second light that is lower to the ground, that is over the sidewalk, that is to light the way of the pedestrian. And there are places in the country that are using that technology along with LiDAR systems that will follow a pedestrian down the street, so that, because believe it or not, there's people who actually win the argument when they say, I don't want that street light put in my backyard because it's annoying. I don't want airplanes flying over my house either, but I understand that it's part of living in our community. So I don't agree with that argument, but for the people who have won that argument, now there's a solution that you can have a light only come on when it needs to be used in the area. That would also get a driver's attention even more so if there was an area that was light versus dark. So we need to start looking at some of those solutions and helping everyone make good choices. If you had, again, City of Las Vegas, I don't know if you walk around City Hall. If you do this time of year, you would be encouraged to go to the traffic signal because there's shade at the traffic signal. If you're waiting to cross the street illegally, no shade. So there are things that we can help encourage people to do the right thing. And so obviously, because there are examples in our city, we're moving in the right direction. We need everybody's participation in looking at the role that each of us play.
No, pass it to you, Nancy, to wrap us up.
So I was going to talk about the lumens, but that was already covered. But the bottom line is we have to take responsibility for ourselves as if we're pedestrians crossing the street, but we also have to educate folks. And we have to make neighborhoods understand that streetlights are not a bad thing. We see a lot of neighborhoods that do not want streetlights, and they will fight against the streetlights. They don't want the curb and gutter. They don't want, they want to have their community the way it was 30, 40, 50 years ago. The problem is it's not 30, 40, 50 years ago. So we have to look to the future and examine the way that our thinking is today and the way that we need to look in the future, and we have to try to make sure that the community is educated on the issues, whether it be pedestrians, whether it be drivers, whether it just be cyclists that don't understand they have to follow some of the rules of the road. We have to look to the future for today's community.
Okay, great. I'd like to thank the panelists here for their insight and their time. Do you have one more time for a question, or?
I'm sorry, we had one more question
Okay.
if we can.
No problem.
Mine is really not a question, it's more of a comment on everything that I heard here today is law enforcement and patrolling the streets, and we need more police on the streets and whatnot. But we have law enforcement individuals in this room, men and women, that we know that are out there every day doing their job, ticketing the people, so on and so forth. However, when that offender gets his ticket or her ticket for speeding, whatever the violation may be, he then takes it to Mr. Lawyer, who brings it to the municipalities, the traffic departments, and that ticket is then downgraded to a parking ticket, a $25 fine, and that law enforcement officer out there kind of ticketed him for nothing. That offender will never be subject to any demerits on his license or anything like that. I think the municipalities need to look into eliminating that and have that offender face the traffic court for the violation that he or she committed. So if we can do anything in our municipalities to work that out, I think that would be a great deterrent to a lot of the problems that we have on the streets today.
Yeah, one more question here.
in Chicago, the CTA had to restructure how they were going to do their transit system because they were a large city. Las Vegas is becoming a large city. And when the Raiders come in, you're going to see an incline of traffic that's going to run through here that we may not be ready to address right now. But one of the things that I saw in Chicago when we were putting this system together was called terminals. And these terminals allow buses to meet other buses at these terminals that would move the people. So I didn't have to drive into this city. All I had to do was get to this terminal, and when I got off here, another bus was going to pull into that terminal that was going to take me in the direction that I needed to be in. So you're talking about getting drivers out of their cars. You got to make it convenient for them to get from one place to another place, because I don't want to, in the 106 degree, stand out here and then 30 minutes later I got to wait on another bus, but the bus that I'm waiting on just passed, so I'm trying to catch it. So these terminals, they pretty much work very well where people can come, they get on the bus, they go to that terminal will meet the other bus that will take them into their own destination. And they ran every 15 minutes during the rush time. After the rush time, as it declined, it went to 30 and to an hour. So, the system worked for me and a lot of other people. We stopped driving in Chicago. We just went to the terminal and caught the bus.
So you know that we're getting there. We have many terminals throughout Clark County that's exactly how they run. So I'm sorry if there's not one in your neighborhood yet, but hopefully there will be one coming that will encourage you to use transit again. There's a lovely one in downtown. There's a lovely one at the South Strip. There's one out 95 in the northwest, where is it?
Elkhorn and Durango.
Elkhorn and Durango, so that's like Centennial Hills, right? And then there's another one at Rainbow and West Cliff. So it's coming. And that's a great point. So thanks for your comment.
All right, at this time, I'd like to bring up Steve Wolford from News 3 to moderate the fourth and final panel.
Thank you very much. I have the easiest part today because I don't have to do much talking. But please indulge me for one moment, and let's recognize the law enforcement officers that we have in the room today. They are they're on the front lines of everything we're trying to do today, and they certainly deserve our respect for the work that they put in. And in my line of work, unfortunately, we cover too many car accidents. What we're unable to cover are the lives that have been saved by efforts like this. So give yourselves all a round of applause for that. At this time, I would like to bring up some elected officials who are going to sign a pledge, which is the culmination of this event. And I'll start with Clark County Commission Chairwoman Marilyn Kirkpatrick. Take it away. Should we bring everybody? You want to bring? Okay, all right. Henderson Mayor Deborah March. Las Vegas Mayor Carolyn Goodman. And North Las Vegas Mayor John Lee. And they would each like to make some remarks. They've promised to keep it very short. So
better start with somebody who's prepared.
Okay, we'll go.
Well, most of you know me that I like short remarks, so this really is about all of you coming together, because you're a big part of our community, whether you're out there enforcing the law, whether you're making the roadways, or you're a constituent. You really are on the front line, and I can't say it enough from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to Commissioner Knapp for starting this conversation. As our community has grown, we have to go back out. We have to re-educate. And what I'll tell you, for me, I'm starting with the babies, because it's those 3- and 4-year-olds today that we got to change the way they think. We got to change how to make it easier for them. And I am fully committed to working with the mayors. And this is about collaboration. It doesn't matter where you live, but you travel throughout the entire valley, and we have a responsibility to work together to make life better for not only folks today, but our future generations for the longer term. And for me, I am all about 10-foot sidewalks. I probably make my own public works crazy. I'm all about being able to be out, but the reality is we built this town traveling across the valley in what we call a vehicle. And so now how do you go back? You make things just a little bit better. So I just want to thank our staff at Clark County for being part of this, all of you for what you do as citizens, enforcement, and charting our course. So this is exciting. We plan on working on many issues together, and this is the first of many. So with that, if you could all give Commissioner Knapp a round of applause, because he's done yeoman's work on this.
Okay, I'm going to be much briefer than that. She lies. I just want you to know, no, we are. I have to tell you, I mean, it's totally about working all of us together on the same page at the same time and moving our community forward. The most important thing for any businessman, for any family, first and foremost, always is safety. And that's what we direct ourselves to before anything else. None of you would be living here if it weren't a place that's safe for you and for your family. Beyond, the next step, of course, is health and education. There's so many issues, but number one, absolutely the priority of us all. And so for those of you who are in law enforcement, and for those of you who see something, say something, which is all of us, that's our responsibility. How can we participate? And whether it happens to be traffic, thank you, Commissioner Knapp. We knew you would continue on in life beyond traveling to Washington, where it's so crazy. Better place to be here. It is such a great time to be alive. There's so much more to accomplish, and we have to build for future generations. And in the city of Las Vegas, we've widened and streetscaped. It brings people into our downtown community, which helps create safety. It also, in the nighttime when it's dark and there are none of us around, is a home for homeless. And they are allowed to be on the streets if pedestrians can be by. So as we prove ourselves well in one area, we always create another problem. And I'm a big one that if you expect something to occur, you have to inspect it and stay on it. You just don't do the first step towards it. So this entire issue, and it's like our fireworks today, that if you light it, we write it. Thank you, our chair from the commission, Kirkpatrick. That was her mantra last year. It's this year. We have all our media on top of it, and it's all part of the same program: safety, public safety, safety, safety. So thank you for inviting me, and I must tell you, I do love our mayors of our municipalities. They are just wonderful. We're part of a team, thanks to this very tall, wonderful gentleman over on my left who took my spot. So you're out of here.
I love you. Carolyn is our great leader of mayors in this community, and we appreciate her leadership. I know traffic deaths are preventable, especially in North Las Vegas. And I feel personally responsible when someone dies in North Las Vegas. Have we done everything we should do? There's 3 E's in North Las Vegas: education, enforcement, and engineering. Do the intersections work? Is everything going like it should? And we look at those. We have a great police department that takes it serious about having these kind of issues. And I know I sat with a few of them in the back there. These are my great friends that work on this. But I just wanted to give you this. I'm sad to say that last year we had 19 traffic-related fatalities in North Las Vegas. Of these, 4 were riding a motorcycle, 9 were pedestrians. And to this date, we've had 5 fatalities already. 1 of these was riding a motorcycle, 2 were pedestrians, and 1 was riding a bicycle. And this is a tragedy. I ride a bicycle. I tell you, it's scary out there in those roads. And I look forward to educating the community through Michael Knapp's leadership, working together on this, signing pledges, and putting this out in front of everybody. We're committed in North Las Vegas to the safety of our residents, but on that, regionally doing things that everyone can learn the same techniques that will bring safety to every community. Thank you once again. I appreciate you. And for the County Commission for taking the lead on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, they said everything already, so I'll just throw my notes away. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Commissioner. And it's such a pleasure for me to be here with my peers, Chairman Kirkpatrick and the mayors from the various cities. And, you know, we work together closely in the RTC to find solutions for transportation in our community. And certainly public safety and traffic safety are an important priority for all of us. In Henderson in particular, 65% of our budget in the city of Henderson actually is targeted towards public safety because we recognize how important this is for our citizens in our community. And as we go out into the community and we design our roadways, we make sure that we're looking at the complete streets design so that our roadways are compatible for all of our users, whether it's the cyclists or the pedestrians or the buses or the cars that are using our roadways, that we want to make sure that our roadways are safe for all that use them. And it's important that we all come together collaboratively, and it's a thrill for me to see each and every one of you here in this room being a part of the conversations and being a part of the movement to change our practices and looking at how we can build better roadways and how we can address traffic issues and move people more efficiently. And certainly we have a lot of the answers, but we don't have all of the answers, and we welcome your input to be a part of that solution as well. And it's an honor for me to be here today to be able to sign this agreement together that we're all committed to making sure that traffic safety is a #1 priority in our community. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
And with that, I'll go ahead and read this pledge, which is back here. We cannot have a summit meeting of this magnitude without getting to sign something. It says, I will support, I meaning all of our mayors and Commission Chair, will support the projects that promote safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all by supporting projects in Southern Nevada that will make it safer for people walking, using transit, cycling, and driving, allocating sufficient funding to implement street improvements that increase safety and prioritize residents who are most vulnerable, encouraging positive and education-based police enforcement efforts and interactions with community residents, and urging my municipality to clearly communicate its enforcement efforts, encouraging my jurisdiction to develop public safety initiatives that reflect the character and values of its constituents, encouraging deep community engagement around street safety through methods that are inclusive, accessible, and relevant. I take this pledge because I know that severe and deadly traffic crashes are preventable. I pledge to do what I can to make Southern Nevada streets safer, healthier, and more pleasant. And with that, we will do the official signing ceremony.
Excellent. May I?
Yes,
you're going to go.
The-
Okay.
There
Okay.
you go.
Carol, that's okay.
It's good to see you.
Nothing fancy on the pen.
Finally, I'd like to give Commissioner Naft an opportunity to say a few closing words.
Thank you so much, Stephen. One more time, thank you to our mayors and chairwomen for committing to this wonderful cause. Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to just call up real briefly as we wrap up the day a personal friend of mine and a hero of mine in many of this rooms, Chief Andy Walsh, to give us some closing remarks from Metro.
Yeah, Mike and I go back to his days of traveling back and forth to Washington, D.C. while I was the captain of the Downtown Area Command, and I was really encouraged to find out that he was elected to the position that he's in. So we have an extreme debt of gratitude to him on behalf of the sheriff, the undersheriff, and my boss, Assistant Sheriff Zimmerman, who's also here. I'll close with this. I'll leave you all with this thought that, there's a term that we hear a lot of, and there's an idea and a concept that we talk about a lot in our profession. You've all heard it. It's called community policing. It's a term that we kind of roll out every time we have a problem. We say that's what's going to solve our issue. But I think we have to really talk about what does that mean. And then this is what that means. If you've never thought about what community policing means, it's not just an effort or an initiative that the police go out and take the lead on and go out into your neighborhoods, into your communities and solve a problem. We all owe it to ourselves that this community is a safe place for all of us to live, raise our children, safe place for all of us to work, and a safe place for the people that visit it. This, though, right here is the true definition of community policing. It's the police department working in partnership, and Bill, if I get some of this wrong, I know you'll correct me, but it's the police department working in partnership with the stakeholders in the community to solve a problem. And folks, this is a problem, right? Year in, year out, day in, day out, it just seems like you can't turn around and turn on the news or open up a newspaper and read about a tragic death, a death that was preventable, a death that's avoidable. But the solutions don't just lie in the minds of the men and women who go out there and do the enforcement and do all the hard work that I get to brag about. The solutions are in the heads of everybody that spent time here this morning. So again, on behalf of everybody, I'm very grateful to Commissioner Naft, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, all of the mayors that came down here today to sign that pledge. But this is just step one, right? I believe today you talked about the past, you talked about the present. This is step one to the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Walsh. So again, I want to thank our host, UNLV. I want to thank all of our partners who participated, Tiffany Hesser and Karen Mulcahy from my office who helped organize this event. And I also want to pay special tribute and thank personally the families who've paid the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you so much for being here, for sharing your story. Your willingness to come forward, to speak out, and to share your story really is saving lives, and everyone in this room owes you a tribute and a debt, and thank you so much for that. As we wrap up, again, I want to remind everyone for CE credits, visit the table outside. And again, as the chief said, this is a conversation. This is a great day. This was educational and informative, but this is the beginning. We will continue to collaborate, to work together as multi-jurisdictional partners in Southern Nevada with the support of law enforcement and academics and everybody who is around the table today. So thank you so much, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
I am for the child who has been abused, the child who is afraid to go home,
who thinks it's her fault, who is forced to keep the secret or else.
I am for the child who has been neglected,
the child who does not know where his next meal is coming from,
who must fend for herself and her little sister alone. The child who has never been to a doctor or a dentist.
I am for the child who was taken away
for her own protection,
the child who is now in foster care, who does not know how long he'll be there,
or who these people are, or if she should trust them. I am for her.
The child who is in his 3rd,
4th, 5th,
6th foster home this year.
The child who has attended 4 schools in 2 years.
Who sits in back of yet another class surrounded by strangers.
Believing in his heart that no one
cares. I'm for her. The child who has never been told
that he is loved.
That she is smart, beautiful,
talented,
worthy. That she is strong,
courageous.
That she is somebody. I am for her.
The child who one day will turn 18 and will be surrendered to the world.
I am for that child.
So I am there for that child.
To listen to her.
To speak for her.
To champion without compromise for what's in his best interest.
Because if I
am there for her, I know she will be half as likely to languish in foster care. And that much more likely to find a safe, permanent home.
She is the child I am for.
He is the child I am for.
They are the children I am for. She is the child I am for.
The child I am for is him.
Who am I?
Who am I?
Who am I?
I'm a CASA volunteer.
I am you.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
You were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled.
We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the classes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the City of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
It has become one of the more popular recreational uses of the Mojave, riding all-terrain vehicles, motorcycles, dune buggies, four-wheel drive cars and trucks off of the highway and out into the desert. But if these OHVs don't follow certain rules, it could cause problems for their drivers as well as this fragile environment. When Southern Nevada's Partners in Conservation Group, along with the members and friends of the Mesquite Kokopelli ATV Club, head off highway, they're especially aware of both the fun and responsibility that go along with any kind of OHV travel in the desert. Before these ATV riders ever took their first trips, they knew they had a lot of lessons to learn. And to do that, they all took advantage of many different resources.
It really helps to go out with somebody that's been out before, so they know the area and you can kind of learn and follow their example.
Almost everyone at work actually has an OHV, has an ATV, and I mean, just hearing them tell their stories, I learned a lot of things not to do, and a lot of the things that I never really considered, but I learned a lot from them.
We went to the library, we went to the BLM office, we talked to as many people. We'd see in our complex, we would see people that had a four-wheeler, knock on their door and say, hey, okay, we want to get one. What are the rules? Where do we start?
A bunch of the manufacturers have a deal where you can take a course in it, and my wife and I both took that course, and it was to teach you responsible riding.
The primary rule for responsible riding is to stay on established roads and trails that have been approved for OHV use by the agency or owners responsible for the land. Because when OHVs stray off into the desert, they can loosen its thin topsoil, which can then accelerate erosion and create artificially hardened new roadways that will scar the land for many years.
Over a period of time, that ends up destroying the crust of the desert, and so it becomes way more dusty, it's ugly, and you can destroy sensitive or even non-sensitive plants that just are growing and eking out a living by getting the little bit of water they can get.
These vehicles can also threaten wildlife by running over animals such as lizards and tortoises, or by destroying their underground burrows and other habitats.
You can run over the dirt where their burrow is and cave their burrow in. That can happen.
It can even happen when you're just taking a shortcut at a crossroads.
when you come up to an intersection, come to the intersection and go through the intersection instead of doing a shortcut and cutting across. That just widens out the disturbance. Anything that's disturbed gets more dust. It's slowly kind of morph into this big area of disturbed dirt.
Something as simple as retracking your route also takes a little thought and careful handling.
And most ATVs now have a reverse, and so when you get to where you're going, or if you want to just stop and turn around and go back instead of just driving out in the desert and doing a big loop, if you just kind of use the reverse, pull forward, reverse, and do a three-corner little maneuver and stay inside the path of the road as opposed to just driving a big circle around.
Any adventure you think you're going to have by blazing a new trail across desert terrain can actually put you and your vehicle at risk.
If you don't stay on the roads and you go off-road, you're opening yourself up to a lot of equipment failure and problems that way.
Every time you head out, you'll want to make sure your off-highway vehicle is in good repair. But of course, you'll also want to prepare for the unexpected by packing essential emergency items along with some important extras.
We've got our first aid kit, we've got tire repair, the plugs, the reflating, snacks for all the kids, water, camera. Got to get those pictures of the family.
You'll want to make sure every member of your family or group comes back without any bruises, breaks, or scrapes. So you should always wear the appropriate clothing and safety gear.
You can wear boots, you can wear leathers if you want, you can wear Levi's, long shirts, for sure a helmet, some kind of eyewear, you know, goggles or whatever to keep the dust out of your eyes. Those are primary things is your clothing to wear.
Just as important is the company you keep. By buddying up with 2 or 3 riders, you won't be as affected by accidents, breakdowns, and other unforeseen circumstances.
Never ride alone. One of my coworkers went out on his own, decided just to go out for a ride, and ended up going on the wrong road, so he thought he'd just go through a wash and get back, turn around. Well, it was getting dark and he didn't see the barbed wire fence across the wash. Ended up laying his head back, and he's got quite a big scar about it. But he was on his own. He had to ride back on his own until he could get to his truck and get a cell phone to get help out there.
That's why you should always make it part of your pre-trip plan to tell someone where you're going and what time you expect to return. But also give yourself enough travel time so that you don't have to speed to get where you're going.
I enjoyed the scenery and just going as fast as you can to get to one point and turn around and come back is not that much fun.
A day of riding off-highway will be more fun for everyone if you're considerate of those who are sharing the road or trail.
If you're coming upon another group that's coming towards you, to let them know by 5 or 6, you know, what's behind you. And when you are coming up on another group, slow down and don't dust the other person the way you wouldn't want to be dusted.
By slowing down, you can also avoid spooking any livestock or wildlife you come across.
One of the things that we try and do is make sure when we're out there that when we see animals and stuff, we slow down and don't antagonize the animals or anything, you know, respect their territory and that they're out there for a purpose.
And they'll still be there after you go home, so don't leave behind any unpleasant reminders of your ride.
Whatever you take in with you, take out. Not so much as leaving, you know, a sandwich bag. Pick up everything.
That's why these riders carry trash bags on their vehicles and even pick up litter left by others.
We really need to respect the land, the plants, the different animals. We need to leave what nature put.
But they also take some extra responsibility by helping to assess and manage human impacts on the lands they use.
We had a project with the BLM and the Desert Conservation Program to GPS all the routes in the areas of environmental concern. We GPSed the roads, intersections, campfire rings, pullouts, picnic tables, any feature that was out there that was man-made or that is being used by the public, we GPSed. So that gives them a baseline inventory of everything that's out there.
It also reminded the ATV riders how many opportunities for discovery they could find by traveling only on already existing roads.
Really and truly, there are so many places to go and explore and see in the desert. I've lived here all my life and I've not been to all of them. And there are roads everywhere. Ranchers, miners, people have lived in this area for over 100 years, and they've developed roads, existing traditional roads, to all these areas that have been in existence for a long time. I can't think of a place that you would want to go to that there's not a road to get you there.
Once they've reached their destination, they like to look back over the landscape they've traveled and appreciate its unchanged nature.
I come out on my ATV and I just enjoy getting out in the outdoors and looking at the scenery and taking some roads just to see where they go, or go up on a mountaintop and just sit up there and enjoy the view and the scenery and the peace and the quiet.
Even when they've left society and any kind of supervision behind, they still follow the rules for off-highway riders so they can avoid causing the kind of damage that might result in areas eventually being closed to them.
If we don't use it responsibly, we'll lose it, and I think we're entitled to be able to go out and see the country.
And by using some common sense steps to protect our Mojave Desert environment, they hope to preserve what is available today for everyone to appreciate tomorrow.
Come and enjoy the beauty and then leave. Leave it as beautiful as you found it.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks, enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District E issues with the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Good morning, Commissioner.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well. How about you,
All right,
Commissioner?
I'm well, thank you.
We're here at the Clark County Government Center Amphitheater in downtown Las Vegas in District D. District D is one of 2 commission districts located entirely in the Las Vegas Valley, stretching from Charleston Boulevard in the south through the historic West Las Vegas area all the way north to Craig, Lone Mountain, and Ann Road. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District D. Home to more than 300,000 residents, this district includes many of the most recognizable county facilities. The Clark County Government Center is the hub of all county functions, providing regional services to more than 2 million citizens and more than 40 million visitors a year. The Regional Justice Center is home to the 8th Judicial District Court and the Las Vegas Township Justice Court. This 717,000 square foot courthouse is located in downtown Las Vegas. The William U. Pearson Community Center is a District D landmark, honoring a legendary man who blazed the trail for many in Clark County. This center is used for meetings and classes with a state-of-the-art running track and awe-inspiring public art. And the North Las Vegas Community Resource Center, anchored by the likeness of Dr. Martin Luther King, is another community mainstay. Mr. King stands tall and helps anchor this area right in the heart of District D. Commissioner, I think people can see where we are, one of the most iconic buildings in the valley, almost 25 years old, the Clark County Government Center. It's a great place for thousands of people like us to come to work every day, but more importantly, it's a great place for the public to come and conduct county business.
Man, lots of great things happen here in our amphitheater. One of the things I love about it mostly is during work hours, a lot of our staff members get an opportunity to just come and release. You know, they get a chance to relax. Sometimes, even in the summer, it's real cold in the building, so you get a chance to come outside and unthaw. That's the way I look at it. But it's a really, really cool place. We hold a lot of big events here. Jazz in the Park, which is a feature offered to the public, hosted by our Clark County Parks and Recreations. It's well attended. I want to thank the community for showing the love and the support for keeping Jazz in the Park alive. We just had Reggae in the Desert, which was a complete sellout. Man, sold out, couldn't even get in the gate. We're very excited about that. We do not only Reggae in the Park, we do all type of festivals here. It's been a really good, amazing amenity to Clark County. So I'm happy to call it home here in District D.
There's even a few refurbishings and some renovations that are going on here to make this place even better, even more accessible to the public.
Thank you to the Board of County Commissioners and our management and staff, working really hard to keep it modernized, if you will. As I indicated, lots of great concerts have taken place here, lots of great educational things. Each year we do the National Day of Prayer here. We honored the victims of 1 October here. So the grounds here have so much meaning, and to be able to use taxpayer dollars to make sure that we keep it up to speed, keep it modern, keep it fresh, keep it as best as we possibly can, that's our goal.
Commissioner, let's go a mile or so away from here. When you aren't here, you're over at UMC quite often, as we all know. And there's a new Healthy Nevada project. I know is something you were very proud to help unveil with the governor, with UMC, and with other community partners. Give a saliva sample for free, 25,000 adults, and some amazing benefits.
Yeah, you know, to be able to know your roots. You know, they've always told us it's always important to know where you come from. You know where you come from, you have a sense of idea of where you can go. And to be able to know and identify your roots, it also helps you physically in terms of knowing your medical history. To be able to have them to tap into maybe things that's going on inside of you internally that you may not have had an opportunity to know your medical history. This was such a great kickoff, and I'm so very glad that Nevada has come together on the medical front to join in partnership with this amazing project. This is going to be something that, again, as you can see, the response has been wonderful. We're so grateful to everybody that came out to be a part of the announcement, but then also stand in line for hours to be able to partake, to give just a little bit of your spit, if you will, and to know what's going on inside of you. Speaks volumes.
Commissioner, I know the partnership continues on with the UNLV Medical School and UMC. They are still under construction to build their classroom building there in the Medical District campus. Bring us up to date on what's going on there.
Well, we just recently had the president of UNLV here. She came to give us a quarterly update on where we are with the School of Medicine. And this is something that Clark County, we're very excited about, to be able to know that students that are interested in going into the medical field will have a place of studies here in Southern Nevada. And so we were very grateful. We owned a piece of parcel, 9-acre parcel, at the site of the old health district. And we did a transfer of property, a transfer of land over to the School of Medicine, and to be able to allow them an opportunity to build this amazing facility. And so we've gotten a commitment from them that UNLV will be a part of, not only UNLV, but UMC will have an opportunity to have a seat at the table, to be a part of the branding, to be a part of all of the information that's needed in order to keep the community abreast of where we are with this school. And so we're grateful to Dean Atkins, who has shown great leadership to us, but she's retiring, and they're going to go out to do a national search to bring in a new dean. And so with that being said, I believe the future is going to be bright for those that are interested in going into the medical field. And as a county commissioner here in District D, I'm so very grateful to have been a part of that. And so years from now, I'd like to be able to drive down Shadow Lane and know that I played some little part in helping to bring a medical school here to Southern Nevada.
And I know you are a staunch supporter of making sure that both of those fine facilities are together. I know here's your quote, Commissioner, what we are doing as part of the affiliation agreement to ensure that UMC will have an opportunity to have a voice, to continue to be a part of the joint marketing and branding of the project.
Absolutely. That affiliation agreement is so important to me. This can't grow, the vision can't come to fruition if UMC and Clark County doesn't have a seat at the table to share what we think needs to happen there. We are the eyes and the ears, and we have the boots on the ground here in Southern Nevada. We put up the land. We have also invested our resources, and so with that demands and requires a seat at the table.
Let's continue some medical discussion, Commissioner. One of the most powerful events I think you've hosted in a while, certainly one that I've attended with you, was your Chat and Chew discussion over at the Pearson Center just recently. Talking about mental health, talking about depression, talking about stress. A lot of people don't want to do that, but you were able to bring together some amazing people that are in that medical and that community, and just regular people like you and me that were just talking about these silent killers or things that can really affect your life. Tell me about.
Well, the thing that kills so many of us, that takes our lives, is because we internalize everything, especially men. And so here in Nevada, it's a nationwide problem, but let's talk about Nevada, particularly Southern Nevada. We deal with a huge population of citizens who deal with mental health issues. And when we think of mental health issues, people write it off as, oh, those folks have issues. Well, guess what? We all have issues. Many days we get up, we don't feel good about ourselves. We don't feel good about our current situations. It brings on depression. It brings on anxiety. You have people that it gets to a level where they're contemplating suicide. And what touched me personally was a young man who I consider my little brother. He became so overwhelmed and consumed with his everyday problems. We call it life. And it got so unbearable that he took his own life, and it touched me. It hurt me to the core. And I know every single day, because in my office, we receive so many phone calls, and over at UMC, you know, having the opportunity to serve as the chairman of the board and working with Mason Van Houweling, we see these residents come in every single day, whether it be a legal 2000 with Metro, or whether it be some man or woman or young person who may not have gotten their medication, or just an everyday person who have gotten so fed up with whatever's happening in their lives. This Chat and Chew was so important. Will Covington in my office worked tirelessly to bring all the vendors together. Will and Kelly, they were able to get out there and bring vendors together. And what was so amazing about this event was the majority of the participants were men. So that tells us, men, we have to do better. And we have to find avenues to talk to each other and talk to someone. Women get together to talk about everything, but men won't talk about anything until it's too late. Yeah.
And just even the medication, Commissioner, and something that was brought out was that, you know, we'll all take an aspirin if we have a headache, we take our blood pressure medications, but people won't take a pill for mental health.
Yeah. It's because we don't know. And because we want to fit in, we want to be considered normal. And we don't realize each and every day we don't take our meds, or we don't talk to someone, or we're not treated for the issues that we're dealing with. We're killing ourselves. And so I want to thank all the providers out there who are out there and ready and willing and able to help. And we made a commitment on that day. We're going to continue this conversation. We're going to continue to push the envelope. And we are going to make sure in the next legislative session that this become one of the top priorities. We know education was vitally important. We know that women's rights and wages were very important, but mental health is very, very, very important. And I'm going to do my best to make sure that I use my voice to make sure that we push this issue up to the top, to our governor and our legislators.
Another medical, mental, illegal drug issue is opioids, Commissioner. I know you and your staff were very much on the forefront this spring, and I know as an advocate for kids and education, you held a contest. You want kids to start learning about these things before they can even have a chance to even know what they are.
Absolutely, absolutely. This opioid crisis is something that have wiped out neighborhoods, have destroyed families. People who, and people, a lot of people out there have this misconception that the opioid problem deals with drug dealers and drug abusers. No, you could go in for an injury as an athlete because you've hurt your leg, or you've had to have surgery on your back, or you need something to help treat the pain. And lo and behold, you get addicted to it. And we've seen families wiped out, and it's horrible. And so I say, why wait until these young folks have to get to a certain age before you start educating them? We want young people to know what's out there. These are some dangers that's out there that could take your life if you're not careful. Be very mindful of who you're socializing with. Be very mindful what people are giving you. Seek some help. Get a second opinion. Try some alternative things before you use something that could be very devastating to you.
All right. Let's take a short break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
District D is home to the Clark County Government Center. The Government Center is a location to work, play, and entertainment for our entire community. Thousands of county employees are here daily to serve the public, and the Board of County Commissioners hold twice monthly meetings in the chambers. The Rotunda Gallery displays a variety of art, exhibitions curated and presented year-round by some of the most talented local artists. And the amphitheater is a site of dozens of events and concerts, including the award-winning, free Jazz in the Park series every May and June. The Clark County Government Center is located in District D, and we're talking District D with your Commissioner, the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, I've been watching what you folks do here for 25 years or so myself, and things surprise me. One of the latest ones this week is there's a big rig fiasco. People parking semi-trucks, tractor-trailer trucks in your neighborhoods. Tell me a little bit about this.
You know, there are people out there that work in the industry, and God bless them, that this is their career. This is how they feed their families and keep a roof over their heads. But we have to also realize that when we bring these big machines into neighborhoods, the infrastructure can't handle it on a consistent basis. And so to have the big rigs in the neighborhood that's taking up other folks' property, whether you're blocking their driveways or the trucks are coming in and out early in the morning, late at night, or whatever the case might be, it's become a nuisance. And so residents are speaking. They've been talking about it for a very, very long time. And it's time that we stop talking about it and we start doing something about it. No one wants to destroy anyone's career or take away their livelihood. We just want to make sure that people understand there's a time and there's a place for everything.
Commissioner, let's shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority, of which you're still a member. I know that's something you enjoy very much.
Contrary to what some people want to believe, I am still a board member. Yeah.
Obviously a major expansion there. We're going to see a huge new Convention Visitors Center, some new transportation there. Bring us up to date on what's going on there.
As the chair for the past 4 years, what an honor. You know, what an honor. The LVCVA, Las Vegas Conventions and Visitors Authority, what an amazing facility. The taxpayers, the legislators unanimously supported us in the expansion. With the number of shows, I'm honored because each year that I served as chair, we received the coveted award over and over for the best place to host your conference and convention. We've been the #1 destination for 24 years. So I'm just honored to have been a part of that, and to see this $1 billion expansion where we're going to be able to allow shows like CES to spread their wings and bring us even more technology, things that we don't even know that's on the way. That's going to be so exciting. And so I'm really happy, and we introduced the new tunnel boring, the underground transportation project that's coming. That's going to be amazing. And so it's been a really great ride. Had a little bump in the road with some stuff that I wasn't really happy about, but it's okay. When I weigh out the good and the bad of it, the good totally outweighs the bad, and I know that my legacy there is going to be a great one, and I'm really blessed and honored that those folks saw fit to allow me to be their chairman for 4 years.
And you're still there, and there's still a lot of work to be done. Let's talk a little bit about this boring. This is by Elon Musk, who little fellow that's developed Tesla and SpaceX and other things. It's going to be basically a people mover. It's free, and it's going to move people, get them off the streets and in the areas of the convention center community, and move them around.
Yes. If you've ever been over to the convention center today and you've gone to one of the shows, just think about walking from one of the convention halls to the other. It's a long walk. And so just imagine now, we've now moved with our expansion across Paradise, the opposite side of Paradise, the west side of Paradise. And so to expect for people to move from one showroom to another showroom to another conference center, it's a bit much. And so to be able to provide this people mover, this is going to be so amazing. It's absolutely free for those conventioneers to be able to partake in. One of the things I've asked also too is, I also want it to be available for our men and women who work in the industry out there as well. So they'll be able to have access to that people mover as well. And I'm excited about it because it's today's technology. No one's walking across bridges and streets anymore to have to walk 1.5 miles to 2 miles just to get to your convention site. It would be totally discouraging to anyone to have to come here and do that. And so thank you to Steve Hill. Thank you to their team. Thank you to Elon Musk and the whole crew for coming to us with the vision. I'm 10 fingers in.
Let's talk a little bit about the Strip, Commissioner. There's going to see a major road. We're going to improve the entire Strip, but then even things like bollards. We're continuing on with thousands of bollards being, and we can see these things work. There was a pretty bad accident recently, and these things do work.
Yeah, the bollards really do work, and had we had those bollards several years ago, a number of events that had taken place out there, maybe some lives could have been saved as a result of that. But safety is first. We can celebrate and jump up and down about having 43, 44, 45 million visitors per year. But if we don't have safety measures in place to ensure people that we're doing everything we can, working alongside our law enforcement team here to make sure that people are safe when they come here to Las Vegas, then we're just spinning our wheels. And lots of new things are coming to Southern Nevada. I mean, everything now, you can see everything from all the sports and entertainment that we're experiencing. I mean, the Raiders, we have the Aces, which, yay to the Aces. Look at our hockey team, which is taking Vegas to a whole nother level. You know, there's just so many things. All the entertainers now are coming here for residencies. So we're seeing a whole lot of new entertainment and gaming industries that are growing, and we got about 5 new developments that's getting ready to happen out on that strip. And so it's long overdue. And in my mind, we're behind the gun. But that's okay. At least we're trying to catch up.
Let's talk about the stadium for just a second, Commissioner. We're barely a year away from the first preseason game. Gaze into your crystal ball, and are some people's negativity about parking, transportation, are those unfounded, or what are your concerns?
I think the concerns are legitimate. I mean, but the thing that I'm more optimistic about, I don't give a whole lot of attention to the negativity and those out there that are pessimistic about things. I think there are some brilliant people at the table who are figuring it out. And I think at the end of the day, this will all be solved and it's all going to work out. I think it's just temporary. It's just one of those problems. It's a temporary headache today. But I think at the end of the day, it's all going to work out. I don't think that they have folk out there who don't know what they're doing. They just got to figure out how to assemble parcels, how to make sure it pencils out. Because if you own a piece of land out there, you're just not going to arbitrarily just give it away for free, especially when land out there is over $1 million an acre. I mean, people are trying to live, and so this is called business. So right now, people are at the table figuring it out, but I think it's all going to work out in the end, and at the end of the day, hopefully there are going to be opportunities for people that live here to be able to not only go and enjoy their favorite teams, but to be able to find employment, to be able to have business ventures and opportunities, and make Vegas the great destination that it deserves to be.
And some of these even more major events, I didn't see this coming, the Las Vegas Bowl. Now we're getting the Pac-12, the Big Ten, and the SEC. I mean, this is a major, major bowl that we wouldn't have been able to do that without that stadium.
Let me tell you something. I love New York. Had an opportunity to visit New York, and I love that place. I love Chicago, love Florida. But you got to realize there's no place in the United States like Las Vegas. A lot of those places they're great to visit, but they close early. They close early. They close up shop at midnight. They're not open on Sundays. Vegas gives you an opportunity. You can go to your hotel room, you can go to your Airbnb, you can go to your friends or family home, and you can wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning and still go and have steak and eggs.
There's nothing we can't do here.
Oh my God, we got it here. So people want to come here. Everybody wants to experience Las Vegas, but we want to make sure as we grow Las Vegas, we want to make sure that Las Vegas is a place for everyone to enjoy. Everybody. Not just some people, but everybody.
All right, we must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District D Commissioner and the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
So, I'm kind of new here, but I've noticed a trend. My human does this funny thing where she goes around and gets all my toys, and then she hides them in that basket by the door. It's like, hello? That's where you put it last time. You were the worst at hide and go seek.
District D is home to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. This place of compassion was set up immediately in the aftermath of the devastating 1 October tragedy. The center provides a haven for healing, as survivors and families can access an array of services, including financial, legal, medical, and more. The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is located at 1524 Pinto Lane in District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking with the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners and the representative in District D, Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, we recently had a chance to attend with you, and you were doing all kinds of duty there at the Bingo, Blues, and Barbecue.
Hey, hey.
Another great community event, just one of many community events you and your staff hold for District D constituents.
Yeah, man. You know, we want to give a big shout out to the Parks and Rec staff again. They're amazing, but more particularly to Anthony Manor and his team over at the Pearson Center. They had the vision to bring our seniors together. Our seniors have been asking us for a long time, hey, we want to listen to some blues and play some bingo, and you know, to bring that to life. As you can see, they love their line dancing, and they love to have some good music and to just be able to have fun. And that's what it's all about, Randy. You know, to be able to utilize these facilities that the wonderful taxpayers here in Clark County have enabled us to build. That's what they're for. And we want these doors to be open for any seniors out there, any young people, families out there that are looking for something to do. This is what we do. They don't just come, our seniors don't come and just sit there and crochet all day. Although we do have crocheting teams at our centers, but they like to go on field trips. They like to do that. They love to dance. They love to listen to music. They love socializing with their friends. And so, hey, that's what it is. Blues and bingo and barbecue. And I'm glad it was very successful and everybody had a great time.
And another place I know you're at the grand opening of is the East Las Vegas Library, which is going to be an amazing community resource for that area. I see it likening to very much like the West Las Vegas Library, that is more than just a place for books and free internet. And this is a place that there's 14 schools within that will serve.
That will serve, yeah, man. It's a beautiful facility. Want to thank the Library Board of Trustees. As a matter of fact, one of my staff members, Kelly Benavides, serves as a trustee on that board, and that's where I actually got my start at, being on the library board. And so just amazing to see today people are still using the library, you know, with this technology that we have going on. I always wondered, are people still checking books out? And so I told my staff, I told Kelly, I said, hey, I want to do a library card drive. I want to see if people are still checking out books. Because it's nothing like having a book in your hand. I think people get lazy listening, you know, with a Kindle and letting the machine read the book for you. It's nothing like opening those pages and diving into a great story, or going into the library and checking out one of the seminars. Even at the East Las Vegas Center, they have a recording studio over there. And so all those young people that want to go on The Voice or go on these other shows out there, man, we got something for everybody over here at the East Las Vegas Library. Come check them out.
It's come a long way since our days of the Dewey Decimal System, right, Commissioner?
Absolutely.
All right, our final segment is a new segment. We've never done this before. It's a Commissioner quiz. I'm going to put you on the spot with a few different things.
Okay.
So put your thinking cap on, pick one or the other.
Oh, boy.
I know you're a very active athlete, Commissioner. Which do you prefer, tennis or basketball?
Tennis.
Okay, and I know you're an outdoorsy guy. Lake Mead or Red Rock?
Red Rock.
And I know you're a thrill seeker. Do you prefer the Link High Roller or the Big Apple roller coaster at New York, New York?
Oh, please, neither one of them. I was just on the High Roller the other day, and you know, it's just a good thing I don't really drink alcohol, because I probably, if anybody ever put me on the High Roller, the roller coaster at New York, I'd have to be intoxicated. But good thing I don't drink. So I did the High Roller the other day, and I sat with my eyes closed the whole ride. For the last 10 minutes I stood up.
So Link, we're putting you on the spot?
Yeah, leave me there. I'm cool with that
there.
one.
Okay, let's talk about a couple annual events that attract hundreds of thousands of visitors. Probably not many of the same people attend both, but the National Finals Rodeo or the Electric Daisy Carnival?
Oh my God. I want to go. Well, you know what? I'm torn now, because I love this song, what's it called? The Old Country Road. I like this little guy that sings the little song there. So
yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to
I'm gonna wear my cowboy boots sometime this week. But you know, EDC, I told the sheriff I'm gonna get in a helicopter and take a ride out there. Let's go with the rodeo.
All right.
I know, I'm torn.
And finally, choose between a couple lovable characters who work primarily on Las Vegas Boulevard. The absinthe master of mayhem, the Gazillionaire, or the yellow mascot of the Vegas Golden Knights, Chance the Gila Monster.
I love Chance, man. Chance the Gila Monster is the bomb. We love him. He comes out to our centers, and he's fantastic. Love him.
All right. Thank you for
Thank
being
you,
a good
my
sport.
friend. Thank
Always
you.
great talking to you, Commissioner. That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to the Vice Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner Lawrence Weekly, for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District D. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 455-6357, or send off an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television. the best access to your local government.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated on to how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and can be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
Killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquets on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that we'll take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're
where with the family we're bonding. You find out for me it's holistic nursing, because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with the end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient. And if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that families around and very close, no matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place, and there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, one is going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick.
UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So you sit here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above 0, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children, and we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise, and that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adult and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're talking less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. Open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called Giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really used for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the Giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Scheer Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Scheers have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad it's here, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada. And with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Scheer family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my expert.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. All right? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries though, Jeffrey gets a quick cast and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride.
Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters.
Such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. The desert environment in Las Vegas can take a toll on McCarran's runways and taxiways, but thanks to the constant attention of our airfield maintenance team, these areas remain safe and operational. Here's a look at the team at work.
McCarran's airfield covers more than 2,500 acres and includes the runways, taxiways, and other exterior areas within the airport's fence line. An airport's airfield must be maintained and improved, just like roads and freeways. McCarran has a team of more than 25 workers responsible for the upkeep of this essential area. Runway markings and other airfield features must meet strict guidelines put in place by the FAA. Regular inspections ensure the airport is in compliance. Maintaining the safety and security of an airfield is a big job with many different tasks, from painting stripes and signs to repairing cracks or defects in asphalt and concrete, as well as patrolling the perimeter.
We're also responsible for all the fence line you see out here. So basically from where the aircraft are parked at in the gates all the way out to the fence. So total it's about 32 miles of runways and taxiways and about 10 miles of fence line.
With parts of the airfield always in use during projects, the Department of Aviation works closely with the Federal Aviation Administration to reduce potential impact on air traffic. Meetings are held regularly with members of the airfield maintenance team, the FAA, and other stakeholders to discuss current and future projects. The gatherings allow everyone to discuss logistics and plan for alternative arrangements during maintenance projects.
It's information sharing. Communications is critical as far as safety is concerned, and just everybody that's involved out on the airfield, we want to know there's no surprises.
Airfield maintenance workers use a variety of equipment like specialized surface grading vehicles, line painting machinery, and water trucks for dust control. They also have to work around a busy airport schedule, which means sometimes the work has to be done overnight. During the day, the harsh desert sun fades painted surfaces, so upkeep of the markings on the ramp, taxiways, and runways never ends. Rubber from aircraft tires builds up and can obscure white and yellow lines if left unattended. Workers use a high-pressure water and vacuum system to remove nearly 6,000 pounds of rubber each year.
The heavy equipment operators, you'll see them operating the rollers behind me, the graders. We have a big rig that we use to put paint down. We go through about 7,000 gallons of paint a year.
Dedicated upkeep of the airfield's facilities helps keep airport operations running smoothly and ultimately benefits our passengers.
And at the end of the day, we got the satisfaction of knowing that we had a direct contribution to the safety of those passengers.
As one of the busiest airports in the nation, McCarran has thousands of passengers arriving and departing each day. And our airfield maintenance department works tirelessly to ensure the airlines and our customers get where they need to go.
International visitors are vital to Southern Nevada's tourism-based economy. As we head toward the summer travel season, let's take a look at some exciting developments in international air service.
Las Vegas is considered by many to be the most exciting city on the planet, so it's no surprise it's a must-visit destination for people from all over the world.
International passenger volume at McCarran increased by 5.6% from 2017 to 2018. That included nonstop visitors from as far as China and Brazil and as near as Canada and Mexico.
We really do enjoy the international visitor coming to Las Vegas directly from their home country because they do tend to stay longer, they do spend a little more, and we love to show the United States by the gateway of Las Vegas.
KLM will offer 3 non-stop flights a week from Amsterdam, while Israel's El Al will launch weekly service from Tel Aviv. These additions will not only give locals more travel destinations, but also open up the entertainment capital of the world to even more international visitors.
having these new city pairs added to all the ones we already have is really exciting for us. We love to be the front door of Las Vegas.
Not only are foreign flag carriers boosting McCarran's international reach, some domestic airlines are expanding their service across borders as well. Frontier Airlines recently became the first domestic carrier in years to offer nonstop flights outside of the United States. It began service to Los Cabos and Cancun in December of 2018. North of the border, newcomers Swoop and Flair have come on board, helping to once again make Canada the top country of origin for international travelers to Las Vegas. McCarran International Airport has upgraded many of its amenities to cater to the needs of our international passengers.
We really want our international passenger to know how much we value them. So we look into their culture, we look into what they need and require. When we welcomed our first China direct flight and made sure that we had hot water. So we converted our water fountains to a hot water station, and that was something that we knew was very important to them. Just so they know that, yes, you're important to us, we want you to be comfortable, and most of all, we want you to come back.
As more visitors make Southern Nevada their top destination, McCarran will embrace its role in this community, a gateway bringing the world to Las Vegas and Las Vegas to the world.
While you might know Las Vegas, how much do you know about its airport? Here are some fun facts and unique features travelers can enjoy at McCarran.
Most notable destinations have great sights and sounds, but those things are typically experienced once a traveler is outside the airport. But here at McCarran International Airport, some things make an impression the moment a passenger steps off the plane. For Las Vegas locals and returning travelers, the sound of slot machines is the background melody of a visit to the airport. Slots have been a fixture since the early days of aviation in Clark County, and now McCarran is home to nearly 1,400 machines. It's also one of only 2 airports in the nation to offer gaming. The gateway to Las Vegas encompasses a large area in the middle of town. But did you know McCarran boasts more than 8 miles of runway and 24 miles of taxiways? At more than 14,000 feet in length, runway 8 left, 26 right is the second longest commercial runway in North America. And while the terminal buildings are spacious, they are thankfully not as long as the runways. Terminal 3, home to the E-gates, is nearly half a mile long, measuring 2,300 feet. Thanks to smart design, passengers shouldn't have to walk the entire length to reach their gate. The structure is divided by a security checkpoint in the center, with domestic airlines on one end and international on the other. The structure connecting the A and B concourses was built in 1963 and is still considered a feat of civil engineering today. The clamshell structure is unique in that it covers more than 2 acres under a roof without any internal supports. Even though the interior has been renovated many times over the years, the dome-like exterior remains an iconic feature among other buildings on the airport's property.
Ready and action!
Lights, camera, McCarran. The airport has served as the backdrop for many television shows and major motion pictures.
You okay, John? Yeah. Stand behind me.
Scenes from the 1988 movie Midnight Run were filmed in Terminal 1 ticketing.
Go ahead, I got a plane to catch. Actually, try this one. It's been paying out.
And who can forget Brad Pitt walking through the D concourse in 2007's Ocean's 13. Look out for more fun facts about McCarran in future episodes of Flight Path.
Like most airports, McCarran has its own dedicated fire station located on the airfield. Firefighters assigned there must be ready to respond in the event of an aircraft emergency. Here's a look at recent live fire drill used to help the crew hone their skills.
Centrally located on the airfield, Station 13 is home to McCarran's Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Unit.
Firefighters are ready to roll 24/7 with rigs outfitted with specialized equipment, like a piercing nozzle that can penetrate a fuselage. They test their equipment daily and are constantly training to respond to an aircraft emergency while navigating the unique challenges presented by the airport environment. At a recent training exercise, the team conducted live fire drills at the airport. Drills like these are required by the FAA as part of the airport's certification process.
This is a mobile training prop. It lets them use the tools and equipment that they're going to use in a real-life world scenario.
The prop, complete with stairs, a pilot cabin, and passenger seating area, gives firefighters valuable practice at mitigating a fire in the unique environment of an airplane.
Our simulator back there will even flash the fire again after they've extinguished it, because that is real world. So it gives them that practical application, so if it happens in the real world, they have the experience to draw from.
The flames and smoke are controlled from a station and are fueled by propane gas. The simulation can be restarted multiple times. This allows each firefighter to go through the same training.
All right, at the same time, you might get some of the pan fires over here going before you can make entry. You just got to keep hitting it all before you go inside.
The education is guided by instructors who specialize in the field of fighting aviation-specific fires.
Then in addition to that, we brought our battalion chief who's responsible for the airport. He's working with McCarran Airport Ops. They're getting a little training in unified command where they're going to be making decisions together on how to successfully mitigate an incident.
In a recent real-world incident, McCarran's firefighting team proved its excellence. When an aircraft experienced an engine fire on the runway in 2015, crews responded swiftly and extinguished the flames. The aircraft was salvaged, fully restored, and is still in use today. Most importantly, all passengers and crew were safely evacuated.
Kind of sounds like the rotation's going to be set up by your Red Dog 40 captain.
In addition to the hands-on training, there are also classroom components. Here, firefighters learn about multiple types of aircraft and the entry process for each. Being prepared is key. That's why emergency personnel train year-round.
It's all part of a joint effort between the Department of Aviation and the Clark County Fire Department to make sure one of the busiest airports in the country can handle any emergency situation.
To enrich the travel experience for our customers, McCarran boasts a variety of sculptures, photographs, paintings, and artwork creatively displayed throughout the terminals. Let's take a closer look at a mural created by local artist Robert Beckman.
Poised on a majestic rock ledge, animals that define southern Nevada overlook the natural landscape of the desert, and here at McCarran International Airport, they are the overseers of thousands of passengers who pass underneath this mural. Bighorn Sheep was painted by local artist Robert Beckman. The mural, located in the D gates, captures a moment of encounter that few individuals will enjoy with Nevada's official state animal. Beckman looked at hundreds of photographs of bighorn sheep as references for his highly detailed, ultra-realistic painting.
So the bighorn sheep, of course, you know, I've been seeing them since I first moved here, you know, in various places. Interesting that the three sheep that are involved there aren't really three sheep, they're really two sheep. The little guy on the far left and the adult male are the same animal, they're just photographed at different times.
Beckman defines his intricate style of painting by how it makes the onlooker feel. He wants to, as he puts it, expand the heart consciousness of the viewer and, most importantly, make them more observant of the world around them. His use of lights and shadows gives the piece a sense of realism.
If you're going to do something like that right, you've got to have the light falling on the animals work with the light falling on your landscape.
Beckman spent months painting the mural. He was mindful of where it would be placed and the angle at which the viewer would see the composition, from below and oftentimes from the moving walkway.
Moving along that moving platform, basically as you get closer you're looking more and more up at it. So I wanted to make sure that the shots that I had acknowledged that. You know, you didn't want a photograph that I was working from where I'm seeing the animal head on, because that doesn't work, because when you're up on top of it, you're looking up at it. So I had to not only find photographs that had the right lighting, I had to find photographs that worked with the landscape that I looked up at.
Beckman's a self-described public intellectual and environmentalist whose wish is that this work inspires others to be more mindful of the beauty in nature and how precious natural resources are to the animals that make up the habitat. The use of rustic browns, yellows, and deep reds in the mural reflect the majestic desert landscape surrounding Las Vegas.
Well, I want to believe that it connects with them in some way. Airports are interesting places. I mean, I'm a people watcher too. Also, I enjoyed looking at the fabric of whatever architecture I'm in. I guess I want to believe that any of my art, you know, people could begin to get stretched, you know, or expanded in their consciousness, their observational skills, their heart awareness about being in the world. I'm happy that happened.
Bighorn Sheep's underlying message is to show our visitors that Las Vegas offers more than just world-class entertainment, gaming, and dining. It invites them to learn about the wonderful landscapes filled with hardy plants, weathered rock formations, and stunning wildlife unique to the Mojave Desert.
Traveling to a foreign country where you don't know the language can be challenging. To help our guests have the best possible experience, McCarran has designated ambassadors working in customs who will welcome international passengers to the United States and to Las Vegas.
When travelers arrive at McCarran International Airport from abroad, they'll know they're in Las Vegas thanks to the colorful artwork, iconic photographs, and messages featuring local celebrities.
Bienvenidos a Las Vegas!
In the Customs and Border Protection Port of Entry, friendly employees are on hand as flights arrive, ready to offer a warm welcome that matches this destination's signature hospitality.
Welcome to Las Vegas, gentlemen.
Many of these customer service-oriented employees speak languages other than English, helping bridge the communication gap for guests.
你会先通关做护照查验。
They really provide a customized level of service for our international guests. We have a lot of multilingual ambassadors. They assist our CBP partners in ensuring that each guest that comes in is ready when they get to the processing booth, and that just helps expedite the process for all of our guests.
How you doing? Just one?
Yeah. Custom ambassadors help weary travelers find the correct line, fill out paperwork.
Hello, do you need any help?
And even show them how to use the automated passport machines.
Now he wants the passport the same way we did hers.
Thank you.
No problem. Step to the yellow line, he'll call you when he's ready.
We are the first connection that they see after they come off an airplane. So it's important that they're well received and they're greeted very kindly.
Welcome to Vegas.
And it makes them feel very well accepted.
使用美国护照可以使用自动。
Many ambassadors are bilingual with several languages represented among the members of the team. This helps put guests at ease and keeps people moving smoothly through the area.
My mother language is Mandarin and also Cantonese, so I can tell what kind of language they speak so I can feel the proper way to help out.
I enjoy working with the public and introducing the people to the United States.
So we actually represent Las Vegas in that way. It's very important to show them, just in case if we are the first or last person they see, it's important to show them that we are happy to see them, that they're welcome here and they're welcome back at any time.
The airport's primary objective will always be to help visitors get to and from Southern Nevada by air as safely and efficiently as possible while providing a customer experience on par with the vibrant community it serves. And that's why McCarran's Customs Ambassadors are at your service.
McCarran received top honors in the 2018 J.D. Power North American Airport Satisfaction Study, the result of the collaborative efforts of the Department of Aviation and all of its airport partners. Here's a look at an airport-wide celebration of this prestigious award.
Las Vegas has a lot of advantages to offer people who fly in and out of this airport. Primary among them is the superb location of the airport, making it so easy to get into and get out of. And that sets the airport up for success. So it's easy to get to the airport, but once you get to the airport here, there are a lot of things that go right. We were talking earlier with the TSA. They do a great job here getting people through efficiently and professionally. The janitorial staff and the custodial staff does a fantastic job of keeping the place clean. And they've made some really great improvements in the food, beverage, and retail. You moved up 3 spots, as I recall. And that's what separates a good airport from a great airport, is the food, beverage, and retail program. And once again, congratulations. We hope to see you again real soon.
When I look around, this is the reason that we won. Here is the McCarran family, so the applause go to you. We thank you, we represent all of you, and although there's only 6 categories, we all know that it takes every part of the operation to achieve that type of ranking for those 6. So I really appreciate everyone's dedication to this airport. Our mission is being the front door to Las Vegas. That's not an easy one or a simple one. It's a worldwide known one with our destination. And we welcome people and escort people back onto the aircraft in the #1 style. So I really do appreciate it. I have to have some of my partners up here because, again, it's not any one of us, it's all of us. And with all of us being able to rank with 49 million people coming through here, that is something. Right now, it is a phenomenal feat that we all achieved. And from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you and thank all of you.
Weather conditions like wind and heat can have an impact on aviation activity, so airports rely on their local meteorologists for planning and coordination. Here's a behind-the-scenes look at how the National Weather Service and the airport Keep an eye on the sky.
Centrally located in the valley, McCarran International Airport serves as the official meteorological observation point for the National Weather Service in Las Vegas. Weather records from the Las Vegas airfield go back more than 70 years. A lot has changed since then, but there remains a constant need for weather information at the airport.
Weather and the aviation community work very closely hand in hand. There's a constant need for weather information at any given airfield, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's our schedules here. We have people here at this office all the time monitoring the weather.
More than 122 forecast offices located across the country provide weather information to the general public, emergency management organizations, and the aviation community. Here in Las Vegas, McCarran's airfield is home to an array of climate sensors that send information to the local National Weather Service office located just south of the airport. Additional data is gathered using sensors at the office, where employees launch weather balloons twice a day.
3, 2, 1.
Meteorologists work closely with the team in the Federal Aviation Administration Tower to coordinate the launches.
We do weather balloon launches twice a day, every day. They're done all across the country. Ours are done at 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. And they're done for that reason specifically because they give us a morning sample of the atmosphere and an afternoon sample. And those weather balloons actually travel over 10 miles into the sky and provide us with a vertical sample of the atmosphere at any given time. It gives us back information related to temperature and moisture profiles. Also tells us a lot of really invaluable information about wind and wind speed. And that can be really useful in determining the forecast through the day, and that also gets ingested into our weather models.
Working in shifts, the staff of more than 20 provides forecasts to McCarran 4 times a day. During severe weather, those updates become more frequent. But even the regularly sunny skies of Las Vegas can change and produce some uncommon weather events.
We have some pretty significant weather here from time to time. In fact, earlier this winter we had snow for the first time in over 10 years, so that's pretty unusual. And also during the summertime, we'll get in on occasional monsoon season thunderstorms, and that is always really interesting. They can bring microbursts and lightning and really picturesque cloud opportunities. So there's lots of different weather to be seen here in the desert.
Winds and high temperatures are among the most common weather challenges to aviation in Las Vegas. In the heat of the summer, the atmosphere is less dense. That means heavy aircraft need more room to take off. Wind speed and wind direction can also have an impact. McCarran has several takeoff and landing configurations. If meteorologists see the wind is going to change, they'll alert the FAA tower so controllers can choose the appropriate configuration. Weather forecasts are crucial to maintaining a safe and efficient travel experience. Making adjustments throughout the day, McCarran, the FAA, and the National Weather Service work in a coordinated effort to minimize the impact of weather on airport operations.
Travelers are always looking for ways to shorten the time between the curb and gate. For those who just can't wait to be on their way, there are programs available that can streamline the security screening process and even help you skip part of the line.
Frequent flyers typically know all the best tricks for an easy airport experience, but for less experienced travelers, knowing all the options is key. Two distinct services, TSA PreCheck and Clear, help eliminate some of the stresses at the airport. Introduced in 2011, TSA PreCheck can help travelers speed through security.
We want to make sure that when people come here, they have the best experience possible in the airport as well as any other place that they go. So this is a contribution, we believe, to having that experience really be improved.
More than 200 airports and 65 airlines participate. With a 5-year, $85 membership, PreCheck customers don't have to take off their light jackets, belts, or shoes, and they can leave their laptops and liquids in their carry-ons. To sign up, submit an application online at tsa.gov and schedule an appointment at a local enrollment center. At McCarran, the office is conveniently located in the public shopping area in Terminal 1 on Level 2. There, applicants submit to fingerprinting and a background check. Once you're approved and have paid the fee, simply add your known traveler number, or KTN, to your ticket when you book and start enjoying the benefits of TSA PreCheck. McCarran offers designated PreCheck lanes at the C, D, and E gate security checkpoints, and work is underway to expand the AB checkpoint to make way for a dedicated PreCheck area there as well. Travelers who sign up and pay for Clear skip the standard ID verification process at airport checkpoints and go directly to security to queue up for screening. A private service not associated with the Transportation Security Administration or Department of Homeland Security, Clear uses biometrics, passengers' eyes and fingertips, as a form of ID. Clear transforms biometrics into an encrypted code that is unique to individual users. At the airport, Clear matches a traveler's fingerprints or irises to their unique code each time they check in. That's how it confirms identification and keeps customers moving. Clear ambassadors are on hand to assist at the kiosks and escort travelers to the front of the line. At McCarran, Clear pods are conveniently located near each security checkpoint. A full membership costs $179 per year. Customers can sign up on the spot or visit clearme.com for more information. Even travelers who have signed up for these services should be aware that TSA uses unpredictable security measures throughout the airport, and all travelers will be screened. No individual is guaranteed expedited screening. TSA PreCheck and Clear. Choose the one that works best for you, or combine the two for additional convenience and an easy airport experience.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, mccarran.com. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with US Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intrastate airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by US Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the Poor Sailors Airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Good evening, folks. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting for Tuesday, July 16th. Would you please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Chairman Frazier.
Here.
Vice Chairman Kolarski.
Here.
Commissioner Kirk.
Here.
Commissioner Morley.
Present.
Commissioner Wynn.
Excuse.
Commissioner Stone.
Here.
Commissioner Taliaferri.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Go ahead, staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is the first public comment.
First part of our meeting is public comments. Anyone in the audience is welcome to come down and make public comments. The Commission cannot act on any of those comments, but now is that time. All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comments.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda after any additions, amendments, or deletions. We have the following requests for amendment and deletion. Please note that please note the following correction to tonight's agenda. The meeting protocol lists items 4 through 27 as routine items for possible action and items 28 through 33 as non-routine public hearing items for possible action. The routine items for tonight's agenda should consist of items 4 through 26, and non-routine items consist of items 27 through 33. Item number 28, VS 19-0433, we have a request to hold per the applicant to the November 5th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting to work with Public Works. The applicant is advised that renotification fees will be required for this request. The above public hearing items are going to be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates previously stated. If there is no objection from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
So I entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda with the amendment change to the meeting protocol and holding item 28 to the November 5th PC meeting.
Okay, motion on the floor. That motion passes.
The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes for the June 18th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting and the July 2nd, 2019 Planning Commission meeting.
Move to approve minutes.
Motion on the floor. That motion passes.
For the audience's information, items on tonight's agenda are final action unless appealed to the Board of County Commissioners or otherwise announced. All appeals must be filed in writing to the Comprehensive Planning Department by 5 p.m. Tuesday, July 23rd, 2019. Those items appealed will be heard by the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, August 21st, 2019 at 9 a.m. in these chambers. This will be the only notice of appeals. To determine if an item has been appealed, please call the Comprehensive Planning Department at 702-455-4314 or check online at www.clarkcountynv.gov. Also, for the audience's information, most items on tonight's agenda are approved with time limits to complete, commence, and/or review. It is the applicant's responsibility to keep each application current. There will be no notification from the Comprehensive Planning Department for expiration or review dates for applications. The next items on the agenda are the routine action items consisting of items 4 through 26, with the exception of items which have already been held or deleted. These items may be taken together in one motion and with one vote. For the audience's information, items that have been recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you are in the audience and opposed to any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward now and request that the Planning Commission remove the item from the routine action agenda and hear that item in the order that it appears on tonight's agenda. In addition, we have the following amendments and comments. Item number 7, UC 19-0416. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations. Staff has received 0 cards in approval and 1 card in protest. Item number 9, UC-19-0421. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 1 card in approval and 3 cards in protest. Item number 10, UC-19-0424. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 4 cards in approval and 4 cards in protest. Item number 11, VS-18-0862. The Enterprise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendation, and staff has received 0 cards in approval and 1 card in protest. Item number 12, VS-19-0326. The Spring Valley Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendation, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest. Item number 13, WS 19-0325. The Spring Valley Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest. Items number 12 and 13 are related items, and staff has received an email concerning possible conditions of approval from the adjacent property owner to the west, and recommends that these items be heard separately for discussion and possible action. Item number 15, VS-19-0414. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 1 card in approval and 1 card in protest. Item number 19, VS-19-0435. The Enterprise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 3 cards in approval and 1 card in protest. Item number 20, VS-19-0444. The Spring Valley Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 3 cards in protest. Item number 21, WS-19-0404. The setback reduction described in the staff report is from the wall of the addition to the property line. The roof overhang will extend an additional 1 foot into the setback. The Sunrise Manor Town Board is recommending approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 0 cards in approval and 1 card in protest. Item number 24, WS-19-0427. The Paradise Town Board recommends approval per staff's recommendations, and staff has received 1 card in approval and 2 cards in protest. Item number 26, WS-19-0438. The Spring Valley Town Board recommends denial, and staff has received 0 cards in approval and 1 card in protest. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff or opposed to any item as listed in the agenda should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and heard separately when the public hearing has been opened. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval with staff conditions as listed in the agenda.
Thank you. This is the portion of our meeting where we're going to... All right, this is the portion of our meeting where we're going to approve the routine action items. All of the items will be approved with 1 vote. And so if you want an item to be removed from the routine action items, now is the time. Yes, ma'am. Name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Catherine Godges. Address 7175 Summer Grove Avenue. I'm a member of the Spring Valley Town Board. I am speaking on item number 20.
You would like to hear number 20 separately?
I just want to clarify. That was at the town board meeting. Number 20 was approved with staff recommendation and the condition that that we revisit the perimeter enhancement at the completion of their project. So I didn't hear that the condition that the town board placed on this applicant. That's why I'm speaking out. Want to make sure that condition is being included.
Yeah, we'll pull that one and hear it separately.
We'll pull it and hear it separately. You can
And
just if you, we're going to hear it separately.
In that case, I want to maybe hold it until Commissioner Wynn.
We're not going to hold it.
We're not going to hold it.
We're going to pull it and we're going to hear it tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
So, and I believe the commissioners also wanted to pull number 12 and 13.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion for the routine action items.
Move to approve routine action items 4 through 26 with staff conditions, hearing items 12, 13, and 20 separately.
There's a motion on the floor. That motion carries.
And that'll be final action unless appealed. The next item on the agenda is item number 12 and item number 13, which are related items and can be heard together. Item number 12 is VS-19-0326, is a holdover vacation and abandonment for a portion of right-of-way being Flamingo Road, located between Canyon Drive and the 215 Beltway within Spring Valley. With additional information as described in the agenda, staff is recommending approval. The Spring Valley Town Board recommends approval. Staff has received 2 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest. Item number 13 is WS-19-0325, is a holdover waiver of development standards to permit alternative landscaping and screening with design reviews for the following: 1, for a retail center, and 2, for alternative parking lot landscaping on 1.3 acres in a C2 zone, generally located on the northwest corner of Flamingo Road and the 215 Beltway within Spring Valley, with additional information as described in the agenda. Staff is recommending approval, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest.
All right, thank you, staff. So this is a holdover, and I know that you guys, what the application is very well documented on the record. So let's just quickly, state what we're going to state and get to the point. So I will hear the applicant first, or do you want to? Who wants to speak first?
I'll let you go ahead and speak first, just because.
Okay.
We've got. Okay.
No problem. Right. Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the adjacent property owner to the east, Adam Corrigan.
And Tony, before you get started, I will open this application up for a public hearing, so now you can start.
So again, Tony Celeste, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the adjacent property owner to the east, or to the west, I'm sorry, Adam Corrigan and the Corrigan Companies. We appreciate, we, as you said, well documented 2 weeks ago, we had some just initial concerns about the design and access. We had a successful meeting, came up with 3 additional conditions that we did submit to staff. I can read those in. I think the first one, Planning Commission or staff wanted some more details, but at least I can read the first 3 bullet points or additional bullet points, and then go from there if that's acceptable.
Perfect. Yes.
So the first added bullet point would be construction traffic on APN 163-18-802-003 only. The second added bullet point: applicant to enter into shared parking agreement with property owner to maintain the west, or owner to the immediate west, including shared cost of slurry and paint shared drive aisle. And the third and final condition: pedestrian access via stairs to adjacent property to the west. And I believe those are acceptable to the applicant.
Those are acceptable to the applicant, Matt McKnight, 5606 Eastern.
All right, thank you very much. And the applicant stated on the record that those conditions are acceptable, and I believe staff has one issue. So since I'll close the public hearing now and open it up for staff. Commissioner Morley.
Having discussed with staff, Public Works, the importance of the way people come off that Flamingo 215 is really fast. So what I'd like to see is for new construction only for the access off Flamingo, not maintenance, remodel, or expansion in the future.
Understood.
Understood. Agree.
I think we'd be comfortable with that. We just want to make sure that there's a defined time to where they can actually start using the easement adjacent to them.
Yeah, just for new construction. Yeah.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve item number 12 and 13.
Motion on the floor.
Commissioners, that is with the conditions as amended.
That's correct.
That motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
And that'll be final action unless appealed. The next item on the agenda is item number 20, VS-0444. 19-0444 is a request to vacate and abandon portions of right-of-way being Spring Mountain Road, located between Buffalo Drive and Tenaya Way within Spring Valley, with additional information as described in the agenda. Staff is recommending approval. The Spring Valley Town Board has recommended approval, and staff has received 2 cards in approval and 2 cards in protest.
Thank you. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Road, here tonight representing Wells Cargo. The application before you is to vacate approximately 10 feet on either side of Spring Mountain Road, in between Tenaya and Buffalo. When Spring Mountain Road was originally planned, it was planned to be a 100-foot wide right-of-way. However, as it was actually developed east of Tenaya and west of Buffalo, it was developed out as an 80-foot wide street. The only place where it remains on your plan to be 100 feet wide is in between where the Wells Cargo site sits on either side of Spring Mountain Road. Over the last several years, if you have driven around the site, you will have seen some changes to the exterior. Wells Cargo has made great efforts to try to make the surrounding street views, if you will, a little bit more pleasing by installing a decorative block wall and decorative rock. We were conditioned to complete portions of that block wall on our southern 80 acres immediately across from the school on Twain Road. We have continued that block wall around to Buffalo. Previous to that, it was a chain link fence with a large berm. I can tell you that it looks much, much better. In addition to that, we have added some large rock. Because this is adjacent to several very deep pits, we can't introduce traditional landscaping with water or irrigation. So we did do, I call it decorative rock, but larger size rock, and we are wanting to do that around the exterior of all the places where we can. The application before you tonight is a request that we were making to try to do something that would make the whole site look more consistent. If we were not to ask for this vacation, we could still put up our block wall, and then there would still be the sidewalk that exists on either side of Spring Mountain Road, but in between the two would just be dirt. If trash collected or was accumulated, it would really fall to the county to come out and get it, as that would be their property. And we were trying to do something that we thought would be beneficial to everybody by taking it back as our property, putting in that same decorative rock, and then if there's trash or debris or anything like that, it's on us to clean it up. So we think that this is a good solution to that. Respectfully to the town board, with the condition that was asked for, we cannot agree to that. What we're trying to do is achieve consistency around the entire site where we can, and I say that because on portions of Desert Inn and the northern portion of Buffalo, the wall and the sidewalk meet. But where there is space between the wall and the sidewalk is where we've put in that decorative rock, and we want to continue that. We would do that here on Spring Mountain Road. So we would ask for you to approve this application with staff's recommendations.
Thank you. So I'm going to open this application up for a public hearing. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes, ma'am. Okay, name and address for the record.
Catherine Godges, 7175 Summer Grove Avenue.
Okay.
A member of the Spring Valley Town Board, as I said earlier. The reason why we make the motion to approve the applicant, and with the condition that afterward, after they complete the project, I would like to see this business and the surrounding resident have a conversation. At first, when I was at the town board meeting, I recommend, other than the decorative rock, which is just large gravel, a little bit better than just plain sand and dirt. I recommend maybe have some decorative boulder that, have strategically placed to make it look a little bit more pleasing, other than just a plain gravel. There was some argument during the town board meeting. Eventually, representative from Wells Fargo graciously mentioned that that they do not have a problem having a conversation with the resident, but they want to complete this project first. And that's why the town board make the condition that with the approval, the condition that we revisit the perimeter enhancement at the completion of this applicant's current project. The reason why the perimeter enhancement was added, that was based on the approval of another project that Wells Fargo were completing. This is also in conjunction to that. Susan Brager, the former commissioner for Spring Valley, District F, had mentioned that she'd like to see perimeter enhancement along, but in lieu of vegetation, she would like to see something like big boulders or rock or metal cactus. She mentioned, something that you drive by and you see all the time around town. That is why the condition was placed on them. Hopefully, since Wells Fargo is going to spend money to do the perimeter enhancement, which is part of the condition, with Susan Brager's condition, why couldn't they have a conversation with the resident so the resident have some input as to what they like to see while they drive up and down Spring Mountain Road every day? That is why the condition was put, so that we can revisit it, so that the resident will have a conversation with the business as to maybe something they can work with.
Okay, so just for the record, you have no issues with the application for the vacation?
No problem at all.
Okay. All right.
I just want to make the condition stick.
Okay, well, I'm just making sure the application before us is for a vacation and abandonment of a portion, but you have no issues with that. Just what it's going to look like when it's finished.
Excuse me?
Just what it's going to look like, the perimeter when it's finished.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience want to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair? Oh, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Diane,
Name and address for the record.
Diane Henry, Henry, 7525 Coley Avenue. I live a few blocks from the Wells Fargo site. I have no problem with this vacation. That's not the issue, but I am in favor of revisiting the landscape that they're doing once the project is completed, as Kathy had asked. The reason, what I'm concerned about, it's not just about upgrading the look to me, but I noticed along Buffalo Drive, they completed their wall, they completed their gravel, and it looks much better. It does. But the area was not being maintained. More than a month after the landscaping was completed, the weeds were this high, there was pieces of metal and trash, glass, cans, paper, all kinds of garbage within the rock. And when I mentioned this to Wells Fargo, they immediately had it cleaned up. I did appreciate that. It looks it looks a lot better. Thank you. But I'm hoping that maintenance of the perimeter continues. If the county grants the land back to Wells Fargo, I'm hoping that maintenance will be a regular thing. The weeds won't get all messy looking again. And if we had the chance to revisit the landscaping, once it's completed, we would have a better idea of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Doesn't matter. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Julie Wignall, Wignall. My address is 7265 Coley Avenue. I also live nearby Wells Fargo, and like everybody else, I have no problem with everything that they're asking to do in terms of vacating. I would, however, like the consideration to be included for the perimeter enhancement once it's done. And the reason why I'm asking for this is because there's been a very, very long tradition here where things seem to get lost. Susan Brager, as a councilwoman, had included perimeter enhancement to this as a condition for things in the past. This was brought up for this particular thing to say, let's discuss this as we get further. There are things that we've watched throughout the year. This is a 9-foot wall around the majority of the property, except for the area that's across the street from Spring Valley High School, which gets to be taller. I believe it's 13 feet. By Wells Fargo's own admission, to help cut down on dust and for everything in terms of their operations, they originally said it needed to be nothing less than a 13-foot wall around everything. It's been approved for them just to do at the height limitation that it is now. And it's very nice that there's, I guess it's decorative, it's gravel. If you want to call it decorative boulders, it's big fat gravel. It's nice, but as I said, we seem to keep losing things along the way here. We kind of lost out on the 13-foot wall. There were the conditions that were listed as perimeter enhancement before. We would like this to be something that is visited. We're not asking for anything major, but there are a lot of things, if they're creative, that wouldn't cost a lot of money, certainly not as much as it would have costed to do a 13-foot wall. But they can be done that are even flat on the walls in different areas, whether it's iron cutouts or mosaics or something. But we're willing to work with Wells Fargo is what I'm saying, but I'm concerned that if this is not listed as a condition of this, that like so many other things, it will just disappear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to staff. Commissioner Morley? Say again? No, I'm not going to let her respond. Commissioner Morley?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item number 20 VS-19-0444 with staff recommendations.
Okay, Commissioner Tagliaferri, did you have anything you want to say? Okay, so I'll just state to the neighbors that I appreciate you coming out, stating your information and your opinion of their vacation and how Wells Fargo is going to complete the block wall around. Just quite frankly, I think that what they're going to do is going to make the neighborhood be consistent. I would also say that, just to make a comment about, collecting trash and the boulders and everything, that happens all over the valley. I have it outside of my neighborhood, trash flies around, and the fact that you can call Wells Fargo and they'll get right on it and clean it up, that means they're being a good neighbor. So I can definitely support this vacation with staff recommended conditions. Is that your motion, Commissioner Morley?
It is.
Okay, motion on the floor. That motion carries.
And that'll be final action unless appealed. The next item is item number 27, VC-19-0450, is a request for a variance to reduce the rear yard setback in conjunction with an existing single-family residence on 0.6 acres in an R2 PC zone in the Summerlin South Master Plan community, generally located on the south side of Meadow Garden Court and the west side of Santola Drive within Summerlin. With additional information as described in the agenda, staff is recommending denial. There have been 6 cards in support and 2 cards in protest.
Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, here tonight representing the applicant, which are the homeowners. This location, thank you. So the homeowners would like to completely redo their backyard. Part of what they want to do, in addition to adding a pool and a barbecue and new landscaping, is add a pergola. The pergola would kind of come out of this portion right here where my finger is of the backyard. Interestingly, when they went to figure out if they could do this, they do live in a gated community. It has 2 HOAs. It's Summerlin as well as a sub-association. In the HOA governing documents, it allows for a 5-foot setback to something like a pergola. But when you go to the county code, you need 7.5 feet. So we are 2.5 feet roughly short from what your county code requires. So in gaining the approval of both HOAs, we had to go to our neighbors and ask for their consent. As you may be more visually appealing from a neighbor's perspective, that is, they look over, it's slatted roof kind of thing. And then the other thing is that on 2 sides, so this is a street, but on our west side and our south side, the west side height of the wall between the 2 properties is 8 feet, and on the south it varies, but it rises up to 7 feet. So I think that that also helps with some visual separation from the neighbors that are to the west and south of us. So we would ask for your consideration of this setback, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll open this open this application up for a public hearing. Anyone in the audience want to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, open it up for commissioners. Commissioner Tagliaferri.
I don't have any problem with this, so I'm going to make a motion if nobody else is.
I was just going to state for the record that routinely people come before us and they're asking for forgiveness. I appreciate the applicant taking time to go through the process and get it done properly. And I don't have any issue with it either. I can support the application.
Hey, I make a motion to approve VC 190450.
That motion carries. Good luck.
Let me just tell you that my client is very, very relieved.
My vote isn't on there.
Oh.
No, it wasn't. No. I hadn't voted yet. I was saying something to John. Okay, I'll say yay.
And that'll be final action unless appealed. Item number 28 has been held. The next item on the agenda is item number 29. WS-19-0374 is a request for waivers of development standards for the following. 1, reduce setback for an access gate. 2, landscaping. And 3, additional driveways in conformance with in conjunction with an existing single-family residence on 1 acre in an RNP1 zone, generally located on the southeast corner of Tropical Parkway and Campbell Road within Lone Mountain.
Was developed in 2001. It's 4 1-acre lots in the cul-de-sac, and the gate was installed with the initial development at the rear of the property. I purchased the lot in 2008. The gate was there at that time as well, and I constructed my home in 2010. The gate has been there since 2010. I've used it to service my well on a regular basis and infrequently access the backyard. The beginning of this year, I put an application into the building department for an accessory structure in the backyard, showing access from that rear gate. And to my surprise, the gate, I guess, was constructed without approval back in 2001. So that's where these waivers originated. And I met with staff and originally had hoped that I could leave the gate in its existing condition. I have a picture here that shows where the gate is. When I tried to file the initial application, I met with staff in Public Works. They informed me that the site visibility zone is a non-waivable item. So I will need to, regardless of how you decide today, move the gate in approximately 5 to 6 feet and demolish about 90 feet of wall. What the waiver's for is so I don't have to go back 18 feet into the property. If I were to do that, I would not be able to access my well and properly service it either. For that reason, I'm respectfully requesting that you waive the requirement that I go back 18 feet into my property to have access. And then along with that, I was informed that the landscaping in that area is supposed to be regularly along that property line on the inside of my wall. You'll see the yellow line on this diagram shows my main water line coming from the well. It makes it very difficult for me to plant in those locations unless I plant right on top of my main water line. So also requesting a waiver for that. And then the third waiver is for the driveway for the gate, which has been there since 2001 as well, so I can actually turn into the yard.
Okay, thank you for explaining your application. I'll open this up for public hearing. Does anyone in the audience want to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and open it up to the commissioners.
I just have one question. Having to move that gate back 5 feet, that's still going to be able to give you access to your well, though, am I correct?
It will.
It will.
It will.
Okay.
That's about as far back as I can go and still get the truck around the corner to get to the well.
I just want to make sure that you still have access to your well, because if you don't, I know it's non-waiverable, but I was going to say, let's try and work with however we could, but if you can still get access, then I'm good.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Commissioner Kirk?
Can I ask why you're moving it back 5 feet again?
They're requiring me to. I don't want to, trust me.
I mean, are any other gates along Tropical Parkway pushed back 5 feet like this?
No,
So
there
why
are several along the...
What's the reasoning for the staff requiring this gate be pushed back 5 feet onto his property line?
Commissioner, the 5 feet setback is for site visibility zone.
So help me what that means. What does that mean?
So as you're pulling out of the backyard, you need some space to be able to see oncoming traffic on Tropical.
How much room is there between the pavement and his fence right now? Looks like there's about 20 feet.
There is, but the right-of-way goes to the back of to the wall.
Do we have any plans to build Tropical out?
Not as of right now. Well, I don't. We may not.
Then I would say
I don't believe we do, but the right-of-way is existing, and at any time we can widen Tropical.
Understand, but I mean practicality. We don't want to make it hard on people. They want to make minor adjustments to their property. It doesn't. To me, it doesn't make any sense to make an applicant do this when there is adequate room right now for him to see. And then I guess the question arises here. What are we going to do with everybody else? If they don't ever come for any kind of improvement to their property, then they're not going to have to do a 5-foot setback off their property for visibility. We only do this when people ask for applications. So we'll have one guy in this block. I'm looking at Google Maps.
There's about 5 gates on the street.
I'm sorry?
There's about 5 gates on Tropical.
Yeah, I'm looking at them, but if no one comes to request something specific, they will stay this way. They're not going to change.
That's true.
So I would say I'd leave it like it is, and when the county wants to expand Tropical Parkway and develop it out to its complete right-of-way, then approach. Maybe that's a condition. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's an easement. I'm not quite sure how that works, but it seems onerous to the existing landowner that we're going to lay this application on him when nobody else has to do it, unless they come in for a change to their property. So
And so I don't like doing this to people, and I'm not going to support staff's requirement.
If I may, I appreciate your comments, because when I initially met with staff, I asked what the ultimate condition of the road would be, and they were unsure at that time.
Right.
I said, well, can I put it in later in the event that the road comes there? Because
Right.
if it doesn't, I'm just wasting
That's my point.
money, and they suggested that I could not
Well,
do that.
and the problem is because if they don't get it, if the staff and the county doesn't get you when you want to do something, they never have another second bite at the apple.
Sure.
So they want to make sure I understand that position, but I'm just thinking about this practically. To me, it doesn't make any sense. But so staff, I appreciate the fact that the code requires this kind of thing, but in this case, I just don't think it's practical.
So, thank you, Commissioner Kirk. Commissioner Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've looked at this, and, you know, SVRs or site visibility easements or zones probably didn't exist 30 years ago or 20 years ago. I think the AASHTO Green Book, these things started being really adopted in the last 10 or 20 years. And they're geared for giving a driver the ability to see oncoming traffic, both left and right. And dare I say that over a 1-year period, how many times do you think you'll be in and out of your gate? A handful?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if that's 4 or 6. And even if the wall stays the way it is right now and they do a full build out of tropical, you're going to have at the very least a 5-foot sidewalk, 2 feet of curb and gutter, very likely a parking lane or at least a bus lane. I'm not a traffic engineer for the county. I'm just simply saying there's usually a high likelihood to have a 9-foot parking lane or bus lane for, I'm sure there'll be RTC buses on this area. So I think that we'll have a sort of a poor man's SVR zone there, in my opinion, and I don't see evidence that would warrant to this gentleman the impact of what we're asking based upon a gate being built in 2001 or sooner. I'm the engineer on the board, and I don't see the compelling reasons we should ask this gentleman to do this. I do concur with the safety part of it. We have full build out. You know, it's maybe this is an area where we'll have a parking lane. So I'm not going to support the application, the staff's conditions of approval on this either. I'll be supporting Commissioner Kirk's position on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone. Commissioner Kirk?
I just have one more question. Or, well, I have 2 questions. If we approve it the way that Commissioner Kirk and Commissioner Stone are talking, okay, and I'm asking this from Public Works, is that an automatic appeal from your office? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but would you say that it's a good possibility that there might be an appeal?
That's automatic now.
Commissioners, maybe I can kind of shed a little light. One of the issues I think that's going on is, yes, it's a gate, but I don't believe there were any permits that were issued for these gates, so they're not legal gates. And we have a condition now in code that requires a site visibility setback that cannot be waived or varied. We don't have the authority to do that.
The BCC does.
The BCC does not. It cannot be
You
waived
cannot
or varied.
You cannot waive the site visibility zone.
Okay, is there any way then, and with what Commissioner Kirk was referring to in maybe delaying until the road gets built out or whatever, maybe a license and maintenance agreement so that when the road does whatever it does at that point in time?
I'm not sure if we have a tool to do that. A license and maintenance agreement is for doing things within the right-of-way. This is not within the right-of-way.
Okay, well, I'm trying.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, just have a question.
Sure.
So who says we can't waive the site visibility code? The BCC?
NRS.
Or NRS, or the state government, or, I mean, who's
It's
running the show here
actually-
telling us what we can and
It's
can't
in
do in
Title
our
30.
county?
It is one of the sections of Title 30 that specifically states it cannot be waived or varied. It would take a code change to do that.
Now, is that in the code right now? Or is that in the current, is it in the future code that we're going to adopt later? Is that in code, that's in our Title 30 right now?
It's in Title 30 now.
So,
But you're saying that we can push the gate back and
So the standard for the gate is actually to be set back 18 feet, and that
Right.
can be reduced. But we have to maintain a site visibility zone, and in order for that to work, they need to set it back at least 5 feet.
site visibility zones based upon the outside lane edge of traffic. Do we know what that is right now?
20 feet away.
So,
Yes?
Okay.
So let me interject real quick. I'm going to ask legal to help me with this. So if I were to move to approve the application and approve all 3 waivers, but allow those waivers to take effect 6 years from now, and not put the onus on the homeowner to actually move forward with relocating his gate tomorrow. Is that something that I could do, can condition the application that he doesn't have to do it immediately?
Yeah, you could do that, but I think you'd probably want to tie it to the expansion of the improvements of the roadway.
Of the road?
Instead of just 6 years. To me, that makes more sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
that
might-
was Commissioner Kirk's idea, right?
Yeah, that might be a way to get around it. So,
Okay,
so we can keep discussing it, but I'll entertain any motion that doesn't